He had never even imagined a future like this before, imagining something like he was going back to school at this age, then shown a powerful attack from the sky that then managed to destroy the building below when it landed. The attack came from a man with a sword in his hand. The man's figure was reflected in the eyes of the monster he was now facing. Seeing the figure of the man who was now getting closer to him, the monster then roared loudly. Not afraid, the man then chopped the monster's body into several parts using his sword. The man's slash was very strong, making parts of the monster's body cut off. After finishing off the monster, the man then looked back. There were several figures who came to him. Seeing that, a smile was then plastered on his face. They were friends of the man's friends. The man also did not expect to be friends with them. At that time, heavy rain hit that soaked a magnificent castle, and in the castle a fire was seen burning throughout the room. There were 4 figures separated by fire into 2 sides. With one side, a man with black hair was seen protecting 2 girls behind him, while the other side was seen a man with a knife in his hand. The black-haired man then asked the man in front of him why he wanted to stop them so much. The man had already said it, they should not advance more than this. He knew the person in front of him was the protagonist of this story, Taylor McClure. But Taylor ignored the man's words which had an implicit threat in it. He then approached then attacked him while shouting the name of the man, who was Ed Roth Taylor. Ed looked very calm. Even though Taylor's attack was approaching him, he then cast a spell called Ignition, which then gave rise to a smoldering fire that burned around. But Ed's attack was parried by Taylor. Ed then took out a bow and was seen aiming at Taylor, who attacked him. Ed himself is a third-rate villain character in this story. In the original story, he was destined to be a useless nobody who didn't even appear often in the story. However, a third-rate character seems to have their own way. Ed then changed the direction of his aim, and instead of aiming at Taylor, he aimed at one of the 2 girls he was protecting. They were then shocked to see that. Ed then opened fire which managed to hit the girl, but Ed's own body was successfully stabbed by Taylor using his sword. But instead of feeling pain, he smiled slightly. He didn't need understanding from others. He would not do it in the manner of a protagonist of the story. Taylor was then angry at Ed's smile that seemed to mock him. Ed would do it in the manner of a third-rate villain in this story. So that he could reach the end of this story, he must survive. In a luxurious room, a young man was seen reading a letter he was holding. The letter contained the sins he had committed so far, such as using dirty words in front of the princess, interfering in the entrance examination of the Holy Sylvania Academy, and so on. While reading the letter, the young man wondered if they removed his name from the family register. He felt like God's fate was mocking him. The young man was Ed Roth Taylor, and soon he was kicked out of the house he lived in. People then talked about it, but there were people who were still afraid of him because of his bad reputation. But his friend told him not to worry, because Ed was not even recognized by his own family. He even got kicked out of his dormitory. Hearing that with a little anticipation, he then asked, would they not see him in the next semester, and said, he shouldn't have cheated on the entrance examination. Now the situation has become very sad. Ed himself can now only sit in the garden while feeling depressed. He feels that this is unfair, because the arrogant Ed Roth Taylor that people are talking about is not him. He himself is a modern human who entered into a game. This game is based on the magic school, Sylvania Academy, his favorite game, the failed swordman of the Sylvania. Generally, when someone enters a game in webtoons, they would be the son of a noble, a genius but bastard clan young master, or a lawless SSS rank hunter. But out of all the possibilities, he was a third-rate villain who was kicked out of the dormitory at the beginning of the game. He had become the worst character at the worst time. Ed then cried out unfairly with the situation that happened to him. He had always lived simply, not even greedy. Seeing that, the people around him then felt surprised, because Ed still said unfair after all he had done. They felt Ed was really shameless for saying he lived simply, while Ed himself could only sit transfixed while holding back his shame. They then walked away. Ed then looked at the mirror. There he was surprised by his stats. He wondered if these stats were real. He attended the magic faculty, but his intellect stat was really pathetic. Even his stamina was too low for a nobleman. Even the peasant NPC had a stamina of 5. No wonder he was only a third-rate villain who appeared in the early scenarios. Even he himself didn't remember much about Ed Roth Taylor's character. He didn't remember what would happen to him later, but then he suddenly remembered something about Ed. In the corner of the ending credits, he became a beggar, like a tramp. Ed really bemoaned his future fate, but at least, He was lucky to be alive. He then could only sigh, and wondered why he possessed Ed's body. He didn't know the reason, nor did he need to find out. He then strengthened his resolve and said he would try his best. Rather than a school, the Sylvania Academy was more like a city with the entire Arkan Mountains as its place. In the northeast of the academy, there was an untouched forest. Ed tried to escape from the gaze of the students, and ended up here after walking for half a day. That was enough to explain the situation he was in. When Ed was expelled, that was the extreme beginning of the scenario. Fortunately, although he was expelled by his family, he hadn't been expelled from his school just yet. This was very important, because in the game it was said that Sylvania Academy was a top academy. If one graduated from here, they could be guaranteed a bright future, and as long as the game setting is still in the academy, he can use the information of the 5 times dedicated players to the maximum. He can live comfortably and better than his previous life. So, his goal now is clear, which is to graduate. But the problem now is the tuition fee. This semester's fee has already been paid, so he only needs to think about the fee for next semester. Ed paused for a moment because he knew how difficult it was to get money with his current situation, and thought, whether with his pathetic stats he could get a scholarship. He could only pray that he would not fail. He then decided to think about his tuition fees later. First, he had to solve the important problem, namely clothing, food, and shelter. How to avoid turning into a bum for the next week. He still had enough clothes in his suitcase, so he just needed to find food and shelter. But the problem was that he had no shelter or food for today. It was difficult to find a job because of his bad reputation. He also couldn't go to the dormitory because he had been expelled. It seemed that he would be in the forest for some time. He was grateful that at least there was still a river nearby. There are still 10 days before school starts. Until then, Ed decided to train himself so that he can compete with his peers. In a forest near the Sylvania Academy, there is someone who chants Windblade repeatedly, which creates gusts of wind around. That person is of course Ed, although his stats are pathetic. But he is still grateful for at least being able to use spells. Even though this is tiring, he himself was also surprised. Because he was exhausted, like he was going to die just from cutting 15 tree trunks. This also made him even more hungry. He felt that this was not very useful. He hated his family for not even giving him a meal before they kicked him out. He wondered if this hunger arose because of using magic. Ed really felt hungry at this time. He then remembered his grandfather's words when he was a child. When hunger struck when his grandfather was a child, he said he ate tree bark in the mountains behind. While enduring hunger, Ed then continued to stare at the tree trunk in front of him. He then decided to boil the tree trunk using the ignition spell. He couldn't be picky now. He had to eat anything while it was edible. After taking a closer look at it, Ed felt that it was like a chicken breast. He then decided to eat it, and as he chewed it, he then felt that he couldn't stand the horrible taste and spit it out. On the 3rd day, after starving for a day and vomiting for 2 days, he drew the conclusion that the wood should be used to build a house. First, he needed to raise the frame to support the wood. He only had 2 hands, but 4 supports were needed. This is not an easy job. Ed himself failed many times, but he still kept trying, until finally he succeeded in tying the frame. Now the frame of the residence is complete, but he knows that there is still a long way to go. He can't sleep in the field, although it is a little unfortunate, but he has no other choice, and the night has now turned into morning, until Ed finally managed to build his simple residence. But he was then surprised, when a system window appeared in front of him. His crafting proficiency had increased after doing that work. He was surprised that the crafting system also appeared now. Ed lived as a noble, so he probably didn't know. He was more talented with dexterity than magic. His handiness even reached level 4. Knowing that, Ed then decided to utilize his dexterity stat to make a weapon called Simple Harpoon. After making the weapon, Ed then decided to look for a more decent meal. He had spent 2 days on an empty stomach. As well as doing excessive work, he shouldn't be able to move now, but perhaps it was the feeling of depression that drove him. He wanted to eat meat, so he tried to fish in the river. Luckily he managed to catch some fish. He was very happy about it and decided to cook it right away. A week before school started, he just needed to survive like now. If he could survive until then, he could go through school without much trouble. That's how Ed thought at this moment. Someone suddenly came up to him. Ed was shocked when he saw who it was. He was so busy surviving that he forgot something important. The person who came was a beautiful girl with blonde hair, one of the main characters in the story. but of all people. Ed did not expect to meet her here. He then recalled the scene in the game. There was Ed who was arrested and was about to be expelled from the academy by her. She was the Princess of Fenia, the person who expelled Ed Roth-Taylor from the dormitory. Ed Roth-Taylor is a villain who appears immediately after we start the game, using his status as a nobleman. He hit the main character's childhood friend. But he ended up being punished. Not stopping there, with a heart full of revenge, Ed then cheated on the main character's Sylvania Academy entrance exam. But he was caught by a girl who came to take the entrance exam while hiding her identity. She is Fenia Elias Clole, the third princess of the Kingdom of Clole. Ed was then immediately interrogated by Fenia, who has an insight skill that can detect lies and conspiracies of the target. Ed Roth-Taylor, who was caught in a pathetic state, gritted his teeth and made many excuses. But all his lies were exposed by Fenia's insight skill. He was then expelled from the dormitory. Everyone in the academy probably hated Ed Roth-Taylor. Fenia then asked Ed, what was he doing here? Ed really had bad luck because he met someone who shouldn't have met. Fenia then realized that the academy had not expelled Ed. Ed only replied that he was also still a student here, but he was still expelled from the dormitory. Hearing that, Fenia didn't want to mince words anymore. She then told Ed to just get out of the academy. She couldn't bear to see someone as shameless as him hanging around the academy. She would talk to the academic department and personally request his expulsion for the crime of committing a despicable act as a student of this academy, for the crime of cheating another student by trying to block his way to a better future. Hearing that, Ed didn't pay any attention to her words at all. Instead, he felt annoyed that his fish was getting burnt from listening to her talk for too long, even though Fenia said that she would speak briefly. Besides the burnt food being a problem, in any case this was a life crisis, because this person, Princess Fenia, really had the power to expel him from the academy. Therefore, with a threatening expression, Ed then asked, the sun will be setting soon. Aren't the nobles always guarded by heavily armed soldiers? With an intimidating look, he continued, could a noble princess come to a remote forest like this alone? But Fenia wasn't afraid of that at all, and said that he would regret it if he was going to threaten her because he thought she wasn't guarded. But Ed didn't mean to threaten her at all. He then knelt down and said that he wanted to thank her. Fenia naturally doubted Ed's sudden change in behavior. She then activated insight to prove the truth of his words, but she was surprised, because the skill insight stated that there was no lie in Ed's words. Ed knew the reason why Fenia looked surprised. The Roth-Taylor family that Ed came from was very famous and had great influence, but the Roth-Taylor family used that privilege to exploit the population and run human experiments for research on eternal life. For the main character, it was a family of trash that was destined to be destroyed. People in that family would be imprisoned or executed. However, he was now not recognized as part of that family anymore. He was cold and hungry now, but this was still better than dying. In the long run, this was actually good for him, so he needed to persuade Fenia like this without lying, or else, he would be expelled from the academy. When that happened, this would be game over for him. Looking at the timeline, when around Ed Roth-Taylor was expelled, this time should be about a week before school started. He wondered what was the reason Fenia was here. After struggling with his thoughts, Ed then said to Fenia, by coming here unescorted and wearing simple clothes, this could only mean that she must be completing the class placement exam. Professor Glass's class placement test. This was a test to find the magic bead hidden in the forest. Professor Glass's test was known to be rather cruel. Of course, if it was Princess Fenia, she would aim for the best class, which was Class A. Fenia only thought Ed was trying to flatter her and said that he hadn't changed at all. She felt that she should ask the academy to expel him immediately. But she was then shocked when she heard Ed say, but without his help, she would never be able to get into Class A. If his words were a lie, Ed allowed her to expel him from the academy. Ed continued, if she goes to the lake in the southeast of this forest, there is a small grassy island. There is a giant tree in the center of the island. The tree was called Marilda's guardian tree. There, she would find the present he left behind. Fenia looked incredulous because she found what she was looking for by following his clues. This really changed the impression of Ed in her mind. Ed Roth-Taylor, who from 3 days ago was clearly a liar and a cheater, she still clearly remembered his miserable situation at that time. However, the Ed from earlier was completely different from the Ed from before. Fenia could only remain silent while thinking about it. until finally it came to the time when the class placement exam had officially ended. Professor Glass then told the students to take out the beads they had gotten. Some students then took out the strange objects they had managed to get. Professor Glass was silent for a moment seeing that. He then immediately put them into Class F. The intention of the examiner is worth noting. This exam is not just about finding just any magic bead, Professor Glass said. Those who will enter Class A are only those who find beads that lack magic power. Only 3 people found this type of bead. They are Zix, Lortel, and finally someone who found a bead hidden in the guardian tree of Marilda whose height of magic power was unusual. Professor Glass then pointed to the student. She was of course Phinia. She would now be the top-ranked student in the class because of that. Back to Ed. Ed was still lamenting about his burnt fish. He now didn't even have the energy to use a spear anymore. He was now making a simple fishing rod with makeshift materials. He then thought about the third princess of the kingdom, Phinia Elias Clole. Since she was a child, Princess Phinia was used to flattery and sophistry, which was the reason she sharpened her insight, which led to the creation of her innate ability. No one could escape from her insight, therefore, there was no choice but to give her the real information, but that also led to more complicated problems. The reason that the high-handed Princess Phinia would later be called the Princess of Love was because after facing failure during the class placement exam, she will enter Class F. Then after that it will start to change. However, if Phinia, who had a great influence in the original scenario, found the golden bead and entered Class A, then the main story scenario would collapse. Even if he managed not to be expelled, all the information he had would be useless, then she would be finished. But still, there was still the top rank in the class. She was Lucy Merrill. Ed felt that the future might remain unchanged. Insight will always see the truth. Phinia also noticed an irregularity. Ed was not lying, but this was not a present. Actually, the reason why Princess Phinia hid her identity was because she was ashamed of the special treatment she would get if her identity was revealed. She wanted to prove herself. Just by looking at her bead she immediately knew that it would give her the best results in the exam. But Phinia could not take the bead, as finding it would be something that she didn't accomplish on her own. The title of Princess of Love that she would get in the future was not a skill or stat, but rather a title that she would get for walking the path of justice. Ed had thrown the bait to the princess. Whether it was truth or lies did not seem to matter so much. The princess could always distinguish between the two, although if Ed Roth-Taylor really believed the princess would fail the exam, she was sure she could succeed and show it off in Ed's face. However, Ed Roth-Taylor did not lie. Because she really could not get into Class A, the princess now could not do anything else. With a feeling of annoyance, Phinia said she would keep an eye on Ed. While Ed himself was now busy fishing, he was very happy when he finally caught a fish. Time passed until finally arrived when the Sylvania Academy began. Ed seemed to live in a place where he had to start running from early morning to get to school on time. He ran as hard as he could, until finally he arrived. He returned to the Sylvania Academy. When the academy opening ceremony was about to begin, the students were seen sitting neatly while listening to the speech from the school and eating the dishes provided. Ed was certainly present there. He could hear the whispers that spoke badly about him. But he decided to ignore it, and began to enjoy his meal. He himself seemed to have finished a lot of dishes by looking at the many plates piled up on his table. His goal now was graduation. The students were now still talking about it, but some of them noticed something different about him. Ed continued to enjoy his meal while listening to the conversations of people around him. He didn't have any ambitions, he just wanted to graduate. There were some female students who were talking about the dessert cooked by the famous chef and decided to try it, and one of the female students felt something strange about Ed. For some reason he felt like a different person. Ed himself hoped that he could go through his school period quietly, and nothing happened. Today was the first day of the Sylvania Academy. Students were seen sitting neatly while listening to a speech from a teacher. However, on that first day, Ed was almost expelled. He himself was currently summoned to the principal's room. He did not expect Phinia to tell the principal about him, although from the way the grumpy old man spoke with a smile on his face, it seemed that Phinia did not say anything bad. He almost avoided it. Ed then decided to be careful so that the storyline would not deviate from the original. Life skills honed for survival, and magic training suitable for a student majoring in magic. To get the best combination of the two, there is no better weapon than a bow. When his life skills become more and more proficient and he can make good quality arrows, he would be able to cast spirits or magic on his arrows, though of course, spirit formula are outside. Ed then looked surprised, when he saw a girl taking shelter under a tree. The girl was named Janica Faylover, a second-year student, as well as the top rank in the class, Genius Spirit Sorcerer. Janica also seemed to notice Ed's presence. She then asked if he was the amusing guy Marilda was talking about. Ed could only stand still hearing that. Janica then enthusiastically introduced herself. Seeing that, Ed confusedly asked how she got here. Janica then asked if he was surprised that she knew about him. This forest was the territory of Marilda, a high-ranking spirit. He heard a lot about it from her. Ed was quite surprised that the ruler of this forest told Janica about him. Janica only said that Marilda was quite nosy. With her attention scattered all over the place, it was obvious that she knew about unwanted visitors. Ed couldn't say a word hearing that. He had indeed killed many animals here. He had also cut down many trees. Ed felt worried about that. Janica then told him to stop worrying about small things. It was the law of nature for creatures in this forest to catch and eat each other. Marilda was also not bothered by such things. Ed looked blushing when he saw Janica, who was getting closer to him. Ed then tried to divert it by saying that he thought even giant wild wolves had soft hearts. Janica suddenly blushed at Ed's words. She then laughed while putting on a sweet smile. Janica said that there was something she wanted to show him. She then showed him a spirit, and asked him if he was cute and adorable. Yesterday she made a contract with him as soon as she saw him. She then asked Ed if he wanted to try to touch him. Ed seemed quite surprised by that and the fact that Janica made a contract with that spirit. Ed thought, if he wanted to be friends with Janica, he just needed to talk to her at the right time. However, Ed then told her that he didn't know what she meant. He didn't see spirits at all. More precisely, he couldn't. Janica was surprised to hear Ed say he couldn't see spirits. Ed replied yes, and said that he came here to find food, so now, he would leave. Ed thought, only by following the original storyline could he gain an information advantage. Janica Faylover, a person who played an important role in the original storyline, was a person he should not approach. Janica could only stare at Ed's departure. She then recalled what Ed said earlier. Just like Marilda said, she felt that Ed was indeed an interesting person. Then a figure of a big white wolf along with a bat appeared behind Janica. No matter how hard she thought about it, she felt that Ed really couldn't see Marilda. Janica wondered who Ed really was. Janica then lay comfortably on Marilda's body. She had tried to be nice to Ed, but he only replied yup. She was a little upset about it, but that didn't mean they wouldn't see each other again. From now on she just needed to find out. The next day Ed then returned to running as hard as he could so as not to be late. The distance between his shelter and the student area was not close at all. He was almost late by leaving at dawn and running as hard as possible. Just by heading to the academy, he did a ridiculous thing that actually increased his stat. There was also a mysterious figure watching Ed who was heading to the academy, but he didn't seem to realize it. He thought, if he wanted to win the scholarship, he had to study more diligently. He wrote on a stone slab using a burnt twig and borrowed a book from the student library. While Ed was trying hard to study, Janica was seen watching him from behind. On the way home, Ed washed his sweaty clothes. For the day, there was also Janica who was still watching him. But Ed's activities for today were not finished there. He had to check if he had enough firewood, drinking water, and beef jerky for tomorrow's lunch. He could only sleep for 4 hours because of this. But that was not what bothered him the most. He then called out to Janica who had been following him. Janica was shocked that Ed was aware that she was stalking him. Ed said, it would be strange if he didn't know. Because he was Ed Roth Taylor, the worst punk ever, and asked why she kept approaching him. But Janica just said that it was just other people's judgment about him. Ed was surprised to hear that. Janica said that she didn't even know him. Ed couldn't help but think that Janica Faylover was indeed this kind of character. She did look naive and stupid from the outside, but she really independent-minded. However, knowing what would happen to her in the future, he couldn't answer her with a smile, because Janica Faylover was the final boss of Act 1. She was the only character who smiled at Roth Taylor. He didn't want to go this far, but, Ed then said, if so, since fate made them meet each other, could she help him? Hearing that, Janica looked very enthusiastic to help him. Ed said, as he could see, he was in a mess right now. He was banished from his family, and he was in trouble. He then asked Janica, could she lend him money. Janica was speechless hearing that. Ed continued, isn't that what friends are for? It's not that he won't return it, he just borrowed for a while, and asked how much money she has. Every year, Janica gets a scholarship for being the top of the class, but that's not just a sign of her greatness. Her background is so poor that without the scholarship, she can't enroll or continue to higher levels in this academy. The daughter in a small ranch, Janica, her weakness is money. Janica apologized and decided to run away from here immediately. Ed had expected that. 3 days later, although Ed felt bad about it, but he didn't want to get involved with important characters again. He had to be careful, so that the story would not deviate from the original, and when Ed was about to enter the residence, he was then very surprised, when he saw a girl sleeping there. The girl was named Lucy Merrill. In order of importance, she's a character with an even heavier presence than Janica, the subject of admiration of her classmates and even the professor, a rare genius and the most powerful character of the failed swordsman of Sylvania. Ed wondered why she was sleeping here. Lucy then suddenly woke up while stretching her body. It was because someone was too noisy that she couldn't sleep. Ed himself was still confusedly thinking what she was doing in this mountain valley. Feeling that the person Lucy mentioned was him, Ed asked what he was doing. But Lucy quickly replied that it was not him. While pointing behind him, Lucy said that what had been noisy was the wolf behind him that was the size of a house. She continued to talk to him. Ed looked shocked by that. Lucy continued, the wolf asked him that one day, he could save Janica no matter what. As Ed recalled the incident, he wondered, this won't lead to anything, right? But it didn't take long for him to realize how wrong that thought was. Today was the combined combat training. The combined combat training was actually a mock one-on-one combat training. In order to minimize the danger as much as possible, combat students usually used wooden weapons. Many main characters participated in the combined combat training this time, including benevolent Princess Phenia, golden daughter Lortel, spirit sorcerer Janica, slothful Lucy, and wicked Clebius. Ed could continue to name them, and the list would not decrease. Even so, the most important person was the protagonist, failing swordsman Taylor. Ed wondered what Taylor's next fight would be. He was looking forward to it. Ed already knew the result of this combined combat training, so he didn't pay attention to the fight, because the winner of the duel in the combined combat training episode was a first-year student, just like Taylor, except for one person. Ed looked quite annoyed with Janica, who always bothered him. It was hard to believe Janica ran happily towards him after going through the miserable experience of Ed asking her for money. Unlike Lucy, who belonged to the cat family, there was no doubt that Janica belonged to the dog family. Janica then showed him the list of fights that had been released, but Ed said that he was not too interested. Janica then asked why. Was he not interested in his fight? Ed was immediately shocked to hear that he also had to fight, because in the original storyline at this time Ed Roth Taylor had been expelled. Ed thought about who would be his opponent, and when Ed saw the list of battles given by Janica, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat to see who he had to fight later. While looking at Taylor, who gave off a typical protagonist aura and was waiting for his dual opponent, Ed thought, right now, it doesn't matter who he will face, he just needs to keep an eye on Taylor. Even though it was a world behind the scenes, he had lived as Taylor for a very long time. From the sad bad ending to the true ending that left a deep impression, he completed the journey repeatedly. Among many routes, there was not a single route that was not difficult and hard. Ed had decided to take care of his own life. However, while striking an encouraging pose, Ed said to himself that he was rooting for Taylor. But he was then confused when he heard the announcer continuously calling Lucy. He wondered where Lucy had gone. He also didn't see her at the reserve podium. It turned out that Lucy had gone up to the arena while yawning continuously. The duel this time was between the first-year top of the class, Lucy Merrill, versus Taylor McClure. Unlike Lucy, who looked very relaxed, on the contrary, Taylor had now prepared a horse to fight. The protagonist of this world was born to be a swordsman, but in his life, he had never held a sword once. But with the first slash of his sword, he slashed through Lucy's lightning-quick magic. The spell that she thought would hit the target was successfully blocked. It took her by surprise. As Taylor erased the distance between the two of them, surprised by that, Lucy then attacked him with lightning strike, medium-level lightning magic. Taylor was then defeated by Lucy's magic spell casting reflexes, but Lucy was disqualified for using mid-level magic, giving Taylor the honor of being the first to defeat Lucy Merrill. It was a legendary scene. Ed was very excited when recalling the scene, and finally, The duel between Lucy and Taylor began. When the duel began, Taylor was the first to start the attack. The attack could certainly be resisted by Lucy using her magic easily. But the impact of Lucy's attack was too strong, causing Taylor to be seriously injured. The audience was immediately shocked to see that, while Lucy herself looked a bit bored to the point of making her yawn. The audience still felt surprised that the fight was over so quickly, but they were not so surprised because the one Taylor fought was the top of the class. They also thought Taylor's decision was quite stupid. For rushing towards a mage like Lucy with empty hands, Taylor McClure's life has always been filled with tests, a villager and a failed student, an underachiever who has never gotten good grades since he started school, a failure that no one recognizes, when everyone draws conclusions about his match, in a cruel situation where they pity him. Even in the midst of all this despair, Taylor never lost hope. Taylor then got up while holding a sword with a fiery aura enveloping him. Ed was very excited to see that and looked forward to what happened next. Taylor then rushed quickly towards Lucy. Lucy looked surprised by Taylor's momentum. While smiling widely, Ed thought that Lucy would use lightning magic like in the original story. But he was then surprised, because instead of using lightning magic, Lucy instead used wind magic to block Taylor's attack. Even though his attack was blocked by Lucy, Taylor did not just give up. He still tried to attack Lucy with all his might, but it was in vain. Lucy then made a beast shape using her wind magic, and released it to attack Taylor. Ed was very surprised when he saw Taylor thrown far back. The whole room was instantly silent. Ed was still surprised by the fact that Lucy did not use lightning magic, but wind magic. With Taylor's defeat, the host then immediately announced that Lucy was the winner. Ed still couldn't process what happened, and was shocked by Taylor's defeat. Seeing Taylor, who could only desperately walk out of the arena, Ed thought this would be a big problem. He couldn't let Taylor be in that state just like that. Protection of the wind. This is a continuous magic obtained through a contract with the high-rank wind spirit Marilda. As Ed ran past Lucy, she asked could he give her the jerky now, but Ed just ignored that. According to the scenario, originally Marilda and Lucy were two separate existences. Because Lucy came to him, he ended up making a contract with Marilda and got stronger because of that. The host then announced the next duel, which was between Ed Roth Taylor and Princess Phinia Elias Clole. Phinia was also preparing to face him, but Ed ignored all that and continued to run after Taylor. He thought Taylor should win, raise the sword, and gain courage. However, in the end he lost because of him, because of his existence in Sylvania. When he had seen Taylor's figure from behind, Ed then loudly called him. He didn't know if this had any meaning, but he felt it was better than silence. Taylor was silent in confusion. Hearing his call, Ed then told him that his efforts would definitely succeed, and asked him not to feel sad. No one should make him feel ashamed. Ed thought, if Taylor's heart was really broken, the chances were high that in the end he would have to work hard, so he tried to encourage Taylor. Ed then told Taylor to walk bravely, because he had done his best. It was just that his opponent was not the right person for him. Don't let things like this get him down. There will be more trials happening at the academy. Taylor is the one who has to be the one who faces it, not him. Then a little flashback of Phinia's story is shown. She has been praised by Emperor Clole since childhood as a person born with divine blessings. Emperor Clole was the first to realize her innate insight. Her ability was not something given by an ordinary god. The life of a royal family was filled with endless deceit and conspiracy. From within that dark abyss, Phinia developed this talent herself as a way to protect herself. That's why Princess Phinia could be confident in her ability. There was a disgusting abyss inside the eyes of the royal family that upheld Phinia. Even when she looked through them, she lived as if she didn't know. At the moment when the duel between Ed and Phinia was about to begin, Ed said humbly not to attack him too strongly. Ed had no choice but to stare right at this person. Phinia then replied with the same words as Ed. Seeing Ed in the arena, the students then whispered because of Ed's actions that shouted at Taylor earlier. They just felt that Ed just wanted to mock Taylor, and maybe just wanted to look like a good person by supporting the person he bullied. All the students still looked at him negatively. Phinia, who heard the comments, also thought they were right. Ed used to use his position to humiliate his juniors, and when it didn't go his way, he was caught changing the test results. Really a shameless person, but that was him in the past. Phinia then recalled Ed's behavior, which had changed drastically lately. She wondered if maybe Ed's actions were real. until finally the duel between the two of them began. Phineas then suddenly said that he had confused her. Ed was then confused by her words. While preparing her attack, Phineas said that she wanted to prove her guess from this duel. She then started her attack. She attacked Ed using water magic. Because the magic that Ed could use was wind and fire, she wondered how Ed would respond to this, throwing everything away while exchanging moves. A dramatic battle as the finale, removing the mysterious person from her heart. But of all her guesses, the thing Phineas didn't expect was, Ed didn't dodge her attack at all. He didn't even defend. That certainly made her shocked and confused. Phineas' attack succeeded in making Ed fall. Ed then immediately admitted defeat. Phineas couldn't believe it seeing that. Because Ed didn't even parry after seeing the trajectory of the water ball, the students immediately laughed at Ed. They thought Ed's actions were even worse than Taylor's. They mocked him for being cool but being defeated in one attack. They also praised Phineas for her action. Ed then got up and said that this was a good fight. He had learned a lot. Phineas was speechless hearing that, now that she thought about it. After Ed went up to the arena, he never once made eye contact with her. Phineas wondered if Ed was not interested in duels from the beginning. Shortly after the host announced Phineas' victory, Ed knew now was not the time to playing duel. When dealing with Princess Phineas, it was best to be careful, and not let her influence the scenario, because Phineas was an important person in this scenario. But the person more important than Princess Phineas was the protagonist of this world, Taylor. Therefore, Ed was currently looking for Taylor's whereabouts. But he was confused about where Taylor was, but he was then called by someone from behind him. That person was Phineas. Ed then asked her what she was doing here without a single bodyguard escorting her. Phineas immediately became angry at Ed's actions earlier during the duel. Ed then told her to calm down and only said if she was talking about the duel. He really has learned a lot of things. Phineas certainly didn't believe in that excuse, because she knew Ed didn't even intend to win at all. He was only thinking about the fastest way to get off the stage. She was very annoyed by that. Plus she was already struggling with classes, but the fox-like merchant was only thinking about ways to control the academy. Professor Glass's annoyance did not diminish at all. Plus, the servants were always babbling about the ways of a royal family. Phineas seemed to be venting all the frustration she had been harboring. Ed could only silently listen. She was already dizzy from everything. But Ed was making her even dizzier. Ed was quite surprised by that, and the fact that Phineas had harbored all these frustrations. Ed then grasped both of Phineas' shoulders while calling out to her. He then told her to breathe slowly and please calm down. There was no point in her panicking like this. Ed then tried to guide her to calm down by breathing in and out. Phineas then suddenly fell silent while covering her face using both hands, and asked what happened just now. While holding back feelings of shame, Phineas then told Ed to forget what happened just now. Ed could only agree to that. Ed asked if he could go now. Phineas then said that she had a bad habit. She could ask directly, but she felt like she had to keep guessing and guessing what was on their minds. This was probably because she had stayed in the palace for too long. Ed didn't seem to be able to leave now because he had to listen to Phineas babbling. He was also sad because of that, because he also had to find Taylor. With a serious look, Phineas then said that she would ask him frankly if he was trying to break ties with his family, because he knew their dark side. While pointing a finger at him, Phineas continued. The reason why he bullied Taylor was because he needed a reason to be expelled from his family. Ed thought that was a pretty accurate assessment, although there were many mistakes. The thought that the Roth-Taylor family had a dark side was true. However, that was something he would investigate later in the distant future. Ed then pretended to be confused and said that he didn't know what she was talking about. Phineas certainly didn't believe that. She didn't want to admit that she was wrong. She then asked what exactly was the meaning of the words he shouted at Taylor. Why did he encourage and support the person he wanted to expel? Did he never dislike Taylor in the first place? Ed thought that this was a fitting question. He then answered that it was because he just wanted to mock him. He only said it because everyone hated him. If he encouraged Taylor, maybe people's views would change. But Phineas could clearly see that Ed was lying. She then told him to look her in the eye and tell her the truth. Phineas then activated her insight. Ed then replied that he was telling the truth. The insight then stated that Ed was lying. Phineas was very upset with Ed's attitude. Ed suspected that Phineas might not have proof. The most important thing, following the initial scenario, was his only hope. Phinia then looked resigned because she also couldn't say anything because there was no evidence. She then allowed Ed to leave, because she knew Ed who had wanted to leave. Maybe there were important things he had to take care of, because from the beginning he kept staring at the door. Ed was grateful for that. Ed thought, this was the first time Phinia showed this side of her, as someone who would affect the initial scenario. She was already involved with many people and events that could give her a headache. This might be his fault for being a new addition to the scenario. Before leaving, Ed then said to her, how could his burden be compared to the burden that the princess was carrying? This might be a little out of line, but she really looked tired, although it was important to pay attention to complicated politics. But she also needed to rest a little. This place was not a palace where she had to worry about every little thing. This was Sylvania Academy. Phinia had lived her life trying to see through someone's lies. But this was the first time someone had really seen through her. Phinia felt touched by the attention from Ed. After successfully leaving Phinia, Ed then continued to search for Taylor's whereabouts. He regretted that he had wasted too much time. If Taylor gave up, then her comfortable life, no, even this world might end, until finally Ed managed to find Taylor. He then immediately called him, but he was then confused about what he should say. A girl suddenly blocked Ed's path and told him not to come closer, with tears in her eyes. The girl then told Ed not to bother Taylor anymore. The girl is the main heroine in this story, Isla. Isla said, Taylor was already struggling even without her. So she told Ed not to bother him anymore. Taylor then got up and suddenly asked him, so you're still at school? Ed was surprised to see that and thought that Taylor had revived, a fighting spirit that never wavered no matter how strong his opponent was. Taylor then came forward while calling his name. A determination was clearly seen in his eyes. Ed then realized, when he dueled with Fionia, his childhood friend and biggest encourager, Isla immediately ran out the door without looking back at all. She then immediately approached Taylor and gave him words of encouragement. With Isla by his side, Taylor would rise again and again. Taylor then asked him, why is he here and does he have something to do with him? Ed was silent for a moment. He then praised Taylor's skill in using the sword. Taylor didn't quite understand what he was talking about and asked what he was planning. Ed had gone through many experiences with Taylor, and was always with him until the end, so he decided to be honest. He then said that he didn't plan anything. Ed originally thought Taylor was the one who would save the world, so he just had to figure out how to survive. He treated him like an obedient person because he was the protagonist of this game who would do all the hard work instead of him. But at this time, he was relieved. Ed then showed a faint smile, not because the story deviated far from the original back to the original plot, but because Taylor who had been with him for so long was still fine. That was all he needed. Ed then left. The two of them could only stare silently at Ed's departure. The two of them then could only feel surprised and think that Ed was just acting cool. Ed couldn't avoid this. He then looked in a direction. A violent explosion was suddenly created in the place that Ed was staring at. He wondered if it was time. Originally, everyone should have watched this while sitting in the Nail Building, the battle between Golden Daughter Lortel and Spirit Sorcerer Janica Feylover, although this was in a different form from the original. But Ed was sure Taylor and Isla were watching this scene. Ed silently told Taylor to open his eyes wide, because one of the many tests that came his way was the final act. One boss, Janica Feylover, and this time the duel was won by her. The students then flocked to congratulate her on her victory. Janica was the only one from their class who won against the new students. They considered Janica to be perfect because besides having a very good personality, she was also proficient in spirit magic. Janica just smiled and thanked for that. The medical team then suddenly passed by, while the students were congratulating Janica on her victory. Janica herself was shocked when she saw Lortel's badly injured condition. Janica's gaze suddenly went blank when facing this contradictory situation, unlike in the original story. Lucy defeated Taylor, and everything ended with the main character of the combined combat training being Janica Feylover, who became the proud protector of the senior students. Janica already had a lot of friends, but this incident would make things even more troubling for her. But Ed felt that this was even better. He wouldn't meet her on cam anymore. Every time he got involved with the main characters, his head became dizzy. Time passed and it had been 2 weeks since the combined combat training. Without the main characters bothering him, Ed can really study and survive without worry. He now has a fishing net, so the matter of food is quite resolved. When Ed opens his status window, there can be seen Ed's rapid progress so far. He feels like his body is getting better, because of the increase in his stamina stat, but it was still too early to be lazy. He then stepped out of the river in a position still shirtless, but what was unexpected was, nearby there was already Janica peeping at him. Janica blushed when she saw him still shirtless. Janica then asked if he liked being naked. Ed was annoyed by her question after she suddenly appeared here. He was just fishing. After bathing in the river, Ed then lit a campfire to warm himself. Janica then asked what was so good about this place that he always came back here. Ed replied that this was like a very secret base, so he felt like an adventurer and it was fun. Janica then said that she wanted to talk to him a little, and she needed some advice too, but Janica looked a little unsure of her tone. Ed then wondered about it. Because out of so many people, why should it be him? Janica then said he had left first at that time, so maybe he didn't see it, but at the combined combat training last month, she hurt someone. Ed knew what she meant, but he still felt confused, because as far as he knew, her opponent used a medium-level spell even though it was not allowed, but it shouldn't matter to the good-hearted Janica. Janica continued. She kept trying to forget about it, but she felt that maybe at that time she was overreacting. She couldn't get rid of the thought of herself overreacting. Ed then understood. Janica then asked if she should apologize to her, but her friends would definitely stop her. They said she was wrong first, but Ed still advised Janica to apologize if she felt she had to. The fun and cheerful second-year student, Janica, was a treasure to everyone, precious from all sides, so if she felt guilty or reflected on herself, everyone would come forward to encourage her and take her side. But Janica knew that it was good to have someone different by her side no matter what, but that didn't erase the mistakes she had made. Janica felt Ed was great. He never took her side without looking at the situation first. Ed then apologized if it offended her. Janica then tried to stop him and said that he misunderstood. She was not offended at all. Janica thought, last year Ed was not someone like this. Janica is indeed a cheerful and smiling girl, but she is as considerate as the person beside her. Even when Ed asked for money when he was in trouble, he did not show the desperation that people usually show in such situations. Janica felt that this man indirectly told her not to approach, but Ed's side is like that. Janica said, it actually makes her relieved, if everyone in the world is like him. In her eyes is an unusual comfort, and the night passed quietly. The next morning, while walking to the academy, Ed thought that this is a serious problem. The failed swordman of the Sylvania is called a masterpiece, but very few people have seen the ending, especially beginners who always get bad endings at the beginning. For example, if we save a girl during a kobold invasion in the class placement test, we will see Golden Daughter's secret. She then sends someone to kidnap Taylor, and that way Taylor is then killed, in the monster killing training episode. If we skip Isla's childhood friend and form a unit with Golden Daughter, then the next scene is Isla falling off a cliff and dying. That's because Taylor was supposed to save Isla who fell off the cliff. If we protect the Golden Daughter from the fire spirit Tarkan, who was summary by Janica, then Taylor High.self will be burned to death. Those are some examples of bad endings that occur in the game. Someone then asked Ed politely if he didn't hear her. While sweating coldly, Ed thought that he should run, but the person quickly passed in front of him. Ed then asked how long she would follow him. The person did not expect Ed to grit his teeth and ignore her for that long. Ed thought, of course he would grit his teeth and ignore her. Wasn't it obvious? Because that person was the fourth heroine of the failed swordman of the Sylvania, the only daughter of the prominent business figure Elt Ketchum, Golden Daughter Lortel Ketchum, aka the newbie destroyer. Lortel then said that she wanted to borrow 2 hours of his time. The role given to Lortel is a hidden heroine. Unlike Fenia, Lortel is treated as a villain from the start, but her true character will be revealed in the second half of the story. When players understand the realism of Lortel, her sadness and loneliness, they will be faced with a choice between Fenia and Lortel. Seeing Ed who had been silent all this time, Lortel then tried to call him once again. But Ed just walked away, which made her speechless. Ed thought, for now he should not fall into her words. If he fell into Lortel's plan, he would lose control. But Lortel did not give up so easily. She then approached Ed and asked him to at least listen to her first. She really wanted to help him. Ed still tried to stay away and told her not to make promises that she could not keep. Lortel then stopped right in front of him and said that she was amazed to see him. He still continued to learn even in very difficult conditions, although she heard that he was a little arrogant and selfish. But she thought it was not so important. Ed then asked what she wanted to talk about. Lortel did not answer immediately and instead took out 3 gold coins as a down payment. She then questioned Ed about his closeness to Janica lately. Lortel asked him to help her be friends with Janica. Seeing the 3 gold coins that Lortel took out, Ed pondered for a moment. It was equivalent to several people's salaries for a month. But, did she think she could buy connections with money? Lortel just smiled at that. She then asked Ed to just keep the money for now. The more people on her side the better. Ed was a little surprised because Lortel already understood her position. That she would be involved in a political battle with Phoenicia to get the leadership of the academy, so it is very important for her to make allies now. Ed smiled for a moment after thinking about that, while thrusting his hand forward. Ed then said that he agreed and asked her to shake hands. People who live in wealth all their lives will be crushed when they face poverty. It is very easy to crush those who are already cornered like this, even if it is just for a small amount of money. They are willing to sell their families, even their dignity and self-respect just for 1 gold coin. It's easy to dominate those who are desperate. Unfortunately it won't happen. Looking at the 3 gold coins that are now returned to her, Lortel feels this is interesting. She can only stare at Ed, who is now slowly moving away from her sight, while Ed himself is feeling very upset at the moment. If he accepts it, his burden might be reduced. It's a pity, but if he brings the newbie Crusher and Janica together, he can't even imagine what bad things will happen. It's important to avoid anything that can change the original storyline. That night, despite being faced with Ed's sharp attitude, but Lortel did not feel offended at all. She then approached Janica in her dormitory, always calculating profit and loss, a smart merchant who never let go of an opportunity. Janica was surprised when Lortel suddenly came to her. Seeing Lortel with her hair down made her look different in Janica's eyes, and Lortel became more determined to make Janica Fey-Lover her ally. Lortel then asked if she remembered the incident during the joint combat training a few days ago. There was a big commotion because she used an intermediate spell that should have been banned. It was a long time ago. But she really wanted to apologize. Lortel just wanted to see how great the second year's best student was, even though she was injured. But it was a high price she had to pay. Seeing Janica, who looked worried at her wound, Lortel immediately asked her not to worry. It would soon heal. Janica seemed like a hero in a fairy tale to her. She wondered if she used her guilt, would she be easier to overcome? But she was then surprised when Janica suddenly asked, did things not go well with Ed? She then asked what she meant. Smiling, Janica said. She tried to refrain from talking about personal matters as much as possible. The spirit loves to chat. Almost everything she said near the North Forest reached her ears. Lortel then asked for an answer about the deal she made with Ed related to her. Janica said she was touched that Lortel was willing to invest gold coins to be close to her, but sincerity is not something that money can buy. For her, Ed's approach made her more touched. Janica then corrected her attitude because she felt that she was too arrogant as a senior. Seeing that, Lortel thought she should correct her judgment on Janica. Janica then said that she had to leave now. She had to prepare a lot of things to make a contract with High Spirit. She had gotten a lot of support lately, so she had to work hard. It was a misunderstanding to think that Janica Fey-Lover was a fairy tale hero. Janica then suddenly paused. She then apologized for the incident for hurting her. Lortel thought Janica was a person who even knew the dark side of the world. Janica wished her a speedy recovery. She's a person who maintains her cheerful personality. Janica then left there. Lortel could only sigh and felt this was difficult, but strangely, earlier she felt like it was very dangerous. While Janica herself thought she had to work hard, she hoped good things would happen. The next day, the sun was shining so brightly that it shone on Ed's clothes that he was drying. There was also Lucy. She couldn't stand the smell, so she flew away immediately, which caused the clothes that Ed had just dried to become random. While picking up the clothes that had fallen, Ed then realized the presence of someone. She was the senior maid of the Ophilus residence, the best dormitory of the Sylvania Academy, Belle Maya. She was also the maid who had expelled Ed out of his dormitory before. Maya knew he was here because Janica often talked about him before, but she didn't expect him to live like this. Ed could only be silent hearing that. Maya was grateful that there was a good change in him. Ed could only agree to that while holding back his confusion. Maya's words buzzed in his ears, but his gaze kept drifting. Maids in the Ophilus residence handle all kinds of household tasks, including the food of the students. They are an elite group that organizes every task perfectly. The basket she carried contained high-quality ingredients that these elite maids gathered from the forest. This was valuable information that could not be found in books, Ed then recalled, in the episode where Maya influenced the storyline. While Ed was still deep in thought, Maya said he didn't have to be formal with her, he could talk to her like when he lived in Ophelis. But Ed said he wouldn't. Maya was quite confused to hear that. Ed then said, how could he not respect a maid who always worked hard like her? After Ed recalled, there was no episode where Maya directly influenced the story. Then, it wouldn't hurt for an extra like them to get closer to each other. Ed then heard the explanation of various edible berries, mushrooms, and herbs from Maya. His crafting skills were now improving. He could even make a fish trap with a 2-star difficulty level. He had enough meat and fish now. His food problem was almost solved. He then boiled something using ignition. His 2 basic spells, Ignite and Wind Blade, have now reached level 10, although it is only 2 basic spells, but he continues to use it every day. And before he knows it, it has already reached level 10. Soon the herbal tea that he boiled using ignition earlier has now finished. He used his basic spell to burn wood or cook. With that his survival efficiency increased significantly. As proof, he has already finished all his work. Although the sun has not set, to be honest, Ed is quite enjoying this. But he was then surprised when he saw something that was about to fall from the sky, until finally it fell and hit the place where he was. The impact of it made Ed thrown. He could only groan in pain. It was not clear exactly what had fallen from the sky, because the impact of the fall was so powerful that it made dust fly up which caused impaired vision. Ed could only put on a confused look while wondering what happened. The residence he had built hard was also destroyed just like that. After a while, Ed was now slowly able to see what had fallen earlier. What was surprising was that it turned out to be Lucy. Lucy lamented that she was almost dead. Ed was immediately angry to see it. He also asked who could make the strongest mage in this world get goosebumps like that. Lucy then answered Belle Maya. Ed did not expect this at all. Lucy was just lazing around as usual, but for some reason, suddenly she got goosebumps. She saw a strong fist thrown at her. The attack was very sudden, so she had to teleport from there. It seemed that the blow would be very painful if it hit her. Ed was of course very upset to hear that. Lucy even asked if he had beef jerky. Unable to bear this, Ed then snapped Lucy's head for messing things up for such a trivial reason. But Ed was then surprised because there was absolutely no protective magic protecting Lucy. Lucy said her mana was gone. Ed was happy to hear that. With a cruel smile he then snapped his fingers at Lucy in exchange for his house which was now destroyed. Didn't stop there, he also snapped his fingers once again at Lucy instead of Maya. Ed also realized that he needed a sturdier house. It was time for Ed to build a new house with more decent wood. But since he was busy, he gathered all the information he needed at the library in one go. He had read books about design documents, materials needed, and so on at the library. All that was left was to study the woodworking and the construction of the roof. But he was then told by someone that soon the library would be closed. The person also praised Ed for being very diligent. Ed did not expect it to be this late. He apologized for it. That person was Aika Island, a first-year student of the Faculty of Magic. Aika did not mind it. Seeing a diligent learner like Ed even made her inspired to be even more enthusiastic in her way of learning. She then introduced herself to Ed. Seeing the anticipation on Aika's face, Ed thought there was something strange. It seemed like Aika wanted him to say his name to her. Ed then introduced himself, and Aika's reaction afterwards was as he expected. It seemed that her bad reputation had not disappeared. She was still too busy to be able to change it, but Ed was then surprised when Aika said, the rumors turned out to be quite different from the reality. Ed had read all those complicated books in just a few days, and he had also read 6 technical texts today. They said that he acted all arrogant when they didn't even know anything. It seems that rumors can't always be trusted. Aika knows other people who are as diligent as him. Aika said she would support him. Ed thanked her for that. Aika then said goodbye and asked Ed to be careful on his way home. He also needed to close the library and then return to the dormitory, but Ed was then surprised when an earthquake suddenly struck which caused them to have difficulty standing up. Aika then felt scared when a large bookshelf was about to fall on her. Episode 1, the final chapter, Glaskin Showdown. The cause of all this turned out to be the magic circle summoned by someone, at 11:30 p.m., at the temporary camp in front of the student council. Thanks to the efforts of the protagonist, Taylor and his group, many students have now been secured. It has been 2 hours since this unexpected disaster appeared. Isla said she had read about it in the elemental magic book. It was a summoning circle for Glaskin, the high-level dark spirit. Phinia felt that the situation was bad. The only person who had such a high spirit resonance was that person, the possibility of their enemy being the one who went crazy because of the dark spirit, the number 1 student in the 2nd year, Janica Fey Lover. They were silent for a moment hearing that. Taylor then said, "This is unfortunate, but they can't just stay silent. If what Isla said is true, then the shield around the academy can only be a time stall. If Glaskin is successfully summoned, it will only bring greater disaster. They must immediately go to the student council hall." Hearing that, Claire, the captain of the Royal Guard, said, "People outside the shield area will soon realize it. If the Royal Guard and the professors intervene, then the situation will be solved easily." Elvira Eniston, the first-year alchemy department, chimed in. "The shield made by the high-level dark spirit must be solid. They must solve this problem from the inside. The headmaster Abel is also not here. If they all unite, she was sure they would be able to defeat the dark spirit." But the gloomy Clebius Nortondale suddenly rejected the suggestion. They had to break through the middle-level spirit and then fight the spirit boss to be able to infiltrate the building and hold Janica. Not only that, there were 2 high-rank spirits inside. Clebius emphasized it very much, the high-rank berserk fire spirit Tarkon, and the high-rank spirit of darkness philosopher. It was tantamount to suicide. He did not want to participate. Hearing that, Lortel then asked if Janica could do that alone. Wasn't she too strong for a 2nd-year student, summoning and then maintaining that many spirits, while summoning Glaskin as well? Isla guessed that the majority of her strength must come from the power of the philosopher. Janica was just a container for its manifestation. Dark spirits are the main enemy of a spirit sorcerer. Their power is so great that makes them difficult to control by a spirit sorcerer. In fact, you could say that they are demons who play and control spirit sorcerers. That's why all spirit sorcerers guard their minds. Otherwise they can be devoured. No one knew how the Velosphere managed to control Janica, the most expert in the field of spirits, but that was not the most important thing right now. The crucial thing was to decide their future actions. There was only one person who could decide that. Zix then asked Phinia to instruct what they should do. Phinia was silent for a moment hearing that. The environment was suddenly silent as everyone waited for her decision. Suddenly, the words of the man who looked indifferent came to her mind. If only she could do that. Phinia then said they would move in an hour. Only trained people would move later, including herself, Claire, the best students from each year, and Class A students. They would only bring people whose abilities were tested, so Phinia asked to prepare them mentally. She would take full responsibility. Right after that, someone suddenly reported to her. They had finished gathering the workers who worked in the professor's building, but Audrey Hall and the magic potion warehouse were under attack. It seemed that they could not join them. In other words, only they could move. Phinia was dizzy because of that. There were no other students they could contact. But someone then hurriedly said, she had just come from the library. In the student library there was a friend of hers who was an apprentice librarian and one 2nd-year student who was still there. Phinia then asked what their names were. The girl answered Ika Island. Zix was immediately surprised to hear that. He hurriedly asked the girl about the truth of her words. The girl said yes, she and Ika were studying Grimory's management together in the library. Zix then decided to immediately save Ika because he knew Ika couldn't protect herself. They then tried to calm him down. The library was quite far away. At the moment, their main priority was to defeat Janica, the root of the problem now. In the library there was also one 2nd-year student trapped there. Maybe they should trust that student for now. Their reasoning convinced Zix a little, but he still felt indecisive at the moment. Phinia then asked the girl about the 2nd-year student, but the girl seemed hesitant to say it. Zix immediately told the girl to stop hiding it, and quickly say it right now. The girl then said, the student was Ed Roth Taylor. Zix's aura instantly changed when he heard that name. The girl apologized. Ed continued to be there until late at night. She felt upset, until she left him with Ika. They knew themselves what kind of person Ed was, but Ika would not care about such rumors. They did not believe that Ed Roth Taylor, the bastard, was trapped in the library with the librarian. Phinia and Lortel were worried about Zix's current situation. They then tried to stop him from leaving. Phinia still suggested to at least believe in Ed. They were certainly surprised when they heard her suggestion. Phinia also seemed to realize her mistake, but Six completely ignored them, and immediately rushed towards the library. Even though many spirits were blocking his way, Six still continued to move forward by slaughtering them all. If Ika got the slightest injury, he promised to kill Ed without mercy. Even the saying of a dragon rising from a small river is not enough to fully describe Zix, the magical flora spearman. Then a little flashback of Zix's childhood story is shown. He was at that time hunting a deer. Judging by its size, it was a mature male. The condition of the bark around it indicated that it had just passed through. After coming to that conclusion, Zix then prepared to hunt it. The northern imperial grasslands, a wild land, which even the voices of the imperial family could not reach. When the time was approaching the evening, people who went there had to check if their heads were still intact attached. Zix was a descendant of a wandering tribe that traveled around that land. When he reached adulthood, he was separated from his family. Since when he was left behind, why he was left behind, could he return to his tribal life? No one knew. He had learned to hunt deer even before he learned to read letters. Instead of buying goods from the store, he was first good at looking for scraps of corpses on the side of the road. So the conclusion is, the life of a beast. Looking at Zix, who walked in the middle of the city while dragging his hunted deer, the people there seemed to be whispering about him, but Zix was confused when someone suddenly asked his name. Seeing the little girl in front of him, Zix then said his name. The girl felt that Zix was like a wolf walking on two legs. At that moment Zix realized the endless life of wandering in the vast northern grasslands. By eating animal carcasses found on the side of the road, sleeping under the moon as his roof, living like a wolf cub abandoned by his pack, he had lived such a lonely life. Seeing Zix, who suddenly cried, made the girl surprised. She then asked if he was okay. On the day he found a life companion, Zix then realized what loneliness felt like. Zix was then adopted by Ika's family. Ika and his father welcomed him as family. Pursuing a fast-flowing social life, his wild life gradually became a thing of the past, and the young wolf was now a human. But in order to protect Ika, he was willing to become a beast again. He had heard rumors about Ed Roth Taylor. He cheated on the exam paper and offended the princess, and bullied the junior students. Zix drove so fast that it destroyed the floor under him, but he was then surprised when he saw Ed in a badly injured condition. Seeing his arrival, Ed then asked who he was. Ignoring Ed's question, Zix then immediately asked where Ika was and why he was here now. Zix told him to immediately tell him where Ika was. Ed answered reading room number 3. Hearing that, Zix then immediately went to the place Ed mentioned and left him alone. Just as he had just arrived at reading room number 3, he immediately asked if she was okay. Seeing Ika, who was fine without any injuries despite being unconscious, Zix felt grateful. He really felt very grateful. But then he realized something. The bookshelf, which was heavy enough that even a grown man could hardly lift it, was installed like this to protect Ika. The curtains were closed so that the rampaging spirits could not see it. He then saw a writing on the blackboard nearby. The blackboard said, "If you come here, don't panic and stay here quietly. It should be over before dawn, so block the entrance well and don't provoke the spirits. Always think about your safety first and don't move carelessly." At that moment Zix also realized someone had protected Ika. There was blood on the suit used for Ika's blanket, but Zix knew this was not her blood. He then saw the blood splatter that was visible outside the door of the reading room. Zix at that moment also knew who had protected Ika, even though the person himself was injured. He did not care about his injury and himself bleeding while protecting Ika. Zix was very confused why Ed did this, while Ed himself currently felt this was useless. 3 hours earlier, just as the earthquake had just hit which caused many books to fall, with a bloody condition Ed finally managed to protect Ika from the bookshelf that almost fell on her. He was grateful that he had been training his strength, otherwise the situation would have been bad. This episode was going faster than he thought. Judging from the summoning circle, it seemed that the battle for the conquest of Glasgow had begun. But he was confident that Taylor could handle it. He felt that it was best not to pay attention to a place full of important characters in the story. He couldn't change the future at will, but time was precious. He couldn't just sit back without doing anything. Soon the rage of the low-level spirits would pour out, so Ed decided to block the entrance to prevent the raging spirits from entering, and use this opportunity to refine his cabin to be better. Now, he would eat the beef jerky he had brought and do research all night. But Ed suddenly remembered something. The reason Janika's ability was special was in her high proficiency in spirit understanding and spirit resonance. These two stats were developed through contact with spirits. Since meeting spirits belonged to the realm of talent, it was almost impossible for someone like Ed, who couldn't even see spirits, to raise his spirit stats. However, with Janika summoning so many tangible spirits, Ed could give him a lot of EXP. He would gladly take it. Ed could hardly believe his crazy leveling speed. Ignition had now reached level 12, and Spirit Magic had reached level 7. Only one level left, but unfortunately, Ed wondered if he combined Spirit Resonance and Spirit Understanding to surpass level 15, would he be able to make a contract with a spirit? But he had already tried to reach his limit. More than this, he might be in danger. Seeing Ed, who was still sitting there, Zix then asked what he was doing here earlier. Ed was quite annoyed that he didn't even let someone who was full of injuries rest. But he didn't have to lie to answer him. Ed then answered that he was practicing. Zix could only sigh at his answer. He certainly didn't believe Ed's answer. Even the most naive human couldn't believe it. Zix felt like he understood a little bit about what kind of person he was. All this time he turned out to be that kind of person. Ed was quite confused by his words. Zix then bowed to him and said that he owed him a big debt. He promised that he would definitely pay this debt when the opportunity came. Ed instantly realized that Aika must be Zix's lover. Actually, Aika's name was only mentioned in the plot book, so he kind of forgot about her. But, Zix was a friend who always trusted Taylor from the beginning of the scenario to the end. A very important character, so he shouldn't be here. Ed then said to him, "It seems that you left the student council building and came straight here." If he had made sure that Aika was safe, Ed told him to leave quickly and do his own job, run to the student council building, help Taylor, just follow his words and all this can be taken care of. Zix was surprised when Ed suddenly mentioned Taylor and asked if he meant Taylor McClure. Ed said yes, the one who always barely avoided failure. Zix didn't understand why he looked up to Taylor so highly. He had never really talked to him. It was a matter of compatibility rather than assumption. Especially since only Taylor's elemental slash could hurt the shell of the high fire spirit Tarkan. In Act 1, Chapter 9, Taylor learned his signature skill, elemental slash. The success of this episode depended on that skill. If Taylor used elemental slash, they could win. Zix thanked him for his advice. There was not much time, so Ed told him to move quickly. He would rest here for a while. With that advice, things should continue as desired. But Ed suddenly realized something. Why Zix was not yet friends with Taylor. In Act 1 Chapter 9, End of Semester Evaluation, in their duel, Taylor lost badly, but he obtained the elemental slash and penetrated Zix's magic. Impressed by Taylor's persistence, Zix then admitted it and they finally became friends. But the last chapter of Act 1 happened 1 month earlier than the original. Act 1 Chapter 9 The end of semester evaluation didn't even happen, so Zix finally hasn't befriended Taylor. Taylor hasn't learned elemental slash and there is no one in the conquest team who can deal damage against Tarkan. He didn't realize that everything was falling down. The headquarters of the conquest team, in the student square. Arriving there, Zix immediately apologized to them and promised to make up for his mistake. They didn't mind that. Even though Zix was here too, they still weren't optimistic about their victory. The conquest team's first entry failed. If they wanted to start the assault again, Claire suggested that they should call for more reinforcements. He would join after the pain in his leg subsided later. Phinia told Claire not to exert himself and rest at the headquarters. He couldn't even walk properly. But Claire couldn't just do that. If she really cared about him, he asked Phinia to retract her order. Phinia also felt heavy when making that decision, but she also had a heart. She was grateful that at least they still managed to retreat, but Claire could no longer fight. Clebius was also injured. Phinia was really confused about what she should do, but she finally decided to conquer Tarkan with the remaining troops. But someone suddenly interrupted. They didn't have enough time to catch Tarkan. They then looked at that person, looking at the summon ritual. It would be completed in a moment. Phinia did not expect that he would come here. Actually, this was the situation Ed wanted to avoid the most, but there was no choice. He then suggested to divide the conquest team into two. He would lead one of them. Now, he himself would take care of the scenario. They found it hard to believe when they heard such a thing from Ed. Clebius also told him that this situation was not a joke. But Zix immediately stopped him and told him to at least listen to what he had to say first. Ed continued. They had to face Janika, who was under the control of the dark spirit philosopher. after passing Tarkan, the fire spirit that Janica summoned, but as they knew from fighting Tarkan, his shell was impenetrable, so it was impossible for them to deal any damage. That way, they didn't need to fight Tarkan directly. While one group distracted Tarkan, the other group could enter the room to practice combat to subdue the controlled Janica. By bypassing Tarkan, they could fight Janica directly, but Lortel felt that it didn't make sense at all. The current summoned Tarkan was much different from the one during the combat training back then. They managed to retreat earlier just because they were lucky. If the distraction group failed and Tarkan went after the conquering group, or worse, if the distraction group was slaughtered, we would end up fighting both at once. The risk was too high. Ed knew that, but they could reduce the risk only if there was another option. Their main goal was to conquer Janica, then Tarkan would lose power. Zix then asked the crucial question, who would enter the distraction group? Would they just draw lots for the suicide mission? But Taylor suddenly took the initiative to enter the group. But Ed immediately opposed it. He told him not to be careless and not to join the group. He should be part of the group that entered the training room. But Taylor was still adamant. His speed was advantageous. He was not sure how long she could run, but if sacrifice was needed, he was the one who had to go. Ed then immediately corrected his wrong thinking. They were not choosing sheep to sacrifice. They did not need to divide the two groups equally. Clebius and Lortel were enough, and he would also join them to distract Tarkan. But the two of them immediately refused. After hearing that, Ed told them to trust him. He had a way that could tie Tarkan's legs, but the two of them didn't seem to believe it at all. Ed was annoyed because they also had little time left, but Phineas suddenly agreed to his plan. She still didn't understand his intentions. She then issued an order as Phineas Elias Clole, the third princess of the Empire of Clole. She will divide the conquest group into two, Taylor, Zix, Elvira, Isla, and she will be Janica's conquest group. Clebius, Lortel, and Ed Roth Taylor will be Tarkan's distraction group. Time is precious, so she will shorten this. Please don't die. After that they carried out the plan with their respective groups. Nailguin Corridor. After arriving there, Ed's group finally saw the figure of Tarkan. Lortel then asked how the plan was to intercept the fire lizard. Ed told her to just follow his words. If they kept following the plan, they would definitely win, and they ran towards Tarkan. Seeing Clebius' worried look, Ed then told him not to worry. The gloomy Clebius was easily scared and lacked confidence in his abilities. But he was the top student of the first-class combat faculty. Ed encouraged him. He could do it. Clebius himself was confused why Ed could be so confident. He wondered if there really was a way behind that door. In the room practicing combat, there is Janica Feylover. They only need to lure Tarkan. He got carried away because of the princess's determination and ended up here, but he was not alone. Maybe he could gather the courage to try. Clebius's spirit was lifted again at this time. Seeing the lowly human who approached him, Tarkan immediately let out a burst of breath. Clebius was anxious again when he saw that. He then asked how they lured him, but he was then confused when the two people who had been behind him suddenly disappeared. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He felt very scared when Tarkan slowly approached him. He then immediately ran in fear. He cursed them for deceiving him, and asked why they did this to him. The screams of Clebius were heard by Lortel, who was currently in a place not far away. She then recalled the plan Ed had talked about. Ed deliberately pushed Clebius into the Nailguin corridor alone. Lortel then asked if he wanted to sacrifice Clebius. It might not be a bad idea, but morally, it was questionable, but Ed reiterated this was not a sacrifice. Clebius, despite his appearance, he's a top-ranked student and has outstanding endurance. Besides, the most crucial role belongs to her. Lortel, behind the Nailguin wall, outside the room practicing combat. Her job is to secure the entry point for Janica's group of conquerors, and it's her job to deliver the critical attack on Tarkan. It seemed that she was not the kind of person who liked to prejudge based on rumors. Others might hesitate, but as for her, she was good at this kind of thing. Lortel then attacked the wall using the ice shard fragments she had summoned. The impact of her attack was so powerful that it made a sizable hole in the wall. Looking at those who were just petrified, Lortel then asked what they were doing. They had to go in now. Come to think of it, during the joint combat training, she had used a forbidden mid-level spell to blow up the roof of Nailguin. Maybe that was why Ed assigned her this role. She felt Ed was an interesting guy. Instead of that, the entry point was secured. She then checked Clebius' current condition. Clebius is still running scared from Tarkan's pursuit while cursing the two of them. Even if the plan succeeds and the conquering group can enter without meeting Tarkan, the three of them will have to face Tarkan, who will explode. Facing Tarkan in the student square that has no way out, Lortel asked him if he wanted to die. Ed replied, they can't run and can't escape, they have no choice but to catch him. Because of his shell, no attack would work against it. Lortel then asked, hadn't he seen during the combined combat training, she had already lost to that spirit once. And none of the hunting group members could even scratch him. Hearing her doubts, Ed then took out a pouch. They could use this for the shell. He told her to just gather her magic and prepare. Seeing the pouch he took out, Lortel then asked what it was. As he recalled the incident, Ed thought Lortel was right. Without elemental slash, among the members of the conquest group, no one could destroy Tarkan's shell. The ice wall created by Lortel could even be destroyed easily by him. Ed then entered into a room. What they needed was a powerful force. There he saw Lucy, who was still sound asleep. Facing the last challenging chapter, there were few people who wanted to complete the objective to 100%, but he had tried it many times. Lucy was confused when someone suddenly interrupted her nap. Ed was annoyed that she could sleep at a time like this. After all, this was not daytime, this was night, since there was nowhere to rest after the shelter was destroyed. Lucy came to this rooftop, where she usually took a nap, more precisely, because she should not be involved in the scenario, so she continued to fall asleep. At that time Janika's condition was not good. Belle Maya became sensitive because of that. That's why Lucy, who escaped, ran out of magic and fell asleep. Originally, this is a game mechanism to eliminate character imbalance from the scenario. Lucy then suddenly woke up after smelling beef jerky. The beef jerky turned out to be from the bag that Ed showed Lortel earlier. Now, with this, Ed then crammed all the beef jerky in the bag into Lucy's mouth at once. This is not the time to fuss. Ed then looked like he was going to throw Lucy. His target was the burning lizard. Ed wondered if his reach would be enough. He then calmed himself down. He had done this many times in the military. He then threw Lucy as fast as he could and shouted to make them all duck. When everyone was desperate when faced with the extraordinary strength of Tarkan, Lucy then came. She cursed Ed for throwing her so cruelly, but Lucy's arrival was immediately able to block the breath attack thrown by Tarkan. Lucy then attacked Tarkan using her lightning magic, high-level lightning magic. Heavenly punishment. The attack was so powerful that it illuminated everything. Fortunately, the people around there were protected by Lucy's protective magic, which made them come out unharmed. Although from a distance, Ed was also affected by Lucy's attack. It can be said, this is the most crucial moment. Tarkan, a high fire spirit, was previously unconquerable due to his hard shell despite all efforts, but now, after being struck by Lucy's high-level magic, his hard shell was broken. Now he was vulnerable to their attacks. Of course, defeating him would result in huge EXP points. Since it had come this far, Ed would certainly take everything he could. He will take the last hit. Janika was very blessed as a child. She had a mother who loved her very much, and a group of friends who depended on her very much. They made Janika the hope for second-year class, but it actually backfired on her. Because the expectations were so great that she had to carry, it made Janika become very burdened. An explosion suddenly occurred in the building where Janika was, and the conqueror group finally arrived in front of her. She then greeted them using her usual smile. The difference was that her smile was now a little sadistic. Janika was now protected by a pink barrier with chains tied around her body. The dark spirit philosopher was now also seen behind her. They could only be fascinated when they saw the extraordinary power that Janika and Philosopher released. Ed also noticed the commotion. He was surprised that those on Janika's side had just started. This scenario should have ended at dawn, but fortunately, he did not arrive too late. And as he approached the fire spirit Tarkan, he then saw Clebius, who was now still being oppressed by him. Ed then asked where Lucy was. Lortel replied, she was rolling around here, hiding in a corner. Ed would be relieved if Lucy could solve this situation, but Lortel was not sure she had the energy left to do that. Ed then invited her to solve this together. Coincidentally, that was what Lortel had planned to do. She was also surprised at Tarkan's defense. Even after she attacked him using 2 ice spears, given all her magic power, he was still able to survive. Ed suggested beheading him. Her ice magic was not suitable for cutting neatly, so he volunteered to do it. Lortel was confused, since Ed was also a magic user like her. Wouldn't it be better if Clebius, who was a swordsman, did it? Ed then asked if he could. After seeing the state of Clebius, Lortel also realized that he couldn't. Ed said that he would be responsible for end this. He told Lortel to stop the movement of Tarkan once. He would risk his life to her, so he asked her to do it well. Lortel was then surprised to hear that. She was surprised that Ed was talking about accountability and risking his life so casually. Actually, if you think about it, this is an uncertain bet, but Ed said that this is not a bet. Life is not cheap. This is an investment. Lortel smiled at that, because that was her specialty. Instead of acting like a submissive princess, she preferred to act like a ruler with royal blood. Since Ed gave his life to her, she would also hang her life on him. Hearing that, Ed then immediately started, and when Clebius could no longer stand after being chased by Tarkan for so long, Ed then came forward. Tarkan, who saw that, immediately roared towards him. Both of them were almost exhausted. Even so, he understood why Clebius was afraid, because he could also feel how powerful Tarkan was when he got closer. And when Tarkan was about to release a burst of breath, Ed then cast his wind magic. But this was not enough. He had to get closer, but he was then surprised when he saw a giant chained foot suddenly appear above him. Ed realized that it was a Glaskin foot. Clebius was also surprised when he saw it. Ed then wondered if this meant that Taylor and his group were entering the last phase, meaning that things were going as expected. But the timing was not right. Anyone would definitely be distracted when seeing a scene like that, and Tarkan didn't stop his breathing at all. He wasn't bothered by it, but, even in the midst of this huge chaos, Lortel didn't make a mistake. Lortel's attack managed to crack Tarkan's skin. He looked shocked by it, and Ed finally managed to get closer to him. This was the spell he had cast hundreds or even thousands of times, Windblade, an extremely powerful and amazing windblade that finally managed to cut Tarkan's neck neatly. He then got a system notification after successfully defeating High Fire Spirit Tarkan, and his magic spirit proficiency also increased dramatically because of that. The spirit contract slot has been opened. He can now make a contract with the spirit, but Ed's attention was immediately distracted when he saw Taylor's action. Taylor was seen speeding towards Glaskin's chained legs, and when he got close, he then immediately sent a very strong slash, which created a very powerful explosion effect. Taylor then just fell and looked unconscious after launching his attack. Ed, who saw it, could only lament that Taylor was really the protagonist, with lightning striking and bright lights illuminating the sky above them, which signaled the end of this sudden catastrophe. The next day, when the sun had just risen to illuminate the world, Ed and his group were seen leaning under a tree while enjoying the morning sun. Seeing Ed's flat expression, Lortel then asked what was wrong with him. They had just survived the crisis between life and death, but his sentiments seemed to be too brief. She then stretched out her hand and invited him to get acquainted properly. "I am Lortel Ketchuln." Ed did not refuse, but he was then surprised when he saw some gold coins in his hand. It was certainly Lortel's doing. She took advantage of the introduction between them to return the gold coins she had originally promised. Now he owes her. Lortel then said goodbye. Ed knew that Lortel wanted to try to maintain a relationship, but he didn't really want to have anything to do with her. But he was then surprised when Taylor suddenly approached him. Taylor said that he harbored hatred for him. He probably knew better. Seeing Taylor's new appearance now that his hair turned white, Ed realized that it was a manifestation of the Sword Saint ritual. Just like in the game, it was really impressive to him. Taylor continued, even so, he owed him a big thanks. While bowing, Taylor then sincerely thanked him. Clebius, who saw that, then told Taylor not to be so polite to people like Ed. One day, he wouldn't be surprised if he would stab them in the back. He almost died because of him. He seemed to still have a grudge with Ed for abandoning him when fighting Tarkan. After hearing Clebius' words, they then immediately told him to shut up. Fenia also admitted that Ed had a big contribution this time. She then invited him to enter the student council, but Ed immediately denied it and refused his invitation. Instead, the main damage provider in the conquest of Tarkan was Lucy, and Taylor also defeated Velosfer and Glaskin. He asked her to focus on that. Elvira then mocked him when she saw Ed so humble. Everyone knows the contribution of Lucy and Taylor. They are talking about other things. He told her not to be shy. Zix then told Elvira to respect Ed a little. Because he was her senior, Elvira was annoyed that Zix always took his side. Zix only asked her to show respect to Ed, so as not to affect the original storyline too much. He kept his distance from the main characters, but, when he saw them now, he couldn't help but feel warm. Even Ed couldn't help but smile at this moment, watching them in this world, playing their own roles, solving their own problems time after time. Taylor, who became strong in every trial, Isla, who became strong for Taylor, Phinia, who accepted her destiny as a princess, and slowly matured, Zix, who found his own way in the cracks of society, Clebius, who grew his confidence, and Elvira, who realized that pleasure and satisfaction are not everything in life. Lortel, who spent her life buried under a pile of gold coins, questioning her own life, all the main characters, with their respective roles, and in the end, the trophy of success. Realizing this fact, Ed then went to the place that he couldn't visit during the scenario. He then walked towards the cupboard beside the duel arena, looking at the cupboard lying in front of him. No matter how he thought, there were some things that felt lacking. That's why he was here, to shine light the success of the protagonists. Someone had to stay behind the curtain. Janica just chuckled when Ed found her. He then recalled when he was with Lortel. He asked why Janica was having a tantrum. Lortel said that she seemed to know the reason. She once happened to look into Janica's room. What she saw, there was a lot of sincere thanks, but, on her spacious desk, there was not even room to fully open a book. The quote stuck on the wall weighed on her shoulders like a stone. The solution was actually very easy, just remove all the quotes from the wall and clean the table full of gifts piled up, but Janica's misery was that she was like a fairy tale character who was impossible to do such a thing. Feeling compelled to repay every kindness and sincerity with all her efforts, it was certainly a reckless act. There was no need to explain how stupid her thoughts were. The philosopher dived into that darkness. Then Janica's tantrum could not be prevented, but Ed was confused. Why did it happen 1 month earlier than he expected? At the joint combat training, the original, Taylor was supposed to be the protagonist of this scenario, but with Lucy defeating Taylor in one attack, all the students turned into Janica fans. The reason Taylor could be defeated in one attack was because Lucy made a deal with Marilda. The opportunity to make a contract with Marilda arose because she often went to the North Forest, and she often went there because it was the perfect place for her to take a nap. The place to sleep was made by a character who was supposed to leave the stage at the beginning of Act 1. After being discovered by Ed, Janica just said she felt she knew why Lucy liked to nap here. It was very comfortable. She just didn't expect Ed to find it this easily. She thought the others had forgotten about her amidst all the chaos. It was a bit painful for her, after walking so proudly on the big stage, then forgotten after the problem was over. She thought they would immediately look for her whereabouts after seeing her disappear, but Ed said that she was hiding because she didn't want to be found. Janica didn't dodge. She didn't expect to be found this quickly. Even though she wanted to hide a little longer before going out, Ed then asked why. Janica replied she wanted to almost ugly cry now. Ed could only be silent hearing that. He then recalled the plea made by Marilda at that time. It seemed like a plea to save Janica from this incident, but he felt that it was impossible, because only he knew the future. Maybe what she meant was when everyone burdened Janica with attention, she probably thought that someone who kept her distance without being interested in Janica, could be someone she could rely on. But in the end, Janica's attempt failed. She tried to make a contract with the new high elemental spirit, but she rushed to do the summon ritual, then ended up being devoured by the dark spirit, and destroyed the faculty building in the process, studying and practicing magic until midnight, smiling for the sake of family, friends, and professors who supported her. But when she tried so hard to meet everyone's expectations, she must have had a really hard time in private, since that process itself was beautiful. Ironically, it made her failures also beautiful. Ed wasn't sure if this could comfort her. He then called out to her and said, "You've worked very hard." The parade of protagonists proudly crossed the stage above, amidst the applause and amazement. Meanwhile, backstage was quiet and dark. The end of Villain Act 1 was covered by the highlighted protagonists. Janica could only shed her tears after getting consolation from Ed. The spirits then suddenly floated to light up the room beautifully. Ed was amazed when he saw it. He had never witnessed a scene like this before. Of all the times he watched Act 1, only now he felt he had finally reached the end point. His magic spirit then rose to level 10, and some spirits began to have an interest in him, including the high wind spirit Marilda. Before he knew it, it had been 10 days since Janica's disciplinary committee finished. She confessed all her wrongdoings, and stated she would accept any punishment. However, from the first trial, her professors and friends came to her defense. At the second trial, Phinia declared she would not prosecute for the attempted murder of royalty, and testified that Janica, controlled by the philosopher, had no ill intent. Lortel acted to address the injuries and damages. The Elk Merchant Association fully funded the repairs without charging, of course. They made additional provisions to have the budget for the academic supplies they distributed to the school, and the final result of the trial was, Janika's privileges as a top-ranking student were revoked, all honor awards were returned, she was banned from entering Ophilus from the next semester, she was also kept under house arrest for 10 days and suspended for 20 days, but in exchange, she was not expelled from the academy. The professors and friends who supported her cheered happily when they heard the news. It was like a heart-wrenching youth drama. The friends were grateful that it was over, but they looked at Janika, who still looked gloomy. They felt that Janika must be very stressed at this time. Then, it was their turn to act. They then served Janika with drinks and ate sweet food to comfort her. They also whispered to never mention the Glasgow incident, and don't show unnecessary worry. Moreover, don't ask how she feels, it's better to talk about light and ordinary topics. They then agreed on that and prepared to encourage Janika, but Janika suddenly said, liking and loving someone, why do these two feelings feel so different? They were surprised when Janika suddenly talked about it. Janika then stammered, saying that it was about her friend. Blushing, she said, her friend was dreaming. After arranging a flower arrangement for someone, she was suddenly called from behind by someone. The person looked like Ed, who looked like a prince with his white horse. She then placed the flower arrangement on Ed's head and said that she made this for him, and they then had fun together. Janika said that her friend kept dreaming like that, but they immediately knew the truth behind Janika's clumsy lie. Because she couldn't even see anyone during the 10 days of house arrest, but they pretended not to know and asked, then what did her friend say again? Janika said, she sat in the room and daydreamed. Suddenly that person's face always appeared in her mind. Hearing that, one of her friends named Anise immediately ran away on the pretext that she had promised to help the assistant professor. Now only Clara is left. In order not to hurt Janika's sensitive heart, she must have this conversation. Slowly and carefully, one mistake will spread to the whole school, because this is the love story of Janika Faye Lover. She then called Janika and said, maybe you are thinking too much about it. Liking or hating someone is more complex than she thinks. Janika then asked, is it? Clara continued, isn't it better to just be honest with your feelings now? Isn't it better for you or for that person? Janika felt that Clara had a point. Clara then suggested to be careful in talking about this sensitive issue in the future. It could not be good for her reputation, or her friend, or that person. Janika finally realized that. Clara was relieved because she managed to prevent rumors. Janika then thanked her for her advice. She said she would go back to the Ophilus Hall first to report on her suspension, while Clara just said she would sit here longer. She needed to think about something. She then waved her hand towards Janika as a form of farewell. Clara could finally be relieved after successfully encouraging Janika and preventing Janika from becoming more depressed. Back to Ed. He had been saving money endlessly, but thanks to Phinia, his fees for the next semester were waived. He then bought some equipment with the gold coins he had now. He was then surprised when he saw Janika in front of him. He had been avoiding her, but now that Act 1 starring Janika was over, Ed then took the initiative to greet her. He felt that maybe it didn't matter if he greeted her first. While Janika herself looked surprised when Ed suddenly greeted her, she then felt panicked and embarrassed to answer back his greeting. But she then didn't know what else to say. She then remembered Clara's words. She had to be honest with her feelings. Until finally she chose to run away on the pretext that she had a need in the Ophilus Hall. It was too hard for Janika, and Ed Roth Taylor, who made the kind Janika be truthful, was kinda amazing in a way, but Ed then decided not to think about it too much, because he was going to be very busy too, looking at the spacious land in front of him. It was time to build the cabin he planned. On the first day, it started with selecting a shady, spacious, and inconspicuous location, then started with leveling the land. On the third day, he started collecting wood. This work was made easy thanks to his high wind blade proficiency. On the sixth day, he temporarily paused the construction of the cabin because the results of the end of semester exam had come out. His score was quite high in theory and his practical score was much higher than the average new student, but he was confused because Janika was still ignoring him. Janika's friends, Clara and Anise, signaled him to stay away. Even though he had no intention of approaching, on day 18, the construction of his cabin was almost complete. He wondered if there was anyone else who honed the wind blade skill so expertly like him. On day 20, the vacation began. He could dedicate all his time to the construction of his cabin. He also found Lucy, who was caught in the trap he set earlier, in a state of deep sleep. He felt it was time to stop using jerky as bait. On the 27th day, Maya visited. She also shared some herbs and mushrooms with him. When she asked about what happened to Janica, he replied that he seemed to have made Janica hate him, and Maya looked confused when she heard his answer. On the 30th day, one side of his wooden wall collapsed. He realized then that installing the joints properly wasn't enough to keep it up. He was upset about it, and when he went to school, he ran into Janica and her friends again near the dorm bakery. Janica, as usual, ran away as soon as their eyes met, and her friends were now looking at him with hatred. On the 37th day, Zix came to help. He then said that Taylor was a better person than he thought. As Ed had said before, Ed was happy that things were going according to his original story. Zix then asked if they were going to hammer this whole side too. Ed said no. He told him to leave that part alone. It was a place for sloppy smoke. And on the 45th day, Ed then walked to the cabin he had worked so hard to build. He then sat down to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Neither the floor nor the walls had been polished, and there was not a single piece of furniture. This was just a cabin made of rough wood, but it has this outer wall and roof. No insects can enter if the door is closed. Ed then stretched his neck while smiling slightly. A system notification then appeared. His crafting proficiency increased after successfully crafting a wooden cabin with a difficulty level of 4 stars, and Ed now finally has his own home. Outside the cabin, Janica was seen hiding behind a tree. She was currently peeking at Ed with a feeling of embarrassment. Ed then thought about what else he needed to add to his cabin. He felt that adding walls, floors, furniture, a fireplace, and a fence might be a good idea. He also felt that it would be good to have a small storage shed for firewood and other items. Ed suddenly noticed the presence of someone on the roof of his cabin. That person turned out to be Lucy, who was now fast asleep on the roof. But Ed was then surprised when he saw someone suddenly greeting him. That person was Janica. Ed then greeted her back. He also asked what made her come here. Janica immediately sweated and could only smile awkwardly at his question. She then recalled her conversation with Maya. While combing her hair, Maya told her. At that time she visited the forest and saw an interesting sight at Ed's camp. Janica then asked if she meant his hut. Hearing that, Maya then asked how she knew. Janica only replied that she saw it while passing by. Maya could only accept the random answer from Janica. She continued. She said Ed himself built it. Surprisingly, the shape looked good, quite satisfying. She didn't know that Ed had such talent. Janica was happy when Maya praised Ed. Maya said she also wanted to go inside the cabin. She wanted to see the contents and confirm its sturdiness. Janica blushed after hearing that, because she also had such thoughts. Maya again whispered in her ear. After all, she was human. Wouldn't anyone passing by be curious about who built it and what was inside? That's a normal response. Maya's whisper is like the devil's whisper for Janica. Back to Ed. Blushingly, Janica then said that she was just passing by, as if she wanted to visit Marilda. She saw the cabin and wanted to check it out. Wasn't he curious about who made it and what was in it? Isn't that normal? Hearing that, Ed could only answer yes. Janica then embarrassedly praised that the cabin was cool. Ed said that he built it not long ago. Did the spirits not tell him? Janica stammeringly replied that the spirits did tell her, but only just, which made him think, oh, apparently there is a cabin there. Janica lied, because in fact she had ordered the spirits to spy on Ed's daily life all this time. She also asked them to tell her about Ed's body that they peeped into. She even always had nosebleeds every time she listened to reports from the spirits. But Janica still said that she didn't chat much with the spirits. She didn't know much about Ed's daily activities, but she was then surprised when Ed suddenly invited her to go into his cabin for a while. Janica immediately blushed and happily accepted his invitation. Once inside, Janica was amazed and wondered if Ed himself made all this, and without realizing that night had finally arrived, they then made a campfire to warm themselves. After receiving a cup of warm water from Ed, Janica then said that she owed a lot this time. Even the princess and Lortel went that far. There were also friends who offered to lend her dues money. She confusedly asked how she could pay all this. Ed was silent for a moment after hearing that. He then said, if she couldn't pay it, then forget it. The idea that she had to pay the debt was probably a deeply ingrained idea. Janica had never thought of it that way. Indeed, Janica was that kind of person. Her problem started because she was burdened by that sincerity, something that many people didn't understand. Although there were many people who offered to provide help, or lend her the dues money, she then decided to choose to enter the outdated Dex Hall instead of the upper-level Ophilus Hall, perhaps to reduce her debt even a little. But in Ophilus Hall, one room is for one person, while in Dex Hall one room is for 8 or more people. For Janica, all day being in the middle of many people looking at her enviously must have felt like being imprisoned. In the end, none of the problems were solved. She has not been able to get out of the vicious circle. Ed then said, if she wants to enjoy her own time, she can come here and stay whenever she wants. He doesn't mind. Janica was silent for a moment after hearing that. She then smiled and accepted his offer. She also thanked him for that. She also asked Ed to tell her if he was having a hard time or there was something that was very difficult to face alone. She promised that she would definitely help. Ed just smiled at that. He also pondered what difficulties he would face. The second semester would come soon. It was time for Act 2 to start. That old book, The Sage's Scroll, a book written by the great sage of Sylvania that contains holy magic. Holy study is known as a high-level magic discipline that defies the laws of the world. The storm triggered by it will devour the entire academy. Looking at the protected book in front of her, Lortel could smell the scent of money from it, but still, Ed felt that it would not happen, so he refused Janica's helping hand. He appreciated her intentions, but it would not happen. To him, it seemed that it was Taylor who would soon face a difficult time. This was not really his business, but it would be very difficult. He then encouraged himself. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, Act 2, the Ophilus Hall Occupation Incident. The upperclassmen at Ophilus Hall were like a nobleman, priority seating in class, freedom at mealtimes, personal servants, and other comforts that were on a whole different level. The problem began here. As soon as the vacation ended and the return to the academy began, heavy rains poured down on the southwestern part of the Bel Air region, where the island of Arkan was located. The academy, normally, provided horse-drawn carriages to return to the academy in ships exclusively for the students of Ophilus Hall, and even allowed several days of tardiness without penalty. On the contrary, for the students of Dex Hall, even those who managed to reach the academy after braving the torrential rain, worried about the penalties that could be earned for missing the deadline of returning to the academy. Right here it exploded, of course. All this happened because of the intervention of a certain merchant. That merchant had already made contact with Will Rain, the representative of the low-ranked students. This person was just planning a way to launch an attack on the academy in Ophilus Hall. The discontent that had already peaked was enough to give a reason that would trigger the anger of the low-ranked students and ordinary students, and the rest would be taken care of by Will Rain, a master of incitement and oratory. The situation was ready. A clear difference in service between ordinary students who had to go through a torrential downpour to return to the academy, and the special treatment for Ophilus Hall students. Lortel then sent a proposal to adjust and support the flexible return period given specifically to Ophilus Hall students. Some of the butlers and administrative review departments that manage the Ophilus Hall are already on Lortel's side. They will support Lortel's proposal. At this point, it is not important whether the academy does accept Lortel's proposal or not. Just seriously discussing such a proposal is enough to trigger the anger of the lower-ranked students. The situation should be made as big and exciting as possible. The Ophilus Hall is filled with artworks entrusted by noble and influential families. The walls, carpets, and wooden furniture are all the work of craftsmen. The more property damage, the better. Ideally, destroying the Ophilus Hall would be best. If they caused a big enough mess, it would deal a fatal blow to the Academy's finances, which were already cornered by the Glasgow incident, and it would give the Elk Merchant Association an advantage in the ongoing negotiations regarding the purchase of the Sage's Scroll. The Sage's Scroll is the heart of Sylvania, a magic tome, but sometimes those who are cornered will put even their heart into the negotiation table. Looking at the rain that never stopped, she then wondered when the rain would stop. The supportive sky without sunlight, just like the sky she used to see through the leaking roof tiles in the slums. She mocked herself for being comfortable. This romantic learning center has a lot of light sources. In the darkness inherent in life, this dirty self is increasingly apparent. A table full of traces of conspiracy, evidence of a dark life, always attacking from behind and doubting the intentions of others, the characteristics of a life filled with desperation to survive. While trying to survive, somehow it has become like that. but this did not change her filthy and tainted origin, so as if bewitched, she wandered around looking for someone similar, even in Sylvania, which is filled with shining people, whether there could be anyone who would accept a filthy and tainted mouse. Relying on uncertain hope, wandering aimlessly in search of family ties, Lortel suddenly feels lonely, the nature of which never changes. Lortel's attitude to survive the sad reality is always the same. Lortel is always the dark curtain that hides the grim truth behind the scenes. The audience calls it the black curtain. In the original story, the Ophilus Hall occupation incident was a story where the protagonist had to stop the low-ranking students triggered by Lortel in Ophilus Hall on several floors. There were mid-bosses who helped the low-ranking students and hindered the protagonist. The first-floor mid-boss Windcatcher Tote, he was the one who mocked Taylor as a failed student, was easily bribed by Lortel after holding a grudge for being defeated by Taylor's group. His role was to overcome the new servants guarding the first floor, and open the door of Ophilus Hall, to let the students in. The students were then shocked and they saw the door suddenly open from the inside. They then immediately rushed inside, hoping that their cries could be better heard by the academy. And when the students passed through the first floor, the person who played the role of stopping the protagonist's group from coming to block them was the first act 2-phase boss, Windcatcher Tote. But when Will Rain met him, he was shocked because he didn't think that the person who was bribed by Lortel was someone he never expected. Tote was supposed to do this role at first, but somehow Ed replaced him. And he himself was surprised because he had become the mid-boss now. To explain how this could happen, we have to go back to 2 days ago, day 2 leading up to the Ophilus Hall incident. His archery skills were now well honed after he had survived in the forest for some time, and now he was seen in his hunting session. He was not talented in combat skills, so every time he went hunting, he forced himself to use a crossbow, but even after a semester and half of vacation, his proficiency in crossbow-related skills remained stagnant, especially recently. Around his residence, there were sometimes some visitors. He could only resign himself to that. The number of people who knew that he lived in the North Forest seemed to be increasing. Among the visitors he often met, there were 3 most important people. Visitor A was a genius magician, and her visiting hours were very random. She also often bothered him regarding the design of his cabin, such as adding a back door and so on, but Ed ignored her and quickly kicked her out. But she didn't give up so easily. She continued to pester him about the cabin design. She was very enthusiastic when talking about this. Ed just felt that Visitor A was very unpredictable, unlike Visitor A. Visitor B was someone he was quite welcoming. She was a second-year top-ranked student and a fairly reliable spirit sorcerer. She also sometimes brought him things every time she visited, and often helped him with his homework. He didn't mind her frequent visits and welcomed her without any inconvenience. This spirit sorcerer came every day, chatting with the spirits or helping with small things. Ed was very grateful for being greatly helped by her presence. Ed also praised her for doing a good job, but Janica immediately turned her face away while blushing. Ed, who didn't know her true feelings, could only be surprised to see that. Sometimes she was quite easy to understand, but sometimes there were parts that were difficult to understand about her. She even once asked how often Lucy came to his residence with a scary look. Even so, she was still an important visitor, and the main reason why he explained all this was because Visitor C, when it was night time with the moon shining so beautifully above the sky, she visited his residence accompanied by a maid. In this world, she was known as the Golden Daughter. She was the mastermind behind the scenes of Act 2. She was probably trying to gather useful people to take control of the Ophilus Hall, but this time, Ed really didn't want to get involved, so he decided to refuse everything she offered. If he didn't get involved, everything would go according to the scenario. At least that's what Ed thought at the moment, until he heard from Lortel that Tote was unconscious. Ed was surprised why this was not going according to the scenario. He then asked why Tote fell unconscious. He immediately told Lortel to explain it in detail. Lortel was quite surprised when she saw the sudden change in his attitude. Originally Tote picked a fight with Taylor, but he was supposed to get beaten just enough by Taylor, because he was just showing his disbelief in Taylor defeating Glaskin. Everyone in the school knew that Taylor was beaten by Lucy with 1 blow, but for some reason, Tote then insulted Taylor by saying that he was even worse than that insect Ed Roth Taylor. And Zix, who heard that, immediately hit him hard in the face, which caused him to fall unconscious. Zix was very angry when he heard him insult Ed. Alvira, who saw the incident, said this was the first time she had seen Zix this angry before. Lortel could only sigh when telling that. She couldn't believe someone who was so emotional. She then assured Ed that his task was not difficult. He just needs to take this key from Ellis and get into the Ophilus Hall, then open the door when the low-ranking students are gathering in front of the Ophilus Hall. Hearing that, Ed then asked, "Why did she choose him when there are many people who can also do that?" "It's because she can't trust all of them, even if she offered them a lot of money. There is no guarantee that they will leak the truth to the Academy's internal investigators after this incident. If they leaked that Lortel from the first year was the mastermind behind all this, then her position would be threatened, so she couldn't trust them." Hearing that, Ed at that time realized that the reason Lortel asked for his help was because of his already bad reputation. Lortel then reassured him. Didn't he want revenge after being expelled from the Ophilus Hall? But Ed said that he didn't really want to do that, but even so, he would still listen to her offer. Ed just felt he had to do it in moderation. Lortel smiled at that. She then offered 20 gold coins, and Ed agreed to that. He thought, before the story went further astray, he just needed to reset everything. Day 1 to the Ophilus Hall incident. While studying, Ed then thought about the Ophilus Hall incident scenario. The Ophilus Hall possession incident occurred before the Sage's Scroll contest began. Lortel's ploy to drive the Academy's finances into complete madness, so this was like a stepping episode. If the scenario went as it should, Lortel, who succeeds in this conspiracy, will form an independent interest group within the Academy called Merchantry, thus creating a structure that rivals Princess Phenia's Student Association, the Idealistic Student Association and the Realistic Merchantry. The most important thing is, whoever Taylor chooses will ultimately determine who the winning side is. So Ed decided to observe and join the side that seemed to be winning. He also needed to survive. The weather outside was raining, and Janica, who was visiting here, got rained on. She also felt that it would be better to go back to the dormitory. She originally thought that the rain would stop today. She felt that Ed must be difficult. She could come and go like she was camping, but he had to be here even in rainy weather like today. Hearing that, Ed said that he was just getting used to living here. Now that the vacation was almost over, it was time for Janica to move out of Ophilus Hall. She never thought that the size of Dex Hall was so small. She needed to throw away a lot of things, so she offered it to Ed. If he needed anything, just tell her. He must need a lot of things. Ed didn't deny it. Janica said she had extra blankets, pillows, lanterns, and so on, as well as various other necessities and consumables, so she felt it was a pity to throw away these items, and throwing them away was troublesome. She also couldn't bring the furniture because it belonged to the Ophilus Hall. Janica was very enthusiastic when she wanted to help him, and Ed happily accepted. Janica was happy to hear that, and said she would bring it all when the new semester started. Their attention was then distracted when they saw Lucy, who was standing still on the roof with the rain pattering all over her body. Janica then asked if she often did that. Ed replied, sometimes. Lucy's extraordinarily strong powers didn't come free of cost for her. She lived her life running away using her laziness as an excuse. No matter how many screws she had loose, she couldn't help but reflect on her life on rainy days like this one. Ed said she liked to do things like that when it rained. He told Janica not to think about it too much. He didn't really care either. Janica was very happy when she saw his indifferent attitude towards Lucy. Ed then suddenly called Janica. Janica was then confused by that. Come to think of it, she's still inside Ophilus Hall. When the Ophilus Hall gets occupied, protection runes will activate on a large scale, and lock all students inside their rooms. Janica would have no trouble escaping from there on her own, but Ed then said that he wanted to ask for her help. Janica then asked what it was. Ed then asked her, tomorrow night around 9 o'clock. Could she go out to the rose garden in front of the Ophilus Hall? Janica was initially confused to hear that, but she then misunderstood when she heard the word rose garden. Ed did not immediately explain the specific reason, and would tell her later. He could not think of a way to explain it. Just in case, he had to first get Janica out of the Ophilus Hall, and go somewhere not too far away, where she could avoid the storm. Janica then accepted that. With a heart full of joy, Janica then said goodbye and left under the patter of rain. Ed could only be silent to see that. He could only exhale. The rain would probably only stop during the school reopening ceremony in the morning. At that time, they would be able to see clear skies after a long time. After that, this forest will also definitely be filled with the scent of autumn, and this long vacation will finally come to an end. Day 0 towards the Ophilus Hall incident. At exactly 9 p.m., inside the Ophilus Hall, Zix was seen practicing hard. Even so, he felt that his practice was still lacking. He also felt that he should avoid reacting emotionally as much as possible. He did not expect Aika to be that angry. He then ended his training session, but he was then surprised when he looked out the window. There was a mysterious figure wrapped in a cloak running towards the Ophilus Hall under the patter of rain. That figure was Ed. When he went inside, he was then guided by a maid. He asked what about the other maids. The maid replied, except for the main staff, most of them are gathered in a conference room. The head maid called them to gather to discuss important matters. The plan is to storm them there and block the entrance, since the person in command have been bribed. Ed feels that the plan will go smoothly. The maid also said that the item he mentioned earlier has been prepared. She put it in the corner. Ed thanked her for that. All the preparations were done, and the incident of controlling the Ophilus Hall finally began. The lower-ranked students were very excited in voicing their opinions. They both held a torch which made the atmosphere even more unfavorable. They said that they could no longer stand this kind of treatment, and demanded the academy to uphold equality in learning. This is the land of learning, Will Rain also loudly said. Respond to our voice. And when the students were about to storm in forcefully, they were then shocked and they saw the doors suddenly opened from the inside. Not wasting this opportunity, they then jointly entered to take control of the Ophilus Hall. Will Rain then thanked the person who opened the door to them. That person was Ed. He had also kept a maid. He then half-heartedly said that he had long approved of the words he had been saying. Of course, he used to live luxuriously in Ophilus Hall, but only after being expelled did he realize how fortunate his life was. Will Rain's body shook violently when he heard his praise. He was deeply touched to hear that. He then blamed himself for judging Ed after hearing some rumors. He just found out that he was someone so wise. He really had played a big role today. Ed just said that it was all this is thanks to him and immediately told him to leave. Will Rain then said that he would rely on him to take care of this place. Will Rain is the one who will bear all this. He can only apologize, and can only encourage him. He doesn't need to chase after the maids who escaped. Right now, the main maids are likely to report that they are trapped in the conference room. The head maid Alice, a protection magic circle expert, is under Lortel's control. With the activation of the protection magic circle, the protection magic circle that was supposed to be a protection for the students, instead turned to imprison the students. The students could only wonder what was really going on outside, if things would get better if they waited. Everything was going according to the scenario, and the mastermind who arranged all this, Lortel then came and praised him. Everything was going more perfectly than she thought. She felt that she had made the right decision to trust and leave it to him, and the mastermind had now stepped onto the stage. Lortel visited him under the heavy patter of rain. It caused her socks to get wet, which was also the reason why she hated rainy days. Ed then asked her if she had been watching the situation from outside. Lortel only smiled slightly at the question as she walked closer to him. She then replied, once the academy staff started to interfere, the situation will be quickly obstructed, so we need to carry out our duties before that happens. Ed also thought like that and encouraged her. Although she felt this was a bit sudden, Lortel then asked him, had he ever killed someone? Ed was silent for a moment hearing that. He then replied no. Or rather not yet. Lortel then said that she had too, while chuckling, but she had often done similar things, because she had to survive. In order to survive, she stepped on the lives of others, and stabbed them in the back so that she would not be betrayed. She had no choice but to do so, and she had lived to forgive herself. But really, that was just self-justification. Golden Daughter Lortel's name was made like this. The fact that she did not deserve sympathy was something she realized. More than anything else, that was why, overwhelmed, she then asked, would he be willing to sympathize with someone like her? She was looking for someone similar. The feeling of loneliness came to both good and bad people. In order to get out of this loneliness, she was forced to look for someone who also entered the mud. Only by finding someone who was willing to sink with her to the bottom of the swamp could she possibly be saved. Of course Ed felt that person was not him. Ed then replied no. She had to take responsibility for her own decision. Lortel was silent for a moment hearing that. She then smiled slightly and said, stupidly I said something out of context. She then said that she had to go and carry out her duties. There was not much time. Ed could only stare at her who was now slowly walking away. He then could only sigh. Ed knew Lortel would now discuss the plan and what the next task would be with Alice, after causing the Awfulest Hall Protection Magic Circle to rage and handing over control of the Magic Circle to Will Rain, the low-ranked student representative. That way, Will Rain, as the representative of the low-ranked students protected by all sorts of defensive magic spread throughout Awfulest Hall, would become the boss of the 4th floor, a scenario to subdue Will Rain's restlessness in the midst of the endlessly raging magic circle. Now, he just needed to sit tight and wait for Taylor to break in. If he wasted even a little time and lost, Taylor would rise to the 2nd floor quickly. Getting hit a few times or getting injured during the game might happen, but it was a necessary sacrifice. In the Rose Garden, Janica was surprised to see a carriage coming this late. She felt like someone important had come. She wondered if she and Ed were even allowed to be here. Janica had been in the Rose Garden for some time according to Ed's directions. She also felt that Ed didn't know about the golden carriage. Ed had left her a note. He said that he needed to leave for a while because of some sudden business and asked her to wait for a while. Janica, who read that, then wondered if he was preparing something special. She was really looking forward to it. No matter whether it was the golden carriage or anything else, Janica would never leave the gazebo in the Rose Garden, no matter what, because for 3 days she had been thinking and curious about what story Ed wanted to tell. While feeling restless, she continued to listen to Ed's news from Marilda. Based on the reports from the spirits, Janica knew that not only Lucy, but also Princess Phineas, Belle Maya, Zix, and even Lortel were seen visiting Ed's residence. Ironically, the fact that most of them were female students made her heart hurt even more. So she would wait for Ed no matter how long it was. While waiting for the arrival of her sweetheart, Janica then looked at whether her appearance was suitable with her iris flower hairpin, but she then felt that the Cosmos hairpin must be more beautiful. She paused for a moment after realizing that, then decided to return to the Awfulest Hall to change her hairpin, and she headed to the Awfulest Hall under the patter of rain. There were 3 figures now standing in front of the Awfulest Hall. They were Taylor, Isla and Elvira. Isla then wondered if entering the Awfulest Hall was really the right decision. Elvira was very unhappy with her indecision. She had spread very expensive herbs in her room. Even so, Isla felt that maybe it was better for them to wait for the academy staff to handle it. Elvira certainly did not agree with that. If the herbs were not collected in time and preserved with magic, their properties would change. Such a small difference could change the results of the experiment. They certainly knew what she meant, right? Taylor, who saw that, felt worried, and immediately asked Isla to stop Elvira, who wanted to enter the Awfulest Hall alone. Isla could only laugh unwillingly at that. She then suggested, what if they just let her? Elvira was the leader of the alchemy faculty, so she felt she could definitely be alone. But what Taylor meant was not that. It was not Elvira who was in danger, but the lower-ranked students. He was worried that Elvira would go crazy and spray whatever reagents were in her hands. Hearing that, they then together tried to stop Elvira, but it was useless. Elvira then told them to stop talking, and invited the 2 of them to break through with her to her room on the 4th floor. Isla then asked, so we just need to go to your room, we don't need to do anything else? Elvira said yes, as long as the herbs are safe. If there are people blocking the way, we have to break through. And when Elvira forcefully broke down the door, she was then surprised when she saw who was inside. Ed was sitting as if he was waiting for them. Taylor then asked why he was in the Awfulest Hall, and Elvira seriously looked at him. She then analyzed the situation, the traces of a group of students passing by, a carelessly placed cupboard, and its position with its back to the stairs. Based on all these things, she came to a conclusion. With a faint smile, she found this interesting. She didn't expect this. She then asked, did he want to stop them? Ed didn't deny it, and said that they couldn't go through here. Elvira found this interesting. But did he think he could stop her if she said she was going to break through? She did hear from Zix that Ed had a high magic proficiency, but what he mastered was only basic magic. On the other hand, they had a capable swordsman, a magician who could use magic at the level of a typical first-year student, and an alchemist who showed the best ability this year. She didn't think the 3 of them would lose to Ed. Taylor then asked what his purpose was. He also told him to tell them what happened upstairs right away. Ed just stayed silent hearing that. Seeing his silence, Taylor then decided to immediately rush to attack and force him to talk. Seeing Taylor, who rushed towards him, Ed then threw a chair, but his throw was easily dispelled by Taylor. Elvira looked at their battle and seriously analyzed it. Judging from the flow of the mana, it was just basic magic. because he was a magician, Elvira felt that Ed must be targeting Taylor, who was good at close combat, but she was then surprised, when she saw Ed instead throwing the wind blade upwards. It then broke the chain that supported the chandelier in the sky. Taylor could only stare blankly at the chandelier that was about to fall on him, until finally the chandelier fell, which then caused a devastating effect. But fortunately Taylor could avoid it quickly. The students in the Ophelis Hall also heard and were surprised by the sound. Clebius also anxiously asked what happened outside. Taylor then worried when he saw Isla, who fell. He then told Taylor not to worry, she only fell because of the shock earlier. Taylor then asked about Elvira's condition. Elvira told him not to worry about her. Their view was a little blurry because the impact of the chandelier's fall caused dust to fly, and a wind blade then came towards Elvira, which then cut her hair. She was then very surprised by that. The wind blade also cut the shoulder strap of her bag, which made her bag fall. She felt a little panicked at this time and realized that Ed was really serious. She was also sure that something was happening above, and when the flying dust slightly disappeared, Ed, who had been in front of them, suddenly disappeared. Elvira then glanced at her fallen bag, which contained potions that were now scattered on the floor. She then tried to pick up the potions, but Ed then recited, "Ignition." And a burning fire suddenly burned the entire room where they were. The battlefield was set up, so naturally, almost like water flowing. Elvira realized the seriousness of the situation they were now facing. Ed's decision-making was very agile and accurate. She then blamed Zix for not telling them the details about Ed completely. This man not only had a high magic proficiency. The burning field had now separated the two of them. Elvira also became unable to take her potions. Their core power was in her being the head of the alchemy faculty, but the most crucial weakness of the alchemy faculty was, without relying on magic tools or potions, their direct combat ability was almost non-existent. Usually, alchemy faculty members wear emergency magic tools in the form of rings or necklaces to be on guard, but she disdains carrying such things. She feels that geniuses don't seem to need such things, because it is also troublesome. She also wondered, could it be? That guy has thought so far. He deliberately caused the candles to fall, and created a wall of fire shortly after, to target her bag, but she immediately denied her guess, because she thought he should be targeting the main bag, not the rope. Then, she also didn't think he could think that far, because he was just a mere Ed Roth Taylor. He then took out a blue pearl-like object. He still had a card that he hadn't taken out. He then slammed the pearl on the floor, which then turned it into a winged rabbit. She then drew a magic circle on the rabbit's back, applying fire resistance and berserk. Then, reinforced, right after that, the rabbit's size suddenly grew to more than twice her body size. While Elvira was taking out her card to get out of the situation, Isla was still worried about the situation that befell them. She then cast a spell to extinguish the fire, but a wind blade suddenly attacked towards her, which also destroyed the spell she cast. Isla could only frantically scream seeing that, but fortunately, the wind blade was immediately parried by Taylor before it could hit her. Taylor then worriedly asked her to hold on. Isla immediately broke out in a cold sweat because she felt that she was about to meet her death. Isla was indeed confident in her knowledge of magic, but her combat ability was only average even among first-year students who had just learned basic magic. With Ed blatantly targeting Isla, he couldn't even get close to him. Not only that, he and Isla even became difficult to even move. Elvira then suddenly called him and asked, "You can beat him if we shorten the distance to him, right?" Taylor was then confused when he heard the question. But Elvira didn't explain it directly and ordered her summoned rabbit to immediately attack towards Ed. Seeing that, Taylor then replied, "It's not about whether he can or not, he has to do it." Elvira liked his enthusiasm. She then protected herself with a cloak and immediately lunged towards the flames. Isla then felt worried for her when she saw it, even though it made her cloak burn. But it made her able to get to where her potions fell earlier. She was very happy because she could meet her favorite potions again. As for Ed, when he saw the big rabbit coming towards him, he then once again cast Wind Blade, but his target was not the rabbit, but Elvira, who was currently busy picking up her potions. He then threw his attack at her, but there was no panic on Elvira's face when she saw it. She just thought it seemed that Ed had made a little preparation, but he was late. She then used the reinforcement release magic on her potion, then threw it towards the Wind Blade. It was a special potion made by mixing the night butterfly flower and gal mushroom, and when mixed using the reinforcement release magic formula, An explosion would occur and have a suppressed emission magic power, and temporarily subdues the products that result from magic formulas. The effect of the explosion even scorched the surrounding area. Elvira then silently asked him, did he know what she meant? A magician who could not use magic anymore. Ed managed to defend himself from the explosion using the big rabbit's body which he used as a shield, which made it look like he was still okay and came out unscathed, but Elvira just scoffed at that because she felt he was just acting like he was okay. He now couldn't use magic anymore. While they had a fighter on their side, she then told Taylor to attack him immediately. Taylor then immediately rushed forward, but Ed seemed to run when he saw it. Taylor then asked if he was running away. Ed certainly didn't just run away. He then picked up a wooden block nearby, and threw it down to block his path. It also caused the bucket of oil to spill onto the floor. The oil then flowed onto the floor, and when the oil met the fire, a spark then occurred, and the smoldering fire then burned the surrounding area. Based on the smell, Taylor realized that this was oil. Elvira then asked him if he was crazy. They were in the Awfulest Hall. If the fire spread to the corridor, it would definitely cause an accident, and Taylor was still not afraid when he saw it. Whether it was a fire made by magic or a fire spread by oil, he could cut through it all with his elemental slash, since the effect of this reagent wouldn't last more than a few minutes, so before anyone got hurt, he would end it. Seeing him desperately rushing forward, Elvira then worriedly asked him to stop. The window was opened wide enough for all the smoke to escape, and he had removed all the carpets that could catch fire. He also moved everything that was flammable. Based on all that, she knew, Ed had planned everything even here. Ed then took out a bow. Seeing that, Elvira then frantically once again tried to stop Taylor, who rushed forward. But it was in vain. Ed then drew his bow towards Taylor, who rushed towards him, although he was surprised Ed could use a crossbow. But Taylor was confident he could stop it, but he was then surprised, because the target of Ed's shot was not him, but Isla, who was behind him. Seeing an arrow attacking towards her, Isla then immediately frantically tried to stop it, but she could not even use even basic defense magic at the moment, because the effect of Elvira's magic formula was still there. Taylor was then very anxious to see that. And in the midst of the anxiety that engulfed them, the arrow suddenly stopped right in front of Isla. The arrow seemed to be held back by some kind of energy ball. The energy ball turned out to come from Elvira, who was using a round-shaped item that released electricity around it. She sighed in relief because it was almost. The item she used was called Claw Hand, a magic machine tool that can release power to pull small objects from afar as long as they are still within sight. But Elvira was then surprised when she carefully looked at the arrow again. She was surprised because the arrow did not have an arrowhead, but instead was wrapped in cloth. She then realized that Ed was still holding back. She then immediately told Taylor to be careful. She was sure Ed must have other tricks that he had not used, but her warning ended in vain, because Taylor did not listen at all. He then attacked Ed using his sword, but his attack could still be resisted by Ed. Ed suddenly heard a noise. Based on the noise, he knew it came from the second floor. He also asked, "Is it time already?" The voice came from Clebius. He anxiously said, "If we stay still, we will all die." The last chapter of Act 2, The Awfulest Hall Mastery Incident. The second floor boss, Wicked Clebius, went on a rampage. Ed then sighed with relief because his role was now over. He then let himself be hit by Taylor's attack. It made him fall and hit the wall, and made the dust fly. Elvira was dumbfounded by the sudden change. She was surprised why Ed was defeated so easily. The whole floor became a mess due to their battle. After defeating him, Taylor then asked him if he was crazy. He must have a reason to go this far. Elvira really felt icky during the battle. It felt like they were just being deliberately played. If he really wanted to prevent them, he could have done it without showing himself and ambushed them by dropping the candle lamp. But instead he was blatantly standing in front of them and blocking them. There was no sign of carelessness during the battle after that. There was something strange here. Seeing him stop talking, Ed then asked if he was done. If they were done, he then told them to stop babbling and immediately go upstairs. They were then confused to hear that he had been blocking them. Taylor then asked what this meant. With the gloomy atmosphere that engulfed the Awfulest Hall and the patter of rain that fell on the building, Elvira then asked, why did he let them go? Taylor was then surprised to hear her question. He was confused why Elvira said Ed let them go. Elvira ignored Taylor's confusion, feeling angry. She then said that she couldn't just let this pass without knowing what really happened. Seeing him not answering, Elvira then told him to immediately answer her question. Why did he let them go? But there was absolutely no response from Ed. He just looked at her with an apathetic look. Elvira then got angry at that, and in the middle of their argument, the entrance door suddenly opened, and a girl then entered. Camellia's flower hairpin was something that this girl had painstakingly selected all night. Could someone humiliate her pure love by calling it naive? It might have been delusional, but imagining happy thoughts is up to a person's freedom. But the gap between imagination and reality can sometimes be cruel. The boy she thought would appear at the gazebo in a dashing style was instead attacked by a group of brats and lay there covered in blood. A feeling of anger then fell on her when she saw that. She then asked what they had done. When she read the letter, it would be a lie to say that she didn't suspect that something wrong was going on. He might be caught up in something unexpected, but from his simple life to the way he showed himself during the Glaskin showdown, no matter how big or small his job was, Ed Roth Taylor was someone who had created a certain expectation around him that he could solve any problem. Only after being stabbed in the blind spot, someone hidden in complacency would be able to truly reflect on himself. She had said to him, if he had any problems he could talk to her. At that time, she would definitely help him. However, Ed never asked for her help. He made sure to take Janica out of the Awfulest Hall and left an unusual letter. The reason he had to fight here, to the point of bleeding, was because Janica had been subjected to various disciplinary actions due to the Glaskin incident, so she had to be removed from the battlefield. Janica didn't know what really happened. He had taken care of her so that she wouldn't get caught up in the situation, but instead she was busy taking care of her clothes. She then felt guilty and very angry at those who had done such a bad thing to Ed, not knowing the gravity of the situation that was happening to him. Taylor was even grateful to see her not caught in this situation. Now the Awfulest Hall was being occupied by other students. But he thought it would not end like this just like that. Seeing Ed go so far to stop them, he was sure there must be something else. Seeing Taylor's ignorance, Elvira then immediately told him to realize she was the enemy. Janica then said, "You know, what exactly are you doing? I'm not even curious at all," and a very powerful burst of energy suddenly appeared from Janica, which made the floor she stepped on crack. Ed then worriedly called out to her when he saw it. Janica then smiled slightly and asked him not to worry. They could only be stunned when they saw it. Feathers suddenly flew in the room where they were, which then turned into a spirit in the form of a bird. Not only that, Janica also summoned all the spirits she contracted. She then asked Ed to wait for a minute. Elvira broke out in a cold sweat when she saw that, for mid-level elemental spirits. Besides that, if you add the low-level spirits, then it's like an army. She then invited them to run. She realized that there was no way they could get through this. They couldn't even fight Ed, who was a mere fallen noble, and now, their opponent was the best second-year student of the magic department. But Janica certainly wouldn't let them just run away. She then ordered the spirits to attack them, seeing Taylor who was still being stubborn and wouldn't run. Elvira then told her to quickly come to his senses and accept reality. Because all the windows were destroyed, she then invited them to go this way. Taylor actually knew that. He had already realized it through Ed. He felt that this occupation of the Awfulest Hall was something unusual and suspicious, but he couldn't get the thought there might be students who were harmed out of his head. He then told Elvira that he couldn't let her precious potion be damaged. Taylor never gave up in his trials. She then worried when she saw him alone about to face the spirits. It was obvious that Taylor would live a life as a protagonist, therefore, he had to leave while he could. Ed then immediately pulled him away when the spirit's attack was about to hit him. He then told him to listen to him carefully. He would take care of Janica, and told them to rush to the second floor as planned. They were then confused to hear that, after blocking them like that before, now he was telling them to go to the second floor. Ed just said that he changed his mind and once again told them to rush to the second floor, but Elvira underestimated that he wanted to stop the spirits alone. His body was covered in wounds at the moment, but Ed suddenly knocked her head, which made her grimace in pain. Ed then told her to get the reagents. He also apologized for tearing her bag, although she still felt confused, but she then complied, and the three of them then headed to the second floor. Amidst Janica's loss of control, she then found her clarity again when she saw Ed in front of her. She then worriedly asked Ed not to push himself too hard. She also told him to stay by her side. She would finish the rest. He could explain the details to her later. First, she would immediately finish this, then take care of him. But before Janica could continue her words further, Ed suddenly called her. Actually, this kind of action is something impolite. but, while holding both of her shoulders, Ed then said that he was fine, so she didn't need to overdo it. Janica was stunned for a moment, then blushed because of that. Janica felt very embarrassed when his hands were on her shoulders. But Ed was completely unaware of that. He then asked Janica to first get rid of the spirits first. The wind was too strong, so he had trouble standing up. Hearing that, Janica then immediately agreed to that. She felt guilty for making Ed have trouble standing up. She also apologized for her behavior. She felt she had done something stupid. Right after Janica got rid of the spirits, the strong wind that hit the whole room suddenly disappeared, and the glass that was flying in the air then fell to the floor. They were then surprised to see that. They were surprised that Ed could really overcome Janica. Ed then sent a signal to them to immediately go upstairs. Maybe there wasn't much time left, but Janica was then surprised when she saw him suddenly fall on the floor. She then worriedly called him. After that, Janica then asked him why he never said anything and got hurt. She had told him to come and talk to her if something happened. Hearing her worries, Ed only said that this time there was a reason. Next time, he promised to tell her everything. When seeing Ed's completely battered state, Janica felt that they had really gone overboard. There should be no reason to attack someone to this extent. She didn't know exactly what happened, but next time when they met, she would be very angry at them. She then asked Ed to promise not to get hurt again. Ed then replied yes. He also thanked her for worrying about him. This was a little different from what he had originally planned, but in the end he had done his part as the first floor boss. Now, he could rest and take care of the work in his camp. And just as he was about to stand up, Janica suddenly said to him, while he was sitting in the rose garden, she saw a very large horse-drawn carriage. It passed by so fast that he couldn't see it clearly, but he saw that there was a golden crown on it. Ed's pupils instantly shrank after hearing that. The golden crown, it was the symbol of the Eltstor, Lortel's adoptive father and the enemy who killed her biological father. The fake boss who was about to leave the stage after being stabbed in the back by Lortel in the events that happened after the residents of Ophelis Hall. The battle for the Sage's Scroll, the Golden King Elt, the fact that he arrived earlier than expected, it meant that something unexpected must have happened. This was completely beyond the scope of his knowledge. The patter of rain was still so heavy outside and soaked the horse carriage that was traveling towards Ophelis Hall. In the hallway of the 5th floor of Ophelis Hall, Lortel quietly observed the horse carriage from behind the window. She then said to Elris that she was dumped. She must also know that person. The person involved is rather nasty and cruel when you first see him. Hearing that, Elris then asked if she meant Ed, the person they met at the camp last time. Lortel confirmed it. Elris was a little surprised. Ed was the kind of person she liked. She just found out. Lortel said, he has a decent appearance, but that doesn't mean anything. The smell she smelled from Elris, she could also smell it from him, but he ended up making a lot of emotional comments. Then, he finally threw it all away without hesitation. People like them live by hearing those words. Elris was the head maid at Ophelis Hall, who had served as a veteran maid for over 20 years. At the age of 15, when she didn't know anything yet, she started her career as an apprentice maid. She later became the manager at Ophelis Hall, as she was known for her abilities that far exceeded her age. Therefore, this was where Lortel invested the most effort. The most amount of money was spent to break Elris' honesty. The amount was enough to leave a big hole, but for Lortel, the expense was not wasted at all. Because she was glad she had Elris by her side. She had seen many people who would break their own beliefs because of being attracted to gold coins, the same race. Only when facing them, she could be free from this loneliness. Among the rows of merchants who risked their lives for a single gold coin or a basket among the slums, it seemed that it was because she lived a life where she would be stabbed to death if she didn't stab someone in the back first. But, Lortel then said to him, at this time, Will Rain, the lower-ranked student representative, would occupy the 4th floor management office. If he gave up possession of the defense magic circle at the right time, then, one way or another, Ophelis Hall would be destroyed. Regardless of her unfortunate past and the circumstances that pushed him into a corner, this person was clearly a villain, and the black curtain behind the scenes, the situation seemed to be going according to plan, so she decided to stay here alone. In the storage room, she had to act like a good student, who was just afraid of the situation that was happening and didn't know what was going on. That's why she would hide here. Elris could only sigh at that. What a pitiful human being. She then took out her sword from its sheath. She said she would tell her something. She then pointed her sword at Lortel's neck. and said that she was not someone like her, a girl her age, had never loved anyone, or had someone like a family who could open her heart, and would die in solitude. They wondered if they maintained their speed at this speed, would they be able to get there in an instant, and when they arrived on the second floor, they then captured and forced Clebius, who was the boss of the second floor, and tried to escape from there to join them. When they reached the third floor, they were again blocked by someone. Now it was Maid Kelly who was blocking them, but without her twin sister, Sheenie, she was no match for Taylor's group. She could only apologize to Alice because she could not complete the task she had assigned to her, of course. Taylor's group never thought about why the twin maid who was always together was blocking them alone. Things went smoother than expected, and they arrived at the fourth floor of the Ophilus Hall as planned. They thought like this, because the difficulty was too high on the first floor. They were then suddenly startled by a scream, and a group of students then rushed to run together away from the direction that Taylor's group wanted to go. Behind them, there was Will Rain, who was now dominated by protection magic. He couldn't bear this and could only scream for help. Placing the crystal ball that triggers the magic circle control system in the control room's dead center for everyone. TOC was Alice and Lortel's scheme. The protection magic attached to the entire Ophilus Hall building was originally designed to protect the students from outside intruders, but the current scene, it's just like a child holding a gun filled with live bullets. Taylor's group also looks overwhelmed in repelling the Will Rain's blind attack. The rainy weather added to the gloom of the now chaotic appearance of Ophilus Hall, and the building suddenly shook violently due to the events that were now happening on the fourth floor. The students trapped in Ophilus Hall could only feel panic and wonder what was happening outside. They were even worried that the building would collapse if it continued like this. They were also confused about where the maids were, and what they were doing, different from the group of students. The Ophilus Hall students who managed to maintain their calm, began to escape in various ways using the abilities they had, amidst the noise of breaking windows. The situation slowly turned into a catastrophe, and Taylor's group then racked their brains to resolve the chaotic situation. Taylor then asked Elvira if she had any night butterfly reagent left. Hearing that, Elvira then explained that the night butterfly reagent was only able to disrupt a mage's magic control, so it was ineffective against the magic circle that was attached like that, in a cramped place like this. There is a better reagent. Elvira then took out the reagent, the Devil's Snare reagent, a potion made by melting Devil's Snare seeds with Emperor Shellfish shells. After that, she then poured it forward. This reagent will block all the basic magic in this corridor. All of this is just additional magic. There is a lot, but she can handle this, so she asked them not to worry, then told the two of them to beat Will Rain together. Right after Elvira said that, the two of them then together came forward with Clebius, who felt like crying and asked why should he. Seeing the two people who came forward towards him, Will Rain still continued to attack blindly because he could not control the power. His attacks, which although many but could be avoided by the two of them because the attack was completely without direction at all, and Will Rain suddenly cried happily. He mumbled a little, finally, and a very powerful explosion suddenly occurred, which hit the entire upper floor of the Ophilus Hall. The explosion instantly lit up the night sky outside the Ophilus Hall. Ed also saw the explosion while watching the Elt family carriage. Janica, who saw it, then asked what he was doing here. She was worried that if he moved too much, his wound would open. Hearing her worried tone, Ed then said that he was fine. Most of this was not his blood. Even so, Janica was confused why he going so far. Hearing that, Ed then pondered for a while. While looking at the carriage, he couldn't help but think, how plain. You might be confused why he said that, even though the exterior was so luxurious, but compared to the people riding in it, the carriage could only be called plain. Golden King Elt. Normally, there should be more than dozens of carriages in a procession, but their arrival in this way meant that they acted quickly and quietly. Elt was Lortel's adoptive father and a fake boss who would later be betrayed by Lortel. Now shouldn't be the time for this important figure to be at the academy. He also didn't understand what they were planning. The carriage seemed to have stopped a long time ago, but why did they just get off now? But he was then surprised when he saw someone among the line of people, the third floor boss's twin maid, Sheenie, the person in charge of tableware. Sheenie was one of the orphans raised by the head maid Alice. Alice had been completely bought by Lortel, and Sheenie was supposed to be the third floor boss, but now the situation was obviously strange. Sheenie couldn't possibly betray Alice, while Alice has been bought by Lortel, But, what if Alice betrayed Lortel and sided with Elt? There is only one ending that we can predict, which is the death of Lortel, the person who will fight Fenia in the political battle in Act 3, and the one who became the protagonist's greatest ally in the battle against the Roth-Taylor family in Act 4. He is now already very difficult just to fill the role of middle boss Tote. If he was told to replace the role of Lortel, he would definitely immediately reject that crazy idea. Ed then suddenly called Janica. Hearing that, Janica then responded. Ed said he wanted to ask for her help. This was urgent, and he couldn't handle it alone, but he was still confused about how he would explain this situation to Janica. And while Ed was dizzy thinking about what excuse he would make to explain this situation to her, Janica suddenly agreed without asking why. She then asked what she needed to do. Elt at that moment received a letter telling him about Lortel, his adopted daughter who seemed to be following his orders, but in reality, she was planning to betray him and take over the Elt merchantry. Lortel was aware that he was the one who had killed her biological parents, and she persuaded the merchants and executives of the Elt merchantry to overthrow him. Moreover, the negotiation for the purchase of the Sage's Scroll was a bait to lure him to the Sylvania Academy, and make him respond late to the anomalies that occurred at the Elt merchantry headquarters. The author of the letter wrote that she had known all these facts for some reason, and she had secretly obtained a letter that could prove Lortel's conspiracy, but as usual, in this world there is no such thing as a free lunch, because she had been promised a large amount of gold by Lortel. If he did not give more gold, then she might side with Lortel. She lost her eyesight, and she almost lost her hearing due to an accident. This year might be her last year as the head maid. Depending on his decision, the situation could get more complicated or better. The contents listed on the paper attached below the letter were the names of the institutions that she secretly managed regularly. The amount of gold sent to these institutions would determine her next course of action. Alice hoped he could make a decision mercifully and wisely. The letter was the reason why Elt rushed to the academy so quickly. While pointing her sword at Lortel's neck, Alice then told her not to move. In a moment, Lord Elt would arrive at the Ophilis Hall. Alice did not expect he to have such eyes. She thought she was more cold-hearted. Lortel once told her that she would take revenge against Golden King Elt, but she apologized. In her eyes, the two of them didn't look much different. She also felt that she was just like them, and in the midst of the tense situation, suddenly there was an explosion at the entrance of the corridor. While carrying the bound Wilrain, Elvira then said that there was no way someone like Wilrain could access protection magic. And as she suspected, the real mastermind behind this incident was the head maid Alice. She then told Taylor to be careful because she saw Alice had taken someone hostage. Taking advantage of the commotion, Lortel then moved quickly to break free from Alice's distracted grasp. Alice could only be surprised to see that, when Lortel came towards them, they then worriedly asked if she was okay. In such a situation Lortel thought she should say that she was okay, and accused Alice of being the mastermind who arranged the whole situation, also invited them to defeat her as soon as possible. She should blame everything on Alice, but somehow, seeing her silence, Elvira then worriedly called her, and asked why her face looked like that. Hearing that, Lortel was confused about what was wrong with her expression, and Lortel then suddenly ran away from there just like that. They were then shocked and confused at that, then shouted to call her. In the middle of her escape, Lortel thought the Golden King Elt would come, because he couldn't trust his own subordinates. He had come here himself. The plan to dethrone the Elt was almost complete. The massive bookkeeping fraud and maximum losses will be blamed on Elt. Fortunately, now that Elt is not at headquarters, all she needs to do is contact the executives at headquarters by sending the carrier pigeon hidden in her room. After that, just find a place to hide. As long as the axis of this plan, is not caught, then everything will be fine. But Lortel suddenly reduced her running speed. She then said to herself that it was enough, and don't be disappointed. There is no one who understands her in this world. Regarding betrayal, she was also prepared for it. It was something she had experienced too many times. Lortel then stopped and leaned her body against the wall. While shedding tears, she thought, if now she felt sad, it was not appropriate. That's why, she then told herself to do what she could. It was time to run. She had to arrive at her room before Elt. Everything would be fine after she managed to send the carrier pigeon. In the middle of Lortel's escape, at the same time, on the first floor of the Ophilis Hall, Elt and his subordinates were seen already there. He then felt surprised and confused when he saw a student there. He then immediately told him to evacuate. but the student did not just obey, he told him, because of the risk of collapse, for security reasons, they prohibited everyone from entering the building. Until the faculty and staff arrived, no one was allowed to enter. The student was of course Ed. Hearing his words, Elt then asked if he received special instructions from the academy. Ed replied no, he acted based on his own decision. In a case like this, Sylvania's enforcement system is quite clear. After saying this, Ed then thought for a moment. There are three people to pay attention to in this scenario. First, Lortel, who wants to dethrone Elt and take revenge for her childhood, by leaving the guild master position vacant. Second, Elt, who will thwart Lortel's plan, and try hard to succeed in the plan to seize the sage's scroll. And the last, who is caught between the two, namely Alice. The main reason for the plot twist of this story, although the reason for her betrayal was not yet clear. But he knew she was with Lortel on the 5th floor, then, should he go to the 5th floor to stop her? But he then immediately rejected the idea. He knew that even if he did not intervene, she would encounter Taylor and his group as laid out in the scenario, so he would only leave it to Taylor and his group. They were trustworthy. He then recalled the incident when he confronted Taylor and his group. He had confirmed their ability, hence, his responsibility lies here, whatever Elt plans to do in the Ophilus Hall. Just preventing him from entering will guarantee that the events inside the Ophilus Hall will go in the right direction. After sighing for a moment, Ed then bowed and asked, is he the President Elt Ketchum of the Elt Merchantry? If someone with a position as high as him is visiting here, he is sure there must be a reason. He then suggested, maybe he can talk to the Academy first. Isn't it appropriate for him to get the treatment befitting his status? Hearing that, Elt said that he understood. With a threatening look directed at Ed, he then said, so you are on Lortel's side. 10 minutes ago, when Ophilus was in chaos, Ed and Janica went to someone's room in Ophilus Hall, and they punched a hole in the wall of the room just to get in. While looking at the occupant of the room, Ed then asked, you know the situation outside is chaotic, so why don't you come out of your room? The occupant of the room turned out to be Zix, who was still practicing. He also looked surprised when he saw them breaking into his room just like that. After hearing Ed's question, he then replied that he did not want to act rashly. Also does not mean we will die just because a building collapsed. Hearing his answer, Ed admired his calmness. He asked how calm a strong person was. Zix then continued, but if they destroyed the wall, what about him? Wouldn't he be cold if he slept? When looking at his stature and nature, surely no one thought that he was a mage. He then looked at Janica, who was beside Ed, while scratching the back of his head. Zix said this was the first time he greeted her properly. Their interaction was not good during the Glaskin incident. Hearing that, Janica then apologized for that. Seeing Janica, who looked sad, Ed then told her not to be so sad. After all, her punishment was over. Janica's feelings became better after getting comfort from him. She then thanked him for that. After seeing the interaction between the two of them, Zix then asked, were they in a relationship? Janica then blushed at that. She then frantically replied no, that's not it. But she then fell silent for a moment after glancing at Ed, who was putting on a poker face. She then anxiously asked if he was upset to hear that. Ed replied no, it was just Zix's question that was impolite. Janica then felt relieved after hearing that. Zix then bowed and apologized for asking such a thing, but he was confused about why they came all the way here, even to the point of destroying the walls of his room. Hearing that, Ed then said that if he wanted to ask him for a favor, he would return the favor later. Back to the present, after giving Ed such intimidating words, Elt then asked him if he was lured by Lortel's beautiful appearance. He also suggested, instead of staying loyal to her for gold that was uncertain, he told him to just take the certain advantage that was right in front of him. Lortel was born having fox blood and had a cunning nature. If she saw someone's back, she would immediately stab it. He who had raised her since she was a child, knew this more than anyone else. He would give him double the gold that Lortel promised right now, so he told him to get out of the way. Hearing his offer, Ed just said thanks, but since he was not promised to be given a penny of gold, then why would he double it? Hearing that, Elt understood. He just felt that Ed could not digest this situation well. Seeing the situation that turned tense, his subordinates immediately understood and prepared to attack. Ed also realized that. Elt then told his subordinates to get rid of him quietly. Ed then immediately ran away in the midst of the pursuit of Elt's subordinates, but his escape route was then immediately blocked by two people. But a strong wind magic suddenly fell on the two of them who blocked Ed's way. The wind magic turned out to come from Zix, who had been there for some time. He then asked if he was okay. Seeing his arrival, Ed then said he would check the situation, so he told them to distract Elt's subordinates during that time. He would return the favor later. They understood. Zix also said that he was the one who owed him a favor first, and they then prepared their attack. Seeing that, Elt realized that they were not students who could be underestimated, so he then told his subordinates to exert all their strength. Right after Elt said that, his subordinates then together rushed towards them, while Ed himself was now still rushing away from there. His goal now was to find Lortel, to convey this situation, but he was then surprised to see that Lortel was behind him. Ed then asked if she couldn't get out. Lortel was confused about how to explain it, but Ed didn't really care about that. He then invited her to go out through the back door first. He also asked if she still had the energy to run. He told her not to miss and follow him closely. The sense of excitement and trust was always there for a reason. The reason Shero, the receptionist of the Elt merchantry, liked Lortel was because he hoped that Lortel would accidentally leak important information and make money from it. The reason Cadden, the merchantry employee, became especially cheerful in the presence of Lortel was because Lortel often gave him extra money. The reason Teeny, the academy's pet bird, liked to stick to Lortel was because the seeds Lortel gave it were of the best quality. Every pleasure was accompanied by a reason. At least, that was how it was in Lortel's world. While on their escape, Ed realized that there was no time to explain in detail, but he was sure it must be Alice who had betrayed her. Hearing that, Lortel suddenly blamed herself. She blamed herself for the stupid and silly mistakes she had made. She was not like Janica, who grew up being liked and loved by those around her, and thought to face the world solely with joy and love. The day she made the offer to Ed, she saw it. The intense look in Janica's eyes as she looked at Ed, saw a girl who did not want anything in return, who did not need gifts or greed. He also wondered if she could also have such a relationship, and finally she leaked all her plans to Alice. She lived a life by never trusting someone completely, but unknowingly she had violated that principle. If she knew it would happen, she should not have lost sight of her own gloomy, grimy self. He should not have the delusion of being a person who has a romantic life. This time, for the incident of controlling the Awfulous Hall, she had bribed 5 people, among others, the head maid Alice, the twin maids Sheeny and Kelly, Will Rain the representative of the lower-ranked students, and Ed the fallen noble. Alice, Sheeny and Kelly are now siding with Elt. Will Rain, who she thought would follow Elt, although he didn't, but he also didn't become an ally. The only one left is this person. Lortel then suddenly apologized to him. She also wondered why she said this, to an ally anyway. She then said that at this time, she couldn't guarantee the 20 gold coins she had promised. As he could see, the situation was unstable. Lortel herself was confused why she would say such stupid nonsense, but she was then shocked, when she heard Ed say that he didn't ask that. While holding her hand, he then said that they didn't have much time. Why she just stood there, what she was doing. If she was captured by Elt now, then her life was over. Planning for the future or do anything else, what she should be thinking about now was how to escape. Ed then ran back while holding Lortel's hand. Lortel could only be stunned with a feeling of disbelief in her heart. She originally believed that joy and trust always appear because there is a reason. If we can't see the reason, then we shouldn't trust. She always believed that. Ed then told her to explain the situation. Hearing that, Lortel then explained, there was a plan to manipulate the market designed by the headquarters. It was probably her father's doing. After the large-scale conquest of monsters in the eastern mountains last summer, the price of armor plummeted. If the Elt merchantry buys up all the armor to a large extent and monopolizes it, and conducts transactions internally with their own people, then the price will be determined by them. Hearing that, Ed then concluded. In short, the plan was to manipulate the market. So he told Lortel not to explain it further. Lortel was surprised to hear that. She confirmed that, as for the plan, her father was in a situation that required funds urgently. Her father found someone who was willing to buy the sage's scroll at a high price, so he made her go to Sylvania to find a way to steal the sage's scroll. Ed immediately understood the situation. So he then told Lortel not to explain it further. Price fixing was a classic scheme where 3 merchants, A, B, and C, monopolized cheap goods in the market and traded with each other to raise the price intentionally, and due to the lack of supply in the market which made others unable to buy, the price would continue to rise. In such a situation, people think, it's time to buy, and at that time, they would sell the goods they had stockpiled and make a tremendous profit, but such a scheme relied heavily on trust. If Merchant B and Merchant C sold their goods in the market without the knowledge of Merchant A, then the price would plummet in an instant. Because Merchant A had gone to the trouble of monopolizing the goods, establishing cooperation, and stockpiling the goods as well, as Merchant A in the parable would face huge losses alone and was on the verge of losing his position. For this scheme, Lortel had bribed many other merchants from Merchant B and Merchant C for years, but only when Elt had left the headquarters of the Elt merchantry would the 6 merchants she had bribed get the right to approve the sale. Based on the story, Ed concluded, she raised the scale of the Ophilus Hall control incident to corner the Academy's finances. It would increase the chance of success in the negotiation for the purchase of the Sage's Scroll. The main thing is, she planned to lure Elt, who needed urgent funds to get him out of the headquarters, then immediately sell the armors. Lortel was shocked to hear that. She didn't expect Ed to conclude that far. Ed continued, then, there is only one thing she has to do, which is to send a message to the Elt merchantry headquarters, and tell them to sell the armors right now. Hearing that, Lortel said that she had a carrier pigeon in her room. It was a device that could directly connect to her forces at the headquarters. Hearing that, Ed then told her to send the message using the carrier pigeon and stay hidden until the sales plan at the headquarters was executed. That way she would win. But Lortel hesitated. She suspected that maybe her father had anticipated this a little. He planned to arrest her tonight and force her to confess all her plans and expose the company traitors. Ed was silent for a moment after hearing that. He then told Lortel to listen carefully. Now, hide in a safe place without being seen as much as possible. If he were an Elt, he would definitely send some people to wait at the 2 bridges that became the road to the Arkan Mountains. She will definitely be followed if she passes there. Tell the horsemen at the headquarters to just drive an empty horse carriage out of the Arkan Mountains, then leave the carriage in a proper place and tell the horsemen to run away. They will mistakenly think she has left the Arkan Mountains. Lortel understands. In the North Forest, there is a cabin he built. So he told her to just wait there for 3 days. For her carrier pigeon, he will go to her room and bring it. Just write a message like selling right now and send it. Other complicated matters will be handled by the headquarters. Hearing that, Lortel carelessly just said he was right. Ed also realized the strangeness of Lortel's attitude. He then grasped both shoulders of Lortel firmly and said, there is someone guarding the back door. He will go out and handle it, then go to her room. He told her to wait there for a while until the person gone, then run to the headquarters. The 2 of them are like fellow merchants who have been allied for a long time. Their movements and ways of handling problems are very efficient, even to the point of making people believe that they can entrust everything to them. Seeing her silence, Ed then asked if she really in her senses. She was not usually unfocused like this. Hearing that, Lortel then said that she understood. She thought this time it might really work. With a feelings of hope, she then asked why he was willing to go so far to help her. Ed was stunned for a moment to hear that. He then felt annoyed that she suddenly asked something like that. Ed then replied that he just felt he had to help, and then he left there. The room suddenly became quiet with the sound of pattering rain that could be heard from outside, and Lortel then could only let her body fall, with a blush on her face. She then breathed quickly. This passionate sound, was it the sound of the final battle between Alice and Taylor's group? But she immediately denied the conjecture, because the sound was closer. Then was it the battle on the first floor? But she also felt no, this was closer than that. This was an unbelievable fact, but this was the sound of her heartbeat. After leaving Lortel and rushing to her room, Ed was then confronted by someone. That person also didn't expect that Ed was the one who came out from there. That person was the maid who was in charge of the tableware, Maid Sheeny. Seeing her who blatantly wouldn't let him pass, Ed just said, for the last challenge, isn't this too bland? He could almost heave a sigh of relief now, because now this grueling Ophilus Hall occupation incident was finally almost over. Someone who has access to the Ophilus Hall protection magic circle, has sword skills that can rival combat faculty students, even capable of performing intermediate level magic. She is the chief maid Alice. Even so, she cannot defeat Taylor, because Taylor is the protagonist. Act 2 Chapter 3, the final battle, against the chief maid Alice, while Taylor's group is facing Alice inside the Ophilus Hall. Ed is currently being confronted by Maid Sheeny outside. Seeing her who openly will not let him pass, Ed thought, he was now almost out of mana. He only had enough left to cast basic magic 2 or 3 more times, and made Sheenie then started her attack. She rushed towards him by positioning her rapier in front. Seeing the attack that was headed towards him, Ed did not feel panic at all, because he was very familiar with how she fight. Sheenie's first attack was a stab that targeted the bottom. Sheenie was then shocked when she saw that he could avoid her attack so easily. Ed already knew the pattern. He then stomped her rapier that was aimed at him to the ground. It was not about how fast his reaction speed was. It was because he had foresight. Sheenie was already feeling anxious at this time. She was then about to grab the secret weapon that she placed on her thigh, but, before she could even grab it, Ed had already parried her hand first, which caused her secret weapon to be thrown away. Sheenie then put an expression of disbelief on her face for the action, but her eyes then suddenly turned purple. It was a privilege given to twin sisters born with the blessing of the stars, ability share, which could be used once a day. The twins could share the skills they could use. It was a low-level telekinesis magic, and the daggers that was originally thrown away, suddenly flew and moved to attack Ed. Ed, who looked unprepared then, could only let his body be pierced by the daggers. Sheenie, who saw it then, smiled happily, but she was then surprised, because there was no pain at all that could be seen on Ed's face when he was stabbed by the daggers. While pulling out the daggers from his body, Ed casually thought, the attack was not very good. The daggers did not stab too deep. He then bent Sheenie's hand, and made her prostrate on the ground. He also kicked her hand that was carrying the rapier, which made the rapier thrown away. After doing all these actions, Ed then casually looked at her and tightened his grip. It didn't even take a minute to reach that point. Sheenie then hysterically said that she couldn't let Miss Alice down after coming this far. She then told Ed to step aside and stay out of her way. Hearing that, Ed just casually said that Alice would lose. Sheenie then got angry hearing that. She asked what he knew about Miss Alice. Did he know how much suffering Alice had gone through? And what fights she had gone through? As Ed had said, Alice might really lose, because right now she was already overwhelmed by Taylor's group. Despite being equipped with the Awfulous Hall Protection Magic Circle, she then vigorously attacked them using the magic circle. Her attack created a very powerful explosion effect. Sheenie then continued, did he know how many orphans Alice had saved? She was one of them. Hearing her question, Ed honestly did not know. The failed swordman of the Sylvania did not explain in depth about Alice's personal situation when Alice was being beaten up by Taylor. Sheenie then said, if it wasn't for her, she wouldn't be able to get a decent job, make money, or even survive. When a huge explosion happened in the building behind them, Sheenie sadly said, without you knowing it, but she didn't seem to be able to finish her words, even though he heard it all. But Ed then said that it was none of his business. His emotions didn't change at all after hearing her story. Sheenie was then furious to hear that and said that she wouldn't forgive him. She couldn't believe that he sided with Lortel. But Sheenie then immediately lost her consciousness right after she said that. As the Awfulous Hall was being devoured by fire, Ed only regretted that he didn't know the storyline of the extras. What did she expect him to do about something that he didn't even know? From the beginning, there are many stories in this world that have never been shown. What is the point of comparing the harm caused by this incident with all the good things Alice did before, if only to find out if she was right or wrong? People who can make philosophical comments and decide their own life choices are those who live a privileged and fulfilling life, but his life choices and ultimate goals have never changed, not once, since he possessed Ed Roth Taylor's body, that is to survive. After he defeated Sheenie, a system notification then appeared. He had defeated Sheenie, the maid in charge of the dishes. He had obtained a new skill. He obtained the pain endurance skill, which has the effect of temporarily allowing him to forget about pain and delay vitality consumption. Reading that, Ed was happy to finally get that. Ed then broke the window using a stone throw, then went inside through the window he had broken. Once inside, he then observed the room for a while. The luxurious wooden furniture and various decorations seemed to be arranged as needed. The desk was full of documents and the books were arranged at an angle without a single mistake. Based on that, Ed knew that this was Lortel's room, because it was very suitable for her. After searching for a while, Ed then immediately found the carrier pigeon he was looking for nearby. He then immediately wrote a letter. Elt is in Sylvania. It will take at least 3 days for him to return to headquarters. Sell all the armor you have secured. After writing the letter, he then attached it to the pigeon and flew it. The carrier pigeon, which flew through the rain in the night sky, will return with Elt's head. With a body covered with blood, Ed then hobbled. He also thought this kind of wound should have recovered quickly if he remembered his past experience. If not for the help of Zix and Janica, and some other favorable events, Lortel would have eventually suffered a tremendous failure, but now, the horse-drawn carriage ordered by Lortel must have come out of the Arkan Mountains. Even if Elt had caught the coachman quickly and made him inform the existence of Lortel, at that time, the letter he sent would have reached the headquarters of the Elt store and caused Elt stepping down. If all his plans had gone smoothly, Lortel should have been waiting for him in his cabin, but as Ed was on his way to his cabin, he then met Lortel in the middle of the road. When he saw her, Ed just asked her if you had come all the way here to see me. How kind of you. But then he was shocked, and thought, let's admit what we have to admit, he felt like he was too complacent. With her body facing him, Lortel suddenly pulled out a knife. She was none other than the Golden Daughter, Lortel, in this incident. The 5 people who knew that Lortel was behind the scenes were the 5 people she bribed. If Elt was dethroned, Alice would only depend on Lortel, Sheenie and Kelly would follow Alice. And like last time, she could bribe Will Rain with money. But from Lortel's point of view, Ed Roth Taylor was a variable that could not be bought with money. In a remote place in the forest where no one could see, if she got rid of him, her perfect crime would end in success. The essence of Lortel Ketchuln was darkness. She could use and dispose of anyone. She was a true villain. Realizing that, Ed then thought that he had to do his best if he wanted to live, but his body was now completely covered with injuries, and when Lortel had approached him, and was about to thrust the knife, Ed was already filled with worry, but, instead of thrusting the knife into his body, Lortel used it to tear her robe, and bandaged his wound using the torn robe. Lortel was worried when she saw Ed injured like this. Ed was then shocked when he saw that. Lortel then helped Ed to walk, and said that she had lit a bonfire. Since the rain had stopped, she then invited Ed to warm up first. When they were warming up, Ed then asked if everything was going according to plan. Hearing that, Lortel replied of course. She was a little speechless because Ed doubted her. Lortel said that she also got a promise from the coachman. He said he would attract attention and buy as much time as he could, even if it could threaten his life. Ed was then surprised to hear that. He was confused about how Lortel could get the coachman's loyalty to that extent. What she did to him, Ed even thought that Lortel had taken the coachman's family as hostages. Hearing his question, Lortel did not answer immediately and explained, if this plan went smoothly, then she can Bergebung the rank of those highest in power within in the Elt company. Making him indebted to her like this was a great thing. Did he not feel the power flowing through his shoulders? Did he not feel great? But Ed was silent when he heard that. Lortel then could only lament his boring reaction. She then smiled and thanked him. She said that she would never forget this. Hearing that, Ed just told her to make sure to give him the 20 gold coins that she had promised. Lortel replied of course. Besides that, she then said that she wanted to ask him for something. Hearing that, Ed then asked if there was still something to take care of. Was it about Alice? Lortel replied no, it wasn't about that. She would take care of it herself. It was about Janica. Lortel then asked if he was close to Janica. Ed confirmed that. She was a good person. With a glum look, Lortel also said that she respected her very much because she was kind and caring, always thinking of others and had a good heart. Ed then confusedly asked why she asked that. Hearing that, Lortel was silent for a moment. She then said that she was not as good as Janica. At the same time, in Ophelis Hall, suddenly, Elt left in a hurry after hearing the report from his subordinates. Apparently, at that time he had lost interest in Ophelis Hall. The arrival of several mercenaries made the situation not easy even for Zix. However, instead of dealing with the mercenaries, he needed to stop his allies. At first, Janica looked a little worried, and at some point, the momentum of the spirits became extremely strong. Zix thought of interrupting it before any casualties occurred. Zix then asked her if something had happened. Was she angry? Hearing that, Janica was silent for a moment. With her psychopathic look, she then replied that she was not angry. The next day, after the Ophelis Hall occupation incident was officially over, his uniform became so messy that it was difficult to attend class. Zix was coming to him to lend him the uniform and also share the news about the situation. Will Rain, who bore the blame for destroying Ophelis Hall. The chief maid Alice, who had been defeated, had not said anything at all, and Lortel, one of the most important characters in this scenario, was preventing Ed from leaving. Since there hasn't been any important reply from Elt's side, it seems that their strategy is slightly successful. they have no choice but to wait for the positive message brought by the carrier pigeon. He has lost a lot of work time due to this incident. His body is also not in the best condition, it feels pain here and there. Ed then opened the life skills details menu, now that the advanced crafting skill slot is open. Getting new techniques that he can get is his top priority at the moment. He has also determined which skills he will get. He plans to start by learning spiritual infusion, which has good compatibility with elementalists, as well as magic engineering, which is great for making daily necessities and other types of combat-related equipment. Spirit infusion is automatically learned once you make a contract with a spirit and make any item that has a spirit formula. Magic engineering will be unlocked when you can disassemble and assemble high-level magic engineering products. He doesn't want to waste spirit slots for unnecessary things, but he felt like it was better to make a contract with a lower spirit now, if he wanted to practice his spiritual infusion. Janica then came and greeted him. Seeing that, Ed then greeted her back. Ed then asked if she didn't attend class. Hearing that, Janica said that her head hurt a lot, and she didn't have any energy left. So she felt that she should rest and breathe fresh air in the forest. Hearing that, Ed then asked if she was hurt from helping him. Janica quickly replied no, of course not. She then suddenly remembered something, and asked how Lortel was doing. Ed replied that she was fine, she was still resting in the cabin. Hearing that, with an annoyed face, Janica then looked towards the cabin that Lortel was living in. Although the Awfulous Hall occupation incident had been resolved, but there were still many things that needed to be done, such as persuading the previous chief maid, Alice, to return, as well as determining the basis of negotiations for the purchase of the Sage's Scroll. But during these 3 days of waiting for an answer from the Alt Store headquarters, Lortel stayed in this cabin and felt restless. This made her frustrated, but not an unpleasant feeling, because she could be with Ed Roth-Taylor. Her heart beat fast when she was with Ed. His unconditional kindness and trust felt like a soft mattress. For someone whose whole life was on the cold streets like Lortel, this feeling was more precious than gold. She did not want to replace it with anything, especially to Janica Faye Lover. For Janica, whether it is family or friends, unconditional kindness is more than enough. Lortel inwardly thought, if you stay here, you should at least give up on it. If you can't, then all that is left is a dirty fight in the mud. That is her specialty. Staying together for 3 days, a pleasant perfect game. She would do it in her own way, if she could bury this cabin in gold. But she then immediately denied that thought. She felt that it seemed more like pity. And she was short of money. She also felt that helping his school fees might not be too bad, but she had to look as natural as possible, in a tsundere style. Lortel then thought that it didn't mean she was doing it for Ed, and don't get me wrong, but she then immediately felt that the sentence was very ridiculous. Lortel really didn't know what to do, because she had never been in a relationship before, but Lortel was then surprised when someone suddenly walked into the cabin and asked her to move a little. That was her place. The person turned out to be Lucy, who entered while yawning. Seeing her enter, Lortel then asked what she was doing here. Hearing that, Lucy replied that the sunlight in this place was perfect. Lortel really did not expect this sudden incident, and while Lucy was sleeping in her place, she was then suddenly picked up by Ed, who entered, and immediately put her outside. Ed also apologized for waking her up. Lucy sneaked into the cabin. He had moved her outside now, so she could rest. Hearing that, Lortel was silent for a moment. She then asked if Lucy often came to his cabin. But Ed just said why bother answering, let's just say she was a natural disaster. Lortel then got upset hearing that, but she then immediately calmed herself down. There was still time. She would show their competition for 3 days. The morning of the second day of Lortel's life in Ed's cabin, she started her day by greeting Ed, but not only her, because Janica also came there and said good morning to Ed. Lortel could only resign herself to seeing that, contrary to her expectations, alone time with Ed seemed very difficult to get. She could only sigh at the sight of Lucy sleeping lazily in the cabin. As for Ed himself, after he finished his work, he then sighed with relief. Ed was currently making handmade bricks. After finishing making them, his crafting proficiency then increased. He also learned masonry skills because of that. Ed's reason for making bricks was to build a fireplace in his cabin. The fireplace was delayed due to the Awfulous Hall incident. After Ed finished making the dish, Lortel was then fascinated by the unique smell. She then asked if he added basil leaves. Ed said that Maya shared this with him at that time. He was also surprised that Lortel could tell just from the smell. Hearing that, Lortel then said that she was quite confident in her sense of smell. If nothing happened this morning, it seemed that they could assume that the situation was going according to plan. Ed also confirmed that it was good news, but they could not let their guard down. Lortel also agreed with that. No matter what, there were still many things to do. There were still things she had to do, and she also had to pay accordingly. As a merchant, she had to pay 20 gold coins as she had promised. She also asked if he would accept anything other than cash. Hearing that, Ed then said that the only thing he could think of was probably construction materials, or maybe a backup supply of magic engineering. Lortel was then confused to hear that he needed magic engineering supplies, while Janica herself now felt annoyed at the interaction between the two of them. Lortel then said that she would check the inventory later, and would let him know. But after she thought about it, she also memorized some. Ed then said to Janica that there was something he wanted to ask for help with. Hearing that, Janica then enthusiastically asked what it was. Ed said that he wanted to study magic spirits and try to make a contract with at least lower spirits, so he wondered if she could help him with that. Hearing that, with a proud attitude, Janica then said that then she would be his teacher. She would teach him until he could make a contract with an intermediate spirit. Ed could only be dumbfounded at her attitude, while showing a bird-shaped spirit. She then asked if we should first look at his sensitivity. She asked him if he could see it. She also told the spirit whose name was Karis to try to talk to Ed, but Karis instead said that Ed could not. Hearing that, Ed then said that he could vaguely hear it. Karis then told Janica, to be able to hear them completely, he had to improve his spirit resonance ability. Janica was quite surprised to hear that. But Ed's progress was faster than she expected. Karis then asked her to try to think about Ed's daily routine, how much time he had to practice magic. She also knew that, based on the last weekly report in the Dex Hall, his food supply was running low, and he had to focus on building the cabin, so he couldn't be distracted by other things. But without Karis having time to continue its words, it was first silenced by Janica. While sweating coldly, Janica then asked if he heard it. Ed replied, vaguely, about the weekly report meeting. Janica then panicked hearing that. While Ed could only be silent when he saw her attitude, seeing them who were silent, Lortel then asked if they had finished talking. She continued, so. The conclusion of the conversation regarding the magic engineering supply, it seems that they have more supplies left than expected, so they can provide a lot. Hearing that, Ed then asked if she could sell it at a discount. She could calculate it with the 20 gold coins she promised and take it from there. Hearing him ask for a discount, Lortel then said that he should not say such a thing, because this was not so valuable and was tantamount to a dead asset. She actually had no problem if she gave it for free, but she then immediately thought of a plan, and said that it might be difficult to do, but if he came to the store every 3 days, she felt that they could sell it to him at a discount. They could also drink tea there and chat. Hearing that, Janica then got angry at her, and asked shouldn't she give it to him for free. Ed had helped her a lot this time. Hearing that, Lortel just said that she was a merchant, she had her professional ethics, but Janica just felt that she was lying, it was just made up. Lortel then asked back what she meant by made up, while Ed himself just ate his meal calmly in the middle of their debate. He also felt like this way he could start learning magic engineering and magic spirits, but they then didn't seem to expect it when they saw someone suddenly arrive. That person was Belle Maya. Maya also saw that the situation was not conducive, so she then apologized for visiting suddenly. Maya was now the new chief maid. She then apologized again for bringing unpleasant news. There was a message from the previous chief maid. Lortel was then surprised to hear that. At that time, when Maya was drying clothes, she was suddenly visited by Clara. Clara at that time whispered something to her. She whispered that this was very secret and told her not to be surprised. She also told her not to divulge this to anyone, and she shouldn't even look surprised. Clara then whispered, Janica seems to like Ed. Clara then confirmed it once again, yes, that Ed Roth-Taylor. Hearing that, Maya couldn't help but think, should she pretend to be surprised so that her reaction would not be disappointing, but she then just said to Clara you must be worried enough. Clara didn't understand how Janica could fall for a punk like Ed, but it seemed that his reputation was slowly improving. As a friend, she could only support Janica, but that wasn't the point. Lately, Janica had been incessantly mentioning someone's name, namely Lortel Ketchum. She even missed the opening ceremony with Ed, and they both missed class on the first day yesterday. A relationship was basically pulling and pushing. In that perspective, Janica didn't have a chance, and Ed, she really didn't understand that boy. The funny thing was that he ignored all the codes from Janica that were blatant. He was someone who was really insensitive, or maybe he was even someone like a creepy wolf. Hearing that, Maya said, instead of being insensitive or wolf-like, maybe he was just not interested in romance. But Clara immediately denied her guess. She was sure Ed must be happy with his luck with women. Just thinking about it gave her goosebumps. Hearing her words, Maya then pondered for a moment. Someone who was like a clever cat in front of a fish shop, someone who was like a trembling kitten in front of a tiger, and someone who was like an ordinary cat. Looking at Belle Maya, who suddenly groaned in pain while holding her head, Ed then asked what was the matter. Hearing that, Maya then apologized. It was just that seeing them here made her head dizzy. Lortel then suddenly asked her if she had a message. Maya replied yes, there was a message for her, from the former chief maid, Alice. The smoldering campfire chased away the darkness brought by the night. Janica had gone home. Maya had also returned while carrying Lucy, seeing the position of Lortel, who was hiding. Revealing her location to the Ophelis Hall caretaker would cause problems. Seeing Ed wearing his uniform, Lortel then asked if his uniform didn't look a bit dull after being repaired. Ed didn't really mind it, because it was still worth wearing. The carrier pigeon they had sent finally came with news of victory. The letter carried by the carrier pigeon reads, "The company head's restriction review has been completed. The Elt influence is almost gone, the change of power is definitely done. The direction of the tide is changing, a status report is needed." After reading the letter, Ed just thought it was time to get ready to go back to school as usual. If things went this far, Lortel was sure her father must be making a last stand at the company headquarters. It was a useless effort, but it made him have no time to think about anything here in Sylvania. Hearing that, Ed then asked what the chances were that Elt had one more trick up his sleeve. Lortel didn't deny it. That man was as clever as she was. So the chances weren't zero, but she had the support of the company's next chairman, Slog, so she could trust him. The biggest worry, Alice, seemed to be no longer a problem now. Hearing that, Ed then asked if Alice would not divulge the fact that she was the mastermind. Lortel was sure she would not do that. It was all she could do. It was like a form of payment. She would definitely side with whoever she thought would win between her and Elt. There was a sheet delivered by Belle Maya. The sheet was full of a list of sponsored orphanages, their annual management fees, and the details of their sponsors. Alice's workload was endless, but her health was deteriorating while the academy pretended not to notice. Over time, she would no longer be able to work, then she could not manage the orphanage, so she was at stake for the rest of her life. Because of her inexpressive and flat nature, no one seemed to realize the miserable condition she was in. Those who followed the merchant code seemed to understand her condition and psychology a little. Her victory was already assured, so she was on her side, but rebuilding the trust that had been lost was difficult, so she sent this, as a form that she was not a threat. Hearing that, Ed knew that in the merchant world, there was no such thing as sympathy. Lortel suddenly became silent while looking glum. Making such a mistake was stupid. She knew that more than anyone else, her position was favored simply because she was the mastermind behind this situation. But she then just said to go with the flow. There was no such thing as eternal enemies or allies. He actually looked relieved. Lortel then said that she would be leaving in a while. She also asked if she would stop by the branch office to sign the contract next Sunday. Ed confirmed that, and when Lortel was about to leave, Ed then handed the torch that had been lit to Lortel. But he was then confused because Lortel did not immediately accept it. Ed asked what she was thinking so loudly, but Lortel only replied that no, it was just that, he was taller than she thought. Ed was then confused to hear her suddenly talk about it. While blushing, Lortel then said that she also felt that this was a bit rash, but chasing without daring to do something rash was a bit difficult. Ed then could only be confused to hear that. Lortel then told Ed, human relationships were basically pulling and pushing, like this tie, which he could see. It was tied. Seeing Lortel, who was so close and suddenly straightened his tie, Ed then asked here that no one was looking, why did his clothes bother her? Hearing that, Lortel only said that always maintaining a good posture was not a bad thing. They were students of the Sylvania Academy, while Ed himself was still confused about what he was talking about, but he was then surprised when Lortel suddenly pulled his body. While standing on tiptoe, Lortel then kissed him, under the sparkling light of the stars in the sky. The scene was very romantic, until finally Lortel then let go of the kiss. While blushing, she then said that the berries they ate for last night were very delicious. Tasting it again was good. Hearing that, Ed then told her not to cross the line. Lortel then said that she was sad to hear that. She also said that if he only liked pushing, he wouldn't be popular. Next time, he should pull a little. She also thought she should practice pushing too. After saying that, Lortel then left, and when she was within a certain distance, Lortel suddenly ran fast and immediately moved away from there. Ed could only be silent to see that, even though he tried to avoid being seen with the main scenario characters, but, as usual, things in this world never go according to plan. Ed also blushed after Lortel suddenly kissed him. The stars in the sky visible from the forest are still beautiful, and the moon is shining brightly. The chirping of the cicadas continues, and the crackling of the campfire is always the same, but he feels that the plot of the scenario he is following is constantly changing. Regardless of his will, he feels that his alienated self is now sucked into the center of the story. His plan to watch the scenario end smoothly from the side, and the plan to take care of his own interests has never changed, living without ambition. He just needs to graduate and pursue that eligibility, but only then did he realize how reckless and challenging this seemingly easy determination was. Not long after that, after the summer passed, autumn finally arrived. The leaves fell to the ground as a symbol of the season. Somewhere, there was Janica who was taking shelter under a tree while listening to the routine report from the spirits. The spirit reported that Ed and that red fox were kissing. It also said that she couldn't just stand by if she didn't do something, but before the spirit could finish its words, Janica had already interrupted it, because she was so shocked by what it said. The fire spirit said that it saw it too. The scene was really tense. Youth is really full of fire, that kind of woman, always playing with people's feelings. Janica was confused by what it was talking about and asked how Ed reacted. The fire spirit then told her that when it saw that time, he was clearly trying to limit the distance between them. He couldn't even react at all when suddenly kissed, but his expression didn't even change a bit. Seeing that, it couldn't help but admire him. The way he responded so coldly, even made it shrink a little. There were two possibilities. He didn't think the fallen noble girl was worthy of him, or Ed didn't even look at her as a woman. Hearing that, Janica then sighed with relief. She was grateful. The spirit then continued, but regardless, men are generally weaker in defense than in offense. Its experience said, the more that kind of spirited person was pushed, the more he would stick and melt. This was definitely bad news for her. Janica knew that, but even so, Ed would be dissatisfied. The fire spirit then tried to convince her again. Was she going to let the fox snatch Ed? Wasn't she going to teach Ed spirit magic? She couldn't waste an opportunity like this. She had to kiss him too when they were alone. Seeing the fire spirit who looked very insistent, the other spirits then immediately dragged it away from there. A blue spirit then told her not to listen to Tarkan. She was most charming when she was being herself. The fire spirit also agreed with that. Acting innocent or refreshing heart is also good. The blue spirit continued. She must have also thought of the situation she wanted to experience with Ed. Janica then blushed after her secret was revealed, but she did not deny it, and said that she always thought of the situation when she and Ed fed each other. The spirits were speechless after hearing that, while Janica was fantasizing about being fed by Ed. At this time Ed was feeding Lucy, but instead of being like a lover, Ed was feeding her like a child, and when Lucy swallowed what she had been fed, her face suddenly turned pale, and she then immediately spit it out because of the horrible taste. Seeing that, Ed then noted, it is indeed difficult to create the right taste without a variety of spices. Lucy then complained and told him not to use her as a taste-testing machine, but Ed just ignored her complaints. He also thought, maybe he should postpone his cooking skill training until he had more diverse ingredients. After so long living in the forest, his life skill level has now reached the intermediate level. Core attributes such as dexterity are greatly affected by the level of life skill proficiency. The problem is that he is too busy. Now that school has started, he is out of school activities. The only time he has to focus on survival activities, even if he reduces his sleeping hours, there are only about 5 or 6 hours. He is getting used to it, but he needs to think more about the efficiency of his survival activities. In addition, he has to keep an eye on whether the scenario is going smoothly. He keeps a good eye on the main characters in the academy, especially Taylor and the 4 heroines. Taylor is a combat faculty student, so he can't see his face often. But it seems that he is progressing well. His companion, Isla, was still a strong supporter of Taylor. She seemed to be doing her job well. Princess Phineas seemed to be living without having any major problems, but it was almost time to be wary of her dispute with Lortel. Clarice would only be attending school next year, so there was no need to worry about her. The golden daughter, Lortel, seemed to be walking on thin ice. She wasn't sure what changes would occur with the rapid fall of Elt, but regardless of Elt, there was no change to the plan of stealing the sage's scroll. Right now, he needed more time, because soon he had to check up to the faculty building. Inside the building that Ed was staring at, there was someone who was estimating about the Ophilus Hall incident. That person suspected that there was someone behind the Ophilus Hall possession incident. That person was the final boss of Act 2, Professor Glast. The conclusion that there was a mastermind behind the Ophilus Hall occupation incident was the conclusion of the assistant professor, Claire Elfin, that she told him. Hearing her conclusion, Professor Glast then praised her for having good intuition, but he then told her to be careful and not to miss what was important, namely the thesis on aura studies that he told her to look for. Claire then got scared when she saw the professor emitting a dangerous aura. She then frantically said that she would immediately prepare it tomorrow morning. Ophilus Hall, Faculty Building. In Assistant Professor Claire's office, after she left Professor Glast's place and returned to her office, a student then came to see her and reported that she had collected materials related to the Ophilus Hall occupation incident. Hearing that, Claire then thanked the student who turned out to be Annis, and she then read the report given by her. As she read the report, she also thought, seeing that the case was quite complete. Did she really have to think about the cause this hard? She felt so tired that she felt she could die, but no matter which way you look at it, something did seem suspicious. She then looked suspiciously at Ed's photo displayed on the report, while Ed himself was now visiting the Elt store. Seeing him there, Lortel then apologized for forgetting to prepare the contract. She was not focused. She then asked Ed to just visit again next week. As a form of apology, she had provided tea and snacks. The magic engineering supply had been prepared, so he could take it at the counter. Ed understood, but he then confusedly asked, isn't her work attire usually not like this? Hearing that, Lortel then said that today there would be an important meeting, so she dressed more neatly. She also asked him, what did he think of her current appearance? Hearing that, Ed instead asked about the important meeting. Lortel could only be embarrassed about it, but she then could only laugh resignedly at his insensitivity. Lortel then changed the topic and asked, was the construction of his cabin complete? Ed replied, it was in the final stage. Hearing that, Lortel then asked, did that mean he needed furniture now? Ed confirmed that, but the items in her shop were all too expensive for him to buy. Hearing that, Lortel said that she couldn't give them to him for free either. Giving away the items she sold for free was against merchant ethics. But, Lortel then broke the chair there and asked, isn't wood processing his specialty? Since this chair was broken and couldn't be sold, so she would throw it away tomorrow. Ed could only be surprised at her action. He understood what she meant, but he said that it was too expensive. But Ed then accepted it and thanked her. Lortel smiled happily at that. She also asked, how come his expression didn't change at all? She then walked over to him, and sat down at the table near him. She then recounted the incident. Honestly, it was kind of a gamble for her. She also knew that Ed never looked at her as a woman from the beginning, but Lortel said that Ahe looked at him as the opposite sex, just like he thought. She asked for this just because of her selfish desire. Hearing that, Ed also said that he understood what answer she expected, but Lortel said that she didn't think he would give her an answer in the first place, as he knew she didn't involve herself in a fight that she couldn't win. Now, he might look unconcerned, but one day, she was determined to make not only herself feel like this. She still smiled seductively even though her victory was assured, just like when she was cornered. That was the unique temperament of this merchant, to never reveal her true feelings. In the garden of the Sylvania Academy, Janica was seen, who looked very happy because she finally started her teaching session to Ed. Janica then summoned a lump of fire in her hand, and asked Ed to try to concentrate his magic power and feel it. Ed understood, then did as she said, and the object that looked like a lump of fire in his eyes, suddenly changed shape and spoke to him. It was Mug, the low-tier fire spirit. Mug then introduced itself and said that it was an honor for it to make a contract with him, based on the agenda of the regular report meeting last week, regarding the proposal for the selection of his contracted spirit. It had already completed the first stage, voluntary, passed the second stage, interview. cleared the third round of the Spirit Council's agenda and completed the fourth round of qualification verification. It scored the highest performance in magic efficiency with its own training in the North Forest, and he had the best empathy ability among the low-tier spirits of its level. It was already burning up, but it swore faithfully to burn its heart as well to serve him. Even Ed could only be dumbfounded to hear that. During playing the failed swordsman of Sylvania, he once obtained some kind of spirit-type skill, joking and laughing during battle, boosting each other's morale. It really felt like the content of friendship, but now it was completely different from the feeling he got at that time. He then asked why the qualification requirements were so strict. Hearing that, Janica replied that he was the one who asked for good spirit recommendations before. So she selected the spirits who had good magic efficiency according to their strength. In the process, there was a very slightly, teeny tiny complicated selection process. Hearing that, Ed then asked who made the selection process. The selection process was really very strict, because it made Tarkan, the intermediate spirit, as the examiner. Janica then asked Ed to take the mug for now. Ed understood, and when he had held it, he felt warm. Hearing that, Janica then explained, when he resonated with the contract spirit, he could feel its physical strength or magic without having to manifest it completely. If he resonated too hard, he would heat up, so it was important to control it normally. Hearing that, Ed then asked if he adjusted the level of resonance. Did its firepower change too? Janica confirmed that, but calling it firepower was a bit strange. It sounded like it was a machine. Ed was then amazed to hear that. Seeing Mug, who said please relay your orders, Ed really saw it as a portable heat. Ed then saw the status window of Mug. In short, it was a spirit capable of using some fire magic. He also saw his status window. Now he could use intermediate magic. Seeing that, Ed thought Mug was a very useful survival tool, and it didn't even finish the wood. Seeing his happy look after contracting the spirit, Janica was also happy. He looked very tired and exhausted, so seeing him smile was good. She also asked him to tell her if he needed anything. She would teach him about resonance and sensing itself before the first class today. It would be faster if they did it together, and to reach the level where he could contract intermediate spirit, they had to practice combat spirit as well. She would book a combat training room for them. And actually there were some accessories that could strengthen the resonance efficiency. But they were all in her room, next time they met. But before Janica finished her sentence, she suddenly remembered something and immediately stopped talking. She then called Ed, and said that actually she was a busy person. There were people lined up who asked her to teach them various things, so finding time for the two of them was very difficult. Janica suddenly said that to him, because she remembered the advice given to her by Tarkan and Clara, so she then acted a bit sleazy. She asked, isn't just asking someone for spirit magic lessons a bit too much? Hearing that, Ed also felt that she was right. Janica was then surprised to hear that. Ed then apologized to her. He accepted her kindness carelessly, as if he was entitled to it. He should at least offer her money. He couldn't give her enough money, but Janica was then surprised to hear that. She then asked what he was talking about. He was already struggling even to survive, so he couldn't just waste his money. He had to save it. She also wouldn't accept it, and just giving her money in exchange for what she did is too cold. Aren't they close? He made her angry because of that. Ed was stunned for a moment to hear that. He then asked, instead of her first asking for a compensation, why did it suddenly become like this? Hearing that, Janica was then confused about how to explain. She then said Clara talked about push and pull, but Janica then immediately realized her mistake. She then groggily immediately corrected her words. Clara said she was too generous, so she told her to learn to refuse. Hearing that, Ed said that she was not wrong. She really had a good friend. With a blush, Janica said that she was not like this to anyone. She then said she would tell him more next time. The next time they met at the combat training room, she would determine the time and tell him. She also said she would bring good accessories for him. If he needed a resonance exercise book, she asked him to just let her know, and Janica then said goodbye and left, because the morning class was about to start. Seeing that, Ed then raised his hand as a farewell. After arriving at his cabin, Ed then worked on the magic engineering supply he got from Lortel. He obtained the advanced crafting skill magic engineering. An advanced crafting skill slot has been consumed. The magic engineering supply he got from Lortel had a simpler structure than he thought, which made it quick to analyze it. He finally learned the proper advanced skill. he then lit the fireplace using ignition, he would use the mug when the fuel ran out, and vice versa, he would use the fireplace when its mana ran out. He could warm up the temperature steadily now. His living environment is now guaranteed to be stable. This fact made him very relieved. It felt like a burden from his heart had been lifted. Looking at the moon shining in the night sky, Ed finally realized that it was already this late. He then thought that he should check the traps first. When Ed was about to check the traps he set, someone's footsteps were heard in the forest where he lived. The person complained about the sky being so dark since she came after work. She then thought about coming tomorrow, but she then immediately rejected her thoughts. That person was the assistant professor, Claire Elfin. No matter how much she thought, there seemed to be a mastermind in both the Ophilus Hall occupation incident. She was suspicious of Ed. All those involved at the scene were students or staff of Ophilus Hall, and only Taylor and Ed had nothing to do with Ophilus Hall. If we exclude Taylor, who solved the incident himself, only Ed was left. She heard Ed often appeared in the North Forest, so she went there to check. But thinking about it, unless there was someone who ate and lived in that kind of forest, but then she was shocked when she saw someone who was dragging his quarry, while carrying Lucy who looked unconscious on his shoulder. Claire's shock could not be explained in words. She also knew that the person being carried was Lucy, someone who was even the headmaster of Abel, who was great enough to be compared to the Archmage Grocht or the great sage Sylvania. Even he had to use all his strength against Lucy. And here she saw the scene when Lucy was carried away by Ed. She then became even more convinced that the mastermind behind the Ophilus Hall occupation incident was Ed Roth Taylor. Ed might be dumbfounded when he knew her thoughts. Claire thought her instincts were not wrong. She even thought maybe she really had a talent for detective work, and when she followed Ed to his cabin, she was then surprised by everything she saw. After Ed put his prey on the ground, he then put the sleeping Lucy in her tent. After he thought about it, he had an appointment tomorrow morning. There were so many things he needed to do, but he should sleep early today. Claire saw all his actions. She then slowly walked towards where Lucy was sleeping. She thought about saving her. And as she got closer and was about to reach her, a magical boom was suddenly triggered. Claire was then surprised to see that, and Lucy, who had been asleep, suddenly woke up and asked who she was. Seeing her alert attitude, Claire then introduced herself, but she was surprised when she saw Lucy, who came back into the tent. She seemed to be looking for something, with jerky in her mouth. Lucy then looked at her like she was looking at a thief. She then just left there with a bag containing her jerky. Claire could only be stunned to see it, but it reinforced her suspicions. The next day, Claire then returned to visit Professor Glast. She then asked if he knew the student named Ed who was expelled. Hearing that, Professor Glast just said that he didn't bother memorizing the names of untalented trash. Claire felt that his words were always scathing. She then said he definitely knew a student named Lucy. Lucy Merrill was conquered by Ed and made her unable to use her powers. They were investigating a suspicious situation in Ophilus Hall, but before that, somehow she went to the North Forest first. Hearing that, Professor Glast certainly didn't believe it. He just felt that Claire was making it up. Hearing his disbelief, Claire continued. In some way, she managed to use memory recording magic on the first floor of the Ophilus Hall. Hearing that, Professor Glast then asked if she had gotten permission. Claire replied that she hadn't. She was just making excuses. Professor Glast then advised her it would be better for her to write an explanation for it. Claire had expected it, so she had written it first, but it should still be given leeway. Claire then asked Professor Glast to see what was recorded by her memory recorder magic. Seeing Ed sitting posed like that, Claire felt he looked like a mastermind. Professor Glast was silent. Hearing that, he then asked, "Is that all?" Seeing his disbelieving look, Claire then tried to convince him again. She had mentioned it earlier. Ed was carrying an unconscious Lucy. Professor Glast asked if he was just moving Lucy, who was asleep. Hearing that, Claire was really made silent. She then could only walk out of the room with a look of depression. She also heard the voice of Professor Glast, who told her to make him a report. It made her even more depressed. When Professor Glast saw the memory recorder magic, he then remembered something. It was also seen in the report. Ed tried to stop Taylor's group, but they immediately broke through. Taylor, who was born in the path of a sword saint, Elvira, who was born with natural insight as an alchemist. With those two students, there was no way an ordinary human like Ed had a chance. But he was then surprised when he watched the recording further, seeing the scene when Ed cut the chandelier using the wind blade. Professor Glast was then seen pondering. while suspicion was directed at him, Ed himself was now testing the weapon he had just crafting. The weapon was in the form of a dagger. The effect of the dagger sticking into the ground caused a powerful explosion to the surrounding area. Ceremonial dagger. Explosive, a ceremonial dagger imbued with spirit formula, engraved with explosive magic that can be activated within a certain distance. The engraved magic makes the activation speed very fast and the magic efficiency is great. The dagger is infused with spirit formula by Mug, which has medium magic potential but small resonance range. He has been with this dagger for a long time, ever since he started surviving in the forest. He feels proud to be able to carve various magic on this dagger. Mug said the spirit formula has been incorporated quite smoothly. The more times a piece of equipment is touched by the wearer, the better. The efficiency, Mug said that he was one step ahead. This was really a joyous event. This needed a celebration. It then said it would perform a song. Seeing it, who kept babbling and instead sang a song, Ed then pulled one of its wings to stop it. Mug then apologized. It admitted that it had made a mistake and wanted to make up for it. This was really embarrassing. The most embarrassing part was, it didn't know what its mistake was. It then begged Ed to tell it its mistake, and it would reflect and improve itself. But Mug was then surprised when Ed suddenly called it. Ed then told it to talk. The spirits who had left the mortal realm and took the path of low-tier spirits improved their phase by making a contract with the spirit sorcerer and receiving magic power. For a spirit sorcerer like Janica, it makes sense that low-tier spirits are willing to make a contract with her. But, Ed then asked, isn't this a bit strange from the beginning? What good is making a contract with him until they fight over him? Is it promised something? Hearing that, Mug then became confused and hesitated. Ed then suggested, they better clarify the existing situation. They also know each other, but Mug just kept silent. Hearing that, Ed was then confused to see that. With tears in its eyes, Mug then said, why did it hide something? The respect and loyalty that overflowed towards him was not purely out of admiration, but because of the ambition engraved on this lowly being. It really felt ashamed. If it made a contract with him and accepted the pure magic power around Janica, it could grow twice as fast as other low-tier spirits. Ed could only sigh hearing that. He then asked if there was anything else it wanted to reveal. Mug said, moreover, after digging into his reputation circulating in the academy, it found he had a strong authoritative temperament. To calm down, but before Mug could finish its words, Ed said that he already understood everything. He now understands the situation very clearly. Mug also breathed a sigh of relief hearing that. This is really heavy. It also complained, since when did the higher ranks in the spirit hierarchy become a privilege? How can they arbitrarily use their power just because they were born early? Hearing its complaints, Ed then tried to calm it down. He told it to take it easy. After all, they were just passing through, although Ed said so. But Mug couldn't be too casual. It was more comfortable like this. Ed didn't mind that, although his fighting skills were still lagging behind, but his physical abilities had improved significantly to the point of being able to rival adult men. She had filled his storage area with meat, vegetables, and spices. Now he was out of the misery of hunger and having no shelter. By putting in time and effort, he could remember simple memorization and theoretical arrangements. By reducing sleep time and repeatedly studying would force knowledge into the brain, of course with the exclusion of talent. From his point of view, it was difficult if he described today as a light day, but compared to when he first survived in the forest, this was a pretty good day. And when he was too busy struggling with his thoughts, he was then surprised when he heard someone suddenly calling him. It was Janica. She then told him to wake up and asked him what's wrong. Ed then apologized. He was not focused enough because he was lost in thought. Janica then asked him not to push himself. Working hard is good, but health is also important. Hearing that, Ed also thought he should focus. There were 3 letters he received today. The first was from the academy, and the second was from the Alt store. None of the contents were interesting, but the third letter had to be read carefully. It was proof that the plot had undergone significant changes. The current episode revolves around the main event of Act 2, the negotiation for the purchase of the Sage's Scroll. Originally, the Sage's Scroll purchase negotiation was a tug-of-war between the academy and the Alt store, but due to Elt's fall from power, Crefin Roth-Taylor, the person who originally assigned the Sage's Scroll purchase to Elt, joined the event. Eventually it turned into a 3-way battle between the academy, Elt store, and the Roth-Taylor family. Crefin Roth-Taylor intended to use the Sage's Scroll for his immortality research. When the situation became chaotic, he immediately threw himself into the negotiations. Crefin Roth-Taylor is a boss that only appears in Act 4 in the original scenario, and at this point, it is said that he is so strong that no one can defeat him, so he must be removed from this episode. If he gets the Sage's Scroll, he will leave quietly, but even without the Sage's Scroll he is strong enough to be the last boss of Act 4 in the original scenario. In addition, the information gain and whatever it was that was lost after he got it, could make this act impossible to complete. This letter not only detailed Crefin Roth-Taylor's actions and suspicions towards them, but also an invitation to him. The sender wrote, while Ed was pondering the contents of the letter, Phineas was now in the school garden listening to the report from Claire. Claire reported, he had gone to the North Forest, he had sent the letter as she had ordered. Hearing that, Phineas then praised him. Principal Abel said that Sylvania's financial situation is very concerning. She can't just support a private institution like Sylvania Academy. If this situation continues, the Elt store will get the Sage's Scroll. It's a shame that an item as important as the Sage's Scroll for the Academy will be sold for money. That's why he silently asked for her help. But Phineas felt something was wrong. She was confused. How could Crefin Roth-Taylor know how to participate in the negotiation of this purchase? Claire then guessed that it might be Ed who reported it, because he lived in the academy. He might have heard the rumors. If he became Ed, he would try any means to be recognized again and return to the family. Hearing his guess, Lortel, who heard it, then immediately refuted it. She then asked, could a low-ranking person like her share a cup of tea with the princess? Hearing that, Phineas did not expect it at all. She thought that Lortel hated her. Lortel said that it was impossible for her to hate her. Otherwise, why would she come to make this earnest request to her? She then explained, Crefin Roth-Taylor's involvement in the negotiation of this scroll was not caused by Ed, but because of her father's influence. Phineas was then shocked to hear that. Lortel continued, it seems that from the beginning he had asked her father to buy the scroll. Honestly, she herself did not know about it. Even though her father had lost his position, the plan to obtain the Sage's Scroll still continued. The time and effort spent by the Elt store was enormous. Hearing that, Phineas found it strange. After obtaining the Sage's Scroll, didn't the Elt store intend to sell it to the Roth-Taylor family? The interests of the two groups should be aligned. Then why did the Elt store and the Roth-Taylor family become competing to obtain the scroll? Hearing her confusion, Lortel explained, it was because she had no intention of selling the scroll to the Roth-Taylor family. Her current situation was quite unique, and it was best not to get involved with business connections connected to her father. Hearing that, Fiona then asked why she was telling her such internal matters. Seeing her suspicion, Lortel simply said, the enemy of her enemy is her friend. Princess Phineas would benefit from inspecting the Roth-Taylor family, and she would also be able to get the scroll. This would be equally beneficial to both of them. There was also a concern that Ed could get hurt because of this. Fiona was then surprised to hear that. She then asked if she was worried about him. Lortel said, because he had separated from his family and started a new life, it wouldn't be fair if he was misunderstood because of his association with the Roth-Taylor family. Fiona was really surprised. She didn't expect Lortel to be worried about someone. She then said, even so, he had definite uses, trying to seek help from one person to another, and pleading with the authorities to issue an order, but if he wouldn't talk either. Hearing that, Lortel then asked what if he wouldn't. Phineas replied, then she would have no choice but to exploit him. Lortel was stunned for a moment hearing that. She then couldn't help but laugh. Phineas was then confused seeing that. Lortel couldn't help but laugh because who would also dare to deceive and exploit him? Claire was then angry to see that Lortel dared to speak so presumptuously in front of the princess. Not caring about his anger, Lortel then asked Phineas, this time, we are on the same side, right? So, she really wanted to give her sincere advice, don't try to use him half-heartedly, because she might end up being used instead. Claire was very upset at Lortel's attitude. He then told Phineas that she should be taught a lesson for her impudence. Hearing that, Phineas then calmed him down. That was enough. She also thought this was really confusing. She couldn't guess what Ed was doing. And now Crefin Roth-Taylor was suddenly involved in the purchase of the Sage's Scroll, but perhaps what was more to be wary of was that brave and haughty girl who wouldn't even bow to the princess, Lortel Ketchum. She also wondered if she could see into her someday, the girl who looked confused and agitated. When Lortel arrived at the Sylvania branch of the Elt store, she was surprised to see Ed and Janica sitting so close together. Seeing her coming, Janica then greeted her and asked how she was doing. Seeing her surprise, Ed just replied, "Things just turned out this way." Lortel then got annoyed at the closeness of the two of them. She then apologized to Janica. She didn't know that she would also come. She only prepared 2 glasses of Pyelanson rosemary tea, so she then asked if she was okay with cold water, but Janica knew that she had intentionally only served her cold water. She then simply said yes, and said it seemed that the tea was stacked up in her company's warehouse. But since it was a product that was sold, she didn't think she could give it to the guests. Hearing her sarcasm, Lortel confirmed it, seeing that she was only served cold water. Ed then said let him drink the cold water, she could drink the tea. Janica happily accepted it. Lortel could only feel depressed seeing the interaction between the two of them, but she then quickly calmed herself down and said, he should take the magic engineering supply first. Ed understood. After they arrived at the treasury, they were then surprised when they saw the items there. Janica was surprised when she didn't see a single grain of dust on the items as if they were all new. She also asked, didn't she say that giving away products for free was against merchant ethics? Lortel felt proud when she saw the reaction of both of them. She also belittled Janica, who could not distinguish the quality of the items. If you look carefully, these were items with many defects. Janica was then surprised to hear that, and checked again. She was then annoyed because she felt that Lortel was doing this on purpose, but Lortel just said that the most important thing was not whether the item could be sold or not, but whether it was useful to help Ed or not. Hearing that, Ed then thanked her, but receiving all this for free felt a bit wrong. And he hadn't even paid for the previous purchases. This was already the 4th time. Lortel just said to keep renewing their contract and it wouldn't be a problem. It wasn't much anyway. Hearing that, Janica then said wouldn't it be better to pay it off as soon as possible and terminate the contract. Hearing that, Lortel said that it was something that she and Ed should discuss. Janica could only be annoyed by that, while Ed himself now seemed to be immersed in something. Once again, a familiar sensation ran through his body. The sensation was like swimming in water. He was overworked lately, which made him experience this often. He had to watch out for Crefin Roth Taylor, who interfered in the process of buying the Sage's Scroll. It was still about 2 weeks away, so the pressing issue now was that he had to make a mattress for the bed. Maybe he could layer some cloth and fill it with feathers or other textile materials to make it soft. Then he needed to prepare the small deer he caught the day before yesterday. It was also time to clean the inside of the cabin again. Then there was Lucy's jerky. As Ed sank deeper into his thoughts, he then faintly heard the sound of someone calling him. The sound of the voice came from the 2 girls who were currently with him. They looked at him with concern. In the Ophilis hall, Phenia was seen, who looked brooding. He hesitantly thought about whether it was time to really admit it. The way he fished persistently in the camp, and the calm and thorough answers he gave during the Glaskin showdown. The other students said he was just a student who focused on studying, but what confused her was that Lortel warned her not to underestimate him. She also thought maybe his insight was lacking, so she decided to confirm it once again. To that end, she had ordered him to visit her at the royal residence. She then asked Claire, was tomorrow's schedule certain? What time would Ed Roth Taylor be? But before she could finish her sentence, Claire anxiously said it seemed that he would not be able to visit for a while. Hearing that, she then confusedly asked why. She really didn't expect that Ed dared to refuse an order from a royal family. Hearing her question, Claire then said that he fainted due to fatigue. Phenia was then shocked to hear that. A system notification then appeared informing him of his current state. He was suffering from fatigue. Among the symptoms, high fever due to fatigue, indigestion, chronic fatigue, dizziness, periods of coma, difficulty breathing, deteriorating vision, magic side effects, and muscle relaxation. The system advised him to get enough rest to recover from this abnormal condition. When Ed woke up from his sleep, he then groaned in pain. He had difficulty breathing, his whole body felt heavy and his lower abdomen was hot, and when he looked down to find out the cause, he then saw Lucy, who was sleeping on her back on top of him. Ed could only be silent seeing that. He also heard Lucy, who was delirious, who told him to reduce the salt because it was salty. Ed was dumbfounded to see that Lucy's body was as light as it looked, or maybe even lighter, almost to the point of wondering if she was really human, but he couldn't move at all now. When his body was overwritten by Lucy, Lucy looked like usual, so he guessed that the problem must be his body. He really felt weak. As he looked around, this seemed to be his cabin, and judging from this new blanket, he guessed it might be from the Elt store. Lucy then woke up and said that she was hungry. Hearing that, Ed was speechless. He then asked if she ever did anything other than eat and sleep. Lucy didn't answer his question, and congratulated him for waking up. She then cast some kind of magic, and released it on Ed's chest. Lucy said that his magic was a mess. He forced himself to practice magic while learning spirit magic too, and he didn't rest his body. For months he did that, and this is how it became. Hearing that, Ed then asked, did she do this while he was asleep? Lucy said that it wasn't that hard for her, but it was boring, so she fell asleep a few times. She felt like she was walking on thin ice during this time, and it was annoying, but they knew that this was necessary, so they couldn't protest much. She also asked Ed not to get sick again. Ed was a little surprised to hear her concern. Lucy said that sickness was difficult, some people even died from it. Remembering her grandfather, Glocked, who died in bed, it became difficult for Lucy to look in his direction. Ed then thanked her. He really appreciated it. While Lucy was healing him, Ed then saw someone who was about to enter his cabin and greeted him. It was Zix. Zix said that he was not sure if he was allowed to use the stove in his cabin, so he lit a fire outside, but when he went inside, he then saw a scene that could make people misunderstand. Lucy was petrified when she saw him enter. She then took her witch hat, and just left from there. She seemed to feel embarrassed. Zix could only be dumbfounded to see that. Zix was speechless seeing him close to so many girls. But he then felt that it made sense. A strong man having many women, it was not so strange. He wondered, is this the so-called openness of this civilization? He also felt that maybe he was looking at social life from too stereotypical a perspective, seeing him so immersed in his thoughts. Ed then asked why he came here. Zix replied, because Janica needed to attend classes, and Lortel came back because she could not leave her business for long. Ed also asked why his hairstyle was like that. Zix only replied that it was autumn. He then fed Ed with the soup he had just made, but when he swallowed the soup, he then couldn't stand the taste. Seeing that, Zix said, what can it be? It might taste better if someone gentle like Ika or Clara fed him, but Lortel said that any girl could not feed him. Hearing that, Ed then thought of checking the scenario as usual. He then asked, did the students of the alchemy faculty secretly grow mandragoras and cause accidents? Hearing that, Zix then remembered and confirmed it. It was Elvira, the troublemaker, but in the end, Taylor and Clebius were able to handle it quickly. Ed was relieved to hear that. Act 2, Chapter 5, Exploring the Academy, seems to be well over. Zix continued. He heard that there was a rumor that Taylor's group subdued a monster that sneaked into the Academy's underground waterways, but he and Taylor already handled that. Act 2, Chapter 7, Demon in the Waterways, seems to be completed without any problems. So now the only big event left is the negotiation of the Sage's scroll purchase. Ed then asked, how long has he been unconscious? Zix replied, it's been 10 days. He also said everyone would be surprised to see him awake. Ed was then surprised to hear that he had been unconscious for so long. Zix continued, but it seems that they won't be able to see him today. Janica still has to attend the academy at this hour, and Lortel had important negotiations to prepare for tomorrow, so she was forced to leave, but Ed didn't seem to hear what he said. Ed thought he had only been unconscious for a day or two, but he could have been asleep for 10 days. He then gulped down the soup forcibly. Zix was then confused at that, not giving him a chance to ask. Ed then called him, and said that he had to send a message to Lortel right now. He felt that there was no time left. The next day after Ed woke up, Act 2, Chapter 10, which was full of variables. The negotiation for the purchase of the Sage's scroll had begun. The ones involved are, Princess Phinia Elias Kloll, the representative of the Elt Store's leader, Lortel Ketchon, and the man who strayed from the original storyline, the patriarch of the Duke family Roth Taylor, Crefin Roth Taylor, the final boss of Act 4. With a confident smile, he then stepped onto the negotiation table. At the Sylvania Academy, seeing Phinia in front of him, Crefin then said that he was grateful to see her healthy. Although some time had passed now, he had not had the chance to apologize formally. He had heard that she was having a lot of hard times because of one of the stupid brats from his family. As per orders, they had expelled him, but he apologized once again. Hearing that, Phinia then said that it didn't matter. She asked him not to worry too much about it. Looking at Crefin, who was smiling in front of her, Phinia then thought, he had the same bloodline as Ed Roth Taylor. He was also a dignified, earnest, and wise nobleman, the head of a duchy that wielded great power. Judging from every attitude of his attendants, one could feel their respectful attitude towards Crefin, but her eyes screamed the truth as she stared at him. This man was clearly evil. Looking at Lortel, Crefin then asked if she was a representative of the Elt store. Hearing that, Lortel then stood up and bowed towards him as she introduced herself. She said that she was honored to be here. Despite her shortcomings, hearing the name Lortel, Crefin then guessed that she must be the only daughter of the Golden King, Elt Ketchum. He had heard about his insight and adventurous self. Hearing that, Lortel simply said, "They go wherever there's a good profit to be made. After all, they follow wherever the smell of money leads them." Hearing that, Crefin then said that he understood. Negotiations for the purchase of the Sage's Scroll. The agenda in the activity included: form a negotiation team, have lunch, check the condition of the Sage's Scroll, and finally confirm the payment method. After collecting the bid prices from all parties, the bidder with the highest bid will get it. The Sage's Scroll is the treasure of the Sylvania Academy. The Academy does not want to publicize that the Sage's Scroll is being sold due to financial difficulties, so, Principal Abulphasius proposed a wise plan. As an eyewitness with princess status, Phinia will authorize this, and Vice Principal Rachel, who acts as the representative of the principal, will hold the auction secretly. The method is made as simple as possible, here and now. The party who writes down the highest bid amount will get the Sage's Scroll. She has already investigated various book transactions similar to this after hearing the method. Book of Order, a book that contains a lot of alchemy spells by legendary alchemist Karl, worth 8,100 flan gold coins. Book of Similitude, the only book analyzing biological clone magic in the world, kept in the Royal Library, worth 6,730 flan gold coins. Magic Travelogue, written by the Archmage Glocht when he explored the unknown southern continent, worth 7,020 flan gold coins. Intrinsic magical value, academic value as a research subject, and value as a simple luxury. She guessed that Lortel might have memorized the price and transaction records of more books. Even so, she was sure that the one who would get the scroll was Crefin Roth-Taylor. After both parties wrote their bids on the paper, Rachel then said that they had accepted the bid. She also thanked the two of them for their valuable submission. Seeing that, Phinia thought, an auction that is determined by one bid without any limit. The key to this rule is to know the maximum amount that the opponent can offer, Lortel had said. They go wherever there's a good profit to be made. She had already expressed her intention to make a profit. If she wanted to make a profit, Lortel would not bid higher than the most expensive book price of 8,100 gold coins, because selling higher than that would be difficult, and it would only lead to a loss. If Crefin bid just a little higher than Lortel's highest bid of 8,000 gold coins, the Sage's Scroll would be him's. At least that's how Phinia thought at this point. Not letting them wait too long, Rachel then said she would read out their bid. Bidder Crefin Roth-Taylor offered 8,500 flan gold coins. That amount was as Phinia had expected. Crefin Roth-Taylor was not someone who would visit the academy to take advantage of a book deal, but the most important thing was why he wanted it to the point of paying such a high price. But Phinia was then shocked when she heard Lortel's bid, which was read out by Rachel. Bidder Lortel Ketchum offered 9,400 flan gold coins. The purchase of the Sage's Scroll will proceed with the Elt store. Hearing that, Lortel then respectfully bowed. Seeing that, Phinia confusedly thought, isn't her goal to make a profit? Crefin himself could only be annoyed by that. With Crefin leaving unhappy with his attendant, Rachel then invited Lortel to move to a private room to sign the purchase certificate. Lortel understood, while Phinia herself was still confused. What exactly was Lortel's purpose from the beginning? But she soon realized something, when she recalled her conversation with Lortel at that time. She suspected that from the beginning, Lortel's purpose was only to prevent the scroll from falling into the hands of someone like Crefin, but she quickly denied the conjecture. There was no way she could act for such a great sense of justice. Even if it was so, she herself could only speculate that Crefin was evil, and even with her authority as a princess, she could not find any evidence. She guessed that it must be someone's request or order. There was someone behind Lortel who was controlling the situation. Someone who knew the dark nature of Crefin Roth-Taylor and wanted to stop him. As she recalled Lortel, who seemed to be worried about Ed, she couldn't help but think, he had been kicked out of his family and banished to the forest, and even though he lived so hard that he collapsed from exhaustion, he was still trying to fight against the darkness of the Roth-Taylor family. Her head was suddenly dizzy as she thought of all these conjectures. Claire was then worried about her situation. She then felt very sorry. She didn't expect to make someone suffer to such an extent. The princess was consumed by a huge sense of guilt, but the princess's misunderstanding might actually be a good thing. Looking at the purchase certificate in front of her, Lortel then pondered for a moment. She also thought, if she sold the sage's scroll to Duke Crefin again, she would at least get 8,500 gold coins back, because she bought it for 9,400 gold coins. So the difference was about 900 gold coins, although she thought like that, but she actually didn't care if this scroll would be sold again or not. She then reread the letter she got not long ago. The letter said, he didn't care if she would sell it again or not, as long as she got the sage's scroll, he could give her any request, whatever it was, offering anything to a merchant. Lortel thought, Ed has made a mistake that is not like him. Permission to access Ed completely for 900 gold coins, that's a bargain. She then happily hugged the letter while thinking of what she would ask for. If the princess saw this expression, she would probably cough up blood. When Zix visited Ed again, he then told him all about the incident. He also said, he should have seen Lortel's expression when he sent the letter. He was also grateful that Aika was a very innocent girl. Hearing that, Ed only replied yes. He also felt that it made sense. Lortel had an interest in him, and she was probably betting on the information provided by the insiders of the Roth-Taylor family. He felt a little sorry, seeing what would happen next. While Ed was drinking his soup, someone then visited his camp and was surprised to see him awake. It was Janica. Seeing her coming, Zix then asked, it's not even lunchtime yet. Did she come here all the way from the faculty building? While panting from running too fast, Janica then answered, all her morning classes were over. She also didn't have any classes she had to go to again today, and she was doing her schoolwork tonight. Ed then apologized for worrying her. He had heard everything from Zix. He heard she was a lot of trouble. Hearing that, Janica then immediately denied it. But Zix cheekily said that he saw her running in the academy while crying, and there were rumors spread that she was heartbroken. Besides, she even broke into the academy meeting room at that time. Janica was then annoyed to hear that. She then immediately told her spirit to silence Zix and told him that it was an interesting story, but today's weather was very cold, so she told him to be careful not to catch a cold. Ed could only be silent at that, and Mug, who was hiding in Janica's hair, then looked at Ed with a sad look, with a feeling of guilt. Mug then came to him and asked him to just kill him. He didn't even realize at all that he was pushing himself this hard. Ed could only look at him in confusion at his behavior. Mug said he wanted to bow down and apologize immediately, but he was afraid that his presence would affect his mana, so he instead received mana from Janica. Hearing that, Ed only asked why he was making so much noise. Zix then returned after beating Janica's spirit and said to him, considering that he had been unconscious for the past 10 days, Mug was not overreacting. Hearing that, Ed also felt that it made sense. After all, he had been unconscious for 10 days, but when he remembered that he had been unconscious for 10 days, he then immediately realized something bad. If he had fainted for 10 days, then the meat he had stored would have spoiled by now. The net used to catch the fish was also not taken care of, which probably caused it to tear. He had lost all his food, so he had to start all over again. In the midst of his helplessness, he then heard Janica, who said, you must be planning to work hard again, Ed. She then told him not to worry, she would help him. Zix also said that he had free time before the next exam, so he could help hunt or process wood. If they took care of things spontaneously, everything will somehow work out. Ed could only be surprised to hear that, and at that moment, he suddenly remembered, not long before, under a makeshift place of wood made hastily with materials he got in the forest, he slept alone in the dark, was bitten by insects, could not lean anywhere. There were indeed many things that were difficult, but in the end, he survived and solved more problems until now. He also agreed with Zix's words, everything will somehow work out. Ed was happy because he was no longer alone. While Janica even felt worried seeing his haggard state, when she saw Ed's state at that moment, Marilda felt that he looked very tired. Janica felt the same way, but Marilda said that this was a good opportunity. This time was the perfect time, because the cunning fox was very busy negotiating and all kinds of things, which made her unable to come to camp often. Janica agreed with that. Marilda continued, in that sense, the fox girl was quite clever. She had a lot to learn from her. Whether she liked it or not, if she wanted to target a man, she herself had to become a bit like a fox, first. Her clothes, she looked like a country housewife dressed like that. Janica also agreed with that. It looked very shabby, but Marilda said it was perfect. Janica was then confused to hear that. Marilda explained, unlike her usual lively and energetic self, guys fall for that opposite of her, who's so great at managing everyday tasks. Be sly, subtly show him that side of her is great while pretending not to do it. That's be nice. Janica seemed to get an epiphany when she heard that. Marilda then guided her. She should fold her clothes and tie her hair. The feeling of being a loyal wife who is always together in difficult times with him is good. Marilda then asked her if she was going to meet him today. She then told her to go. She also said that today there should be progress. High wind spirit. Marilda, the romance expert, no dating experience. Janica looked bright when she heard the word progress. Seeing that, Marilda then told her to forget it. She then told her to tell her. The next time she went to the camp today to help him, she originally planned what to do, how she wanted to approach him. Janica then broke into a cold sweat and said that she didn't plan anything. Marilda was really speechless hearing that. She then could only howl sadly. Hearing that, the other spirits were confused about what happened, and why Marilda was crying sadly. Hearing the stupid answer from Janica, Marilda then judged her. She asked her, does it make sense, at a time like this, at an opportunity as good as this? Does she think the moment when the man who is as cold as a refrigerator is difficult like this will come again? She then told her to look back at the speed he growing at an ridiculous speed. Did she think a moment like this could come so easily? Janica realized her stupidity. With a creepy look, Marilda then continued, there is no more guaranteed way of winning than accompanying someone in the most difficult time of his life, utilizing the role of someone who supports him in a difficult time, even if it seems a bit selfish, even if it seems a bit sneaky. Hearing that, Janica then frantically said that she had thought of a way in her mind. She then asked her to listen to her first, and she then whispered the plan she had made to her. Hearing that, Marilda felt that the plan was quite interesting. In the evening, in the dark night, after tasting Janica's cooking, Ed felt that the stew that Janica cooked was completely different in level compared to what Six cooked. It made him think that maybe he should learn to cook. But first, he had to focus on his recovery first. She had helped him a lot, and he couldn't show a tired face all the time. It couldn't be said that he was healthy now. His dizziness and fever had returned again, but when Ed was about to rest, he then saw someone who entered his cabin. That person said, "You look tired." That person was Janica. Seeing her, Ed also asked if she hadn't gone home yet. He was also confused about what she wanted to do. Janica just chuckled at his confusion. Janica then said that she doesn't want to do anything. Ed was then confused to hear that. Seeing him who was about to get up from his position, Janica then said that he didn't need to pretend that he wasn't tired. She explained, when his body is tired, his mind is also tired. Everyone feels the same way. She knew that he worked and shouldered harder than anyone else, even when she was tired and struggling. She was comforted and helped by many people, but in the end, what strengthened her the most was not someone who rushed to try to comfort her or do something, but just someone who was by her side without saying anything. She then said to him, he had worked very hard, he struggled well. Hearing that, Ed said that she didn't need to go that far. Janica then snorted at that. She then said that he had to admit that he was struggling so that he could rest well. Janica then told him to admit that he was tired. Hearing that, Ed didn't argue further and laid his body on his bed. He also admitted that everything was difficult. While falling asleep, Ed then mumbled that it was all very difficult, very difficult. Janica also smiled slightly while accompanying his sleep. The scene was very heartwarming. The next day, the sun then shone which illuminated the cabin. When Ed woke up, he was a little surprised. When he saw Janica who was sleeping while drooling from her mouth, seeing that, Ed then chuckled. He also realized the fact that his body had fully recovered. There was not much change in the details of his life skills. His magic engineering had only gone up a few levels because he got it not long ago, and he only mastered a few crafting recipes. He didn't have time to make much progress in the past 10 days as originally planned, especially, researching magic engineering. Advanced crafting skills have a great impact on this stat and its diversity can't be compared to general skills. But the problem is now, self-taught learning itself has its limits for development in magic engineering. Most of the magic engineering crafting recipes are rewards from the main scenario quests, so for someone like him who doesn't want to interfere with the story as much as possible, getting them will be difficult. But, to look at it, Taylor doesn't seem to be very interested in magic engineering. It's probably because even with the recipes, he hasn't been able to make useful magic engineering items for crafting. We need materials that are difficult to obtain until later in the original scenario, but his situation is different. Looking at him pensive, someone suddenly asked what he was thinking so loudly. That person was Lortel. She was the one who made his situation different, because with someone like her by his side, it made him able to get any material. Lortel then said that she was relieved to see him healthy again. Ed also said he was also relieved to see her healthy. Hearing that, Lortel then asked if she looked healthy, believe it or not. She was experiencing severe fatigue at the moment. Did he know how difficult it was to tidy up her matted hair and dull skin? Lortel then sat next to him. Ed felt that she must be very busy, so he was confused why she came all the way here. Hearing that, Lortel said that she needed a break too, and there were some things she needed to tell him. Lortel said, without stepping down. Wouldn't it be strange if it was still called the Alt Store? So they plan to change the name to Faction and restructure the business. They need a joint authority to manage the staff, assets, sales flow, and external affairs together. She needs someone for that position. Ed can only be silent hearing that. He knows what she means. While blushing, she then imagines waking up in the morning and going to work to the company building, with only one wall separating them. Lortel then tries to convince him, the benefits will be great. He will hold the joint authority of Eltstore, and she would even give him a share of her personal assets. It was almost like, but Lortel immediately stopped. Before finishing her sentence, blushing, she was confused as to why she was saying something unnecessary. Hearing that, Ed then called her and said, she intends to go this far. That's a bit strange. Lortel was silent for a moment hearing that. She then said that he didn't know anything. Ed was then confused hearing that. Lortel then said, she knew very well how he felt. He must be thinking, why did she do this? He couldn't have made such a decision, taking advantage of the feelings of a young girl who was only fleeting. Lortel then asked, he must be thinking that, right, he probably wanted their relationship to remain business, but Ed seemed to want to deny that. He also thought that she didn't understand. Lortel continued, in a world where hundreds of gold coins were exchanged so easily from person to person, and if we betrayed first then we were the ones who would be betrayed later. She then asked him, what did he think was so necessary after a lifetime of always living like that? Someone who would never betray us, someone who will definitely stay by her side. Lortel then took Ed's hand and continued, someone who will never betray her, even if one day all the wealth she has built up collapses, even if the whole world abandons her. For some people, such a person is their family, for others, such a person is their lover, and for others, such a person is their lifelong friend. But for Lortel, who has seen countless great merchants rise and fall, the fact that one day it could be her is a fear that is always in her heart. Lortel said that if she didn't ask for more, she then asked him, couldn't he just stay by her side? Hearing that, Ed then called out to her, and told her to wipe off her smile and speak properly. Lortel then chuckled because she felt that her plan didn't work. She was also a little sorry that it almost did. Ed knew it was because her tone in the middle was too high. It was very clear. He also called her a brat. Hearing that, Lortel just said that she was also human. She could be offended too. Even so, she then asked how it was. Did it make his feel a little initiative? When she showed such a seductive look, it should make his heart hooked. Although she regretted a little, but she said that not everything she said was a lie. Lortel seemed to look sad. Ed was silent for a moment seeing that. He then said that he planned to graduate from Sylvania. Until then, he had no intention of leaving this school. Lortel was just silent hearing that, but she then grinned happily when she heard Ed say that he had not yet decided what he wanted to do after graduation. Lortel then said that he could wait until they graduated. She also asked him if he knew that he had no other choice. While showing the letter he had written, she said that maybe she should immediately use this golden opportunity. She also said that she was happy to see him after so long. Ed could only sigh helplessly hearing that, thinking about what would happen. He felt that he had done something wrong. It felt like there was something stuck in his heart. When he saw Ed's expression, Lortel felt that she almost slipped. She had wanted to express her feelings, but seeing his expression, her plan was ruined. If she had not left immediately, she would have shown a very sad face. She had even brought change to pay for the magic engineering supplies. Now, showing her face to him again would be awkward. She then planned to just put it in his cabin, and as she was walking towards the cabin door suddenly opened. and Janica then came out while yawning. She had received reports from the spirits that Ed was in the river. She felt that she should eat something light before Ed returned, but then she was surprised when she saw Lortel. Lortel did the same. Lortel then asked why she came out of the cabin. Janica also asked why she came from the direction of the river. For Ed, it was the beginning of a new disaster. The voice of the mug was heard reporting to Ed. His meat and vegetable consumption today was very lacking. He asked him to make up for it at dinner tonight, and the fluids in his body were also still lacking. Hearing that, Ed only replied that he understood. Mug said if he fainted again, he would really die, so he asked him to live healthy. For his sake, he wanted the contractual relationship with him to be maintained for a very long time. Hearing his whining, Ed guessed that it seemed that Tarkan was scolding him. Rather than that, wherever they went there was always trouble. Ed then apologized to him, so, thanks to Zix and Janica, he had stocked up enough food and firewood, and thanks to Lortel, he managed to complete the furniture. The only thing left in his mind were the 3 letters he got before he collapsed due to overwork. One was a letter from Lortel, a warning to be vigilant because who knows what Elt would do. The other was a personal letter from Princess Fenia regarding the movements of Krefin. The last one is from the Academy. The sender is an unexpected person, Professor Glast. He sent a message that he wanted to meet him in person after the conference. Unfortunately, he fainted and couldn't meet Professor Glast. Now, he can't know the reason why he called him yesterday. Professor Glast is the final boss of Act 2, and the last chapter of Act 2 has already started. He still remembers most of the last chapter of Act 2. Professor Glast always believed that only a few talented individuals can change the world. In order to resurrect the greatest sage in Sylvania history, he researched celestial magic that changed and broke the world order. To complete the celestial magic, he needed the sage's scroll, but the Sylvania Academy, which fell for Lortel's scheme, selling the sage's scroll, became desperate. He intended to steal the sage's scroll, intending to infuse the spirit of Sylvania into Isla's naturally superior body, to once again spearhead an era of progress. It was truly the story of a madman, but Taylor intervened to save Isla, breaking through the booby traps in the underground aqueduct and the secret laboratory, the Soul Library. His last words before he fell from the top of the magic tower as all his plans went awry, rather unexpectedly. Although he only dreamed of academic advancement and dedicated his life purely to finding talented individuals, his last words were, but Ed only remembered them vaguely. He had already forgotten them. Rather than that, the final battle of Act 2, the beginning of the glass showdown concerning the change of ownership of the Sage's Scroll with the resonance ceremony. It all started when Professor Glass kidnapped Taylor's lover, Isla. Isla looked very scared while being locked up in a dark room. Seeing her awake, someone who was in the same room as her then asked if she was awake. Hearing that, Isla then became frightened and told the person to stay away from her, while looking at the creature guarding the prison that housed them. The person said that the demon in this underground water channel was quite terrible. Hearing that, Isla misunderstood that all this was his doing. While crying, she then asked why he had the heart to do this. She hates him so much. The person is none other than Ed. Seeing her terrified look, Ed feels this is too much. They are even kidnapped together. That's right. For some reason, Ed was kidnapped. He could only sigh helplessly facing the situation. The last chapter of Act 2, the glass showdown begins. The last chapter of Act 2 of the failed swordsman of Sylvania, Glass Showdown. 3 days ago, sometime after Ed woke up from his stupor, although he had completed everything he could not do in the previous 10 days, but he regretted that he could not practice during those 10 days. He also thought, Glass Showdown must have started by now, but he regretted that he had not increased his magic engineering stat. Because for further training in magic engineering, he needed blueprints and materials. But he then immediately realized something. A way to increase his magic engineering stats significantly. The final stage of the Glass Showdown has 4 phases. Among them, the one with the highest difficulty is Phase 3, the Secret Laboratory. The boss of that stage, the Soul Library, Librarian Reina, is so powerful that without the Sword Saint ritual, she is difficult to defeat, but that is a problem for Taylor to solve. While Ed himself was interested in the contents of the Soul Library, that place contained all kinds of valuable magic engineering formulas. He remembered there were at least as many as 2 digits. There were even 2 formulas to make legendary grade magic engineering items. Ed knew it was risky, but if he was not alone there, he thought, it should be fine. Right, at the Sylvania Academy, At that time during class, Professor Glast's voice was heard saying, "Adele from Class B and Isla from Class C are expected to enter Class A next semester. This academic year clearly has many talented individuals. Even if they move to a higher class midway, their studies will still not be interrupted, so." He asked them not to worry. While listening carefully, Lortel then thought, "There are many talented students. Class A so far has 3 people, and in the next semester it will reach 5 people, whereas before the school term that Professor Glast held, the A class didn't even exist. Isla's combat ability may not be much, but she is said to have great sensitivity to celestial magic." In the middle of her musings, Lortel was then surprised when she saw Zik suddenly stand up. Professor Glast also saw that. He then asked, "What's wrong?" Zik said he was hesitant to say this, but can they really determine the criteria for entering the A class purely by talent alone? There are some students whose potential may blossom in an unexpected way through their efforts. Hearing that, Professor Glast then questioned him back, "So what does he mean that he underestimates and demeans their efforts, by ignoring and messing them up like that?" Zix didn't seem to expect Professor Glast to suddenly say that. He then apologized. "He didn't mean to think that." Professor Glast continued. "Precisely the most powerful way to mess up someone's life is to accept their still vague talents and push them carelessly." Lortel could only sigh hearing that. Before entering Sylvania, a background check was conducted by the academy professor. His obsession with talent, which even made him seem stubborn and haughty, was probably because his daughter, Professor Glast's only child, Mori, was an ordinary magician, but he put too much hope in his only child. That's a very natural thing for a parent, but Mori thinks the hope is not from her parent, but the hope of Professor Glast, the professor of the Faculty of Magic. Because of her belief, she participated in the conquest of the demon race at an inappropriate time at her too young age. Then, she met her end. She heard that it was because of this that Professor Glast became obsessed with gifted people. Most of his teaching period at Sylvania Academy was focused on researching a puzzling magic known as celestial magic, but if his past is observed again, it becomes clear, what Professor Glast was after was not celestial magic, but the person who designed the celestial magic. A person who was considered the most talented in history, the great sage of Sylvania. Perhaps the reason he wanted Isla to enter Class A was because of his celestial magic research. Amidst the struggle of her mind, Lortel was then surprised when she heard Professor Glast suddenly call her, but Professor Glast seemed a bit hesitant to convey what he wanted to tell her at the moment. This was a separate matter from the lesson, so he would call her tomorrow. Hearing that, Lortel then wondered, is this about the sage's scroll? The scroll is the main ingredient for celestial magic research, but unfortunately, whatever he said was useless. Soon she would get possession of the sage's scroll sensitivity formula. After studying for who knows how long, the class finally ended. The sage's scroll sensitivity formula would start soon. It was risky, but he was still confident of successfully completing the plan. The key to this operation was to follow Taylor's path through phases 1 to 4 to save Isla, and pick up the items left behind by him, especially, in phase 3. He had to wipe out all the items related to magic engineering in the Soul Library. He had even made a list of items that must be brought, including Glock's Eye, having the effect of temporarily exploding the amount of magic power and proficiency of all sensitivity-related skills, and Delheim's Hourglass, having the effect of being able to restore all physical conditions to a few seconds ago. These items had extremely powerful effects, but due to the difficulty of farming materials, these items could only be crafted in the later stages of the story. Anyway, they would be useless to Taylor. So he was the one who would keep them, and at the same time, he would observe Taylor's performance in Phase 4 and then return to the cabin. After that, all the plans were completed. The day when Sage's scroll sensitivity formula was used was during the Glass Showdown. He told Janica that something was lost in the underground sewers, so they would look for it together. He thought Janica hated dark and narrow places, but somehow she was more proactive. He guessed that maybe she was anxious about him, and it made him feel a little reluctant, but with a reliable partner by his side. The plan was perfect. When Ed was about to return to the cabin, he was then surprised when he saw Assistant Professor Claire coming towards him, and said that Professor Glast called him. Seeing her, Ed thought, he heard from Janica that she visited the cabin recently. He wondered what was the reason for this. The Sage's scroll sensitivity formula happened tomorrow. Why should it be now when it was busy? Even so, Ed then said that he understood. He didn't reply to his letter earlier because he was tired, so he guessed it must be something important. And when he arrived at Professor Glass's office, he then met someone unexpected. It was Isla. Isla then immediately became alert when she saw him. She also asked why he was here. Ed was really speechless looking at her reaction. Wasn't her reaction excessive even though he hadn't done anything yet? Her bad relationship with Ed Roth-Taylor had been going on for more than 10 months. Even after that, she was targeted by him with arrows. But regardless, Ed was confused. Isla, the person who would be kidnapped when the glass showdown started tomorrow, was even here. Then why was he called too? But he then immediately realized something. Ed then immediately rummaged through the documents on the table nearby. He seemed to be looking for something. Isla could only be shocked and confused at his sudden action. After searching for a while, he didn't find what he was looking for. Here there was nothing that could change the future to his knowledge, for things related to Ed Roth-Taylor, only this document. Looking at the document he found, Ed wondered, could this be the contents of the incident reported by Assistant Professor Claire who was watching him? If so, Professor Glass might have realized what he did in Ophilus Hall, but he was still confused. What did that have to do with the current situation? In the middle of his struggle of thoughts, Ed suddenly felt something. He then immediately took out his dagger while feeling alert. Isla screamed in panic when she saw him suddenly pull out a dagger. Shortly after that, there was a sudden movement from the entrance. And Professor Glass walked in. He didn't look to be in a good mood, seeing him coming. Isla then frantically ran towards him. She asked him for help. She was very scared seeing Ed carrying a dagger, but instead of intending to save her, Professor Glass then cast a magic. It was celestial magic, time prison. Professor Glass then released the magic towards Isla. Isla froze completely when hit by the magic as if the time in her body had frozen. Not stopping there, Professor Glass then directed it at Ed too, but Ed could react quickly. He threw his dagger which he made using engineering magic towards Professor Glass. When the dagger was close, Ed then called Mug, and the dagger suddenly lit up brightly. And a very powerful explosion was then triggered from the dagger which devoured Professor Glass alive. But it wasn't enough to kill Professor Glass. Ed also realized that. Professor Glass then praised him for understanding the situation so quickly. His response was almost too smooth. Professor Glass then returned to casting his magic. He also asked him, did he check all his research materials in such a short time? But he felt that it was strange. He couldn't possibly know his intentions just by checking a few documents. Ed immediately hid behind the table when he saw Professor Glass come out unscathed. He also asked, is suppressing him really necessary? Doesn't he just need Isla's sensitivity to celestial magic? He doesn't need to suppress him anymore since he has already fulfilled his purpose. He also promised to keep his mouth shut. Hearing his question, Professor Glass replied, he has a purpose, and this is for that purpose. So he asked him not to look too badly at this. Ed could only sigh hearing that. He lamented, could he at least explain it? This has gone too far. He even dodged with his unclear words and told him not to look too badly at this. But as he remembered Professor Glass telling him not to look too badly at this, he then thought of something. Indeed, even if he managed to get out of here, Professor Glass would not be silent. Most likely it would only further complicate the scenario. More than that, if he was kidnapped here, he would likely be locked up in a secret laboratory with Isla. This was as if he was providing a direct bus to Phase 3, realizing that, Ed was thinking, did he just let himself be kidnapped? Seeing Ed who came out of hiding, Professor Glass then asked, did he want to force a fight, or had he thought of some kind of plan? But when he saw Ed just staying still and not resisting, Professor Glass then praised his decision. It wouldn't be so bad for him. And he then froze Ed using time prison magic. Looking at Ed who had been frozen, Professor Glass then recalled his conversation with Claire. Claire at that time said, at first she doubted. But she was then surprised because he could excel academically while living in the wild, as if he lived for 48 hours a day. She couldn't even imagine how much blood and sweat he had to spend to achieve that, but Professor Glass didn't believe it at all when he heard her words. He also said that her words were different from the previous one. Before she was grumbling about Ed being some kind of mastermind or something. But now she was even amazed at him. Hearing his disbelief, Claire then showed him the crystal ball containing the recording magic, and said, she didn't expect that he could fight like this. When Professor Glass saw the recording, he also thought, judging from his fighting style seen from the crystal ball, Ed's fighting sense was extraordinary. But, that's obviously a lowly way. The lowly way is to thoroughly observe the enemy and exert all kinds of means. It's the result of effort, not talent. That expression that didn't show the slightest sign of anxiety. It reminded him of something lost in the past, his daughter who swore to confirm her path and honor her father's name. That memory came back again. Professor Glast looked very depressed when suddenly remembering that, while Professor Glast was busy struggling with his thoughts, Mug, who had been hiding, then slipped away from there silently. He flew very quickly to a place. That place was Ed's cabin. He headed there because he knew there was Janica. While tasting the dishes she made, Janica thought that Ed was a little late, but what she didn't know was, she would soon get bad news related to the person he was waiting for later. In the final days of writing his travelogue, he wrote, "The end of my magical exploration of the southern continent." As he explored the world, he realized there were still many truths about magic he didn't understand, which made him think the title of Grand Magician seemed inappropriate for him. His master, Sylvania, who passed away at a young age, remained in his memory as a beautiful woman. In hindsight, even those colorless days were actually very eventful. The sadness that eroded his heart the day he lost his master has now manifested into an old photograph over time. While for a person who lives a long time, sometimes, the memories of longing appear again, the regret of losing something sometimes numbs the mind, breaks the natural order and distorts the truth. Indeed, sometimes there are moments when the feeling of wanting to once again see the face of his master unexpectedly appears, but what has been lost, no longer exists. The grieving person must strengthen himself, unfortunately, so. He told his granddaughter, who witnessed the end of his life, to strengthen herself. To her, which marks the end of his life, he dedicates the last sentence of this book. Lucy, Magic Travelogue in the Southern Continent, quote Glocked, Lucy was unable to stem her tears as she watched her grandfather die in front of her eyes. Back to the present, Lucy still missed her grandfather, more than anyone else. She knew Glocked himself recognized and took his death in stride, therefore, she had no choice but to let him go. A question then arose. Will there come a day when all the pain of loss is healed and even the wounds disappear, something that helps temporarily forget? The longing is a bag of jerky in his pocket that satisfies. But she was disappointed when the bag turned out to be empty. She then looked down. There she saw Mug speeding towards Janica, who was cooking the dishes, and while Mug was whispering something to Janica, a very terrible aura then appeared around her. Lucy could only be confused and surprised when she saw that, in the tricks hall, the main conference room, the sage's scroll handover ceremony was taking place. The scholars were selling, while the merchants were buying the sage's scroll. Only the top figures from each party were gathered. Among them, the attention was focused on the chairman of each party. Among them, Lortel Ketchon, interim president of Elt Store, and Abel Faucius, principal of Sylvania Academy. While looking at him, Lortel thought, the same age, the same impression of him, but far different from that person. The person she meant was Crefin Roth Taylor. After the negotiations for the purchase of the sage's scroll were completed, he came to see her, and he asked her to hand over the sage's scroll, and to hand over the sage's scroll to Crefin. She had planned to do that from the beginning, so it was nothing to worry about, but still, this could not justify the big lie she told to Princess Phenia. Lortel at that time set a price of 12,000 gold coins to him. Although she asked for a price that was quite expensive, he accepted the offer and would buy it immediately. He even gave her an information. With a smile, Crefin asked, did she know that Elt had hired a mercenary to head to Sylvania? He asked her to be careful, make sure everything was not problematic this time. He was an unfriendly man, but it didn't matter. The information related to Elt was valuable. And he managed to find a person who was willing to buy the scroll. The preparation was complete. At the sage's scroll handover ceremony, Professor Glast was the mediator there. He said, Abel Faucius has relinquished his authority as the user of the scroll. He then invited Lortel to come forward to become the new user. Now she will have the transaction profit as well as the purchase certificate. No, rather, she will have full rights to Ed. A huge feeling of excitement rose from her heart when she thought about it, but, when the ceremony seemed to be going smoothly, a magic circle suddenly appeared on the floor below them, and many giant golems then appeared from there. When they were blocking the golems, they were then surprised, when they saw Professor Glast taking the scroll, with the sage's scroll in his hand. He then disappeared from there. Based on that, we know who the cause of all this is. Lortel could only be stunned when she saw it. She looked very unwilling to see her full rights over Ed had been stolen before her own eyes. Even though Ed Roth Taylor did not appear, the story continued without problems. The last chapter of Act 2. The Glass Showdown battle began, in Professor Glass's secret laboratory. When Isla had just regained consciousness, she was then shocked and panicked when she saw Ed in front of her. She also asked why he was here. Hearing Isla, who kept shouting, Ed then told her to be quiet. He also thought, at this time, Glass should have taken the scroll, while looking out of the prison. Ed said, if she keeps shouting like that, the underground waterway monster in front of her will wake up. Seeing them both awake, Kum, the holy study researcher, said that they were lucky. Professor Glass told them not to use them as experiments because they were valuable individuals. Hearing that, Ed casually asked, really? Kum said he was calmer than he thought. After all, while he was reviewing the research data, he would be keeping a close eye on them, so he warned them not to think of anything. Hearing that, Ed just sat there casually because he knew there was nothing he could do at the moment, while Isla herself was now feeling tremendous fear and anxiety. Ed's plan was simple, he just needed to wait, and Taylor would bring the subjugation group to cause a riot. The library that Taylor had passed must have collapsed by now, in this place that could not be touched. Taking all the magic engineering formulas from various magic books would complete his mission. There was no activity, nothing to do, and nothing. The only thing that bothered him was how smooth this was until it made him a little uneasy, as well as the fact that made him a little helpless was, he had to be here with that girl, so he then tried to interact with her, but when Ed called her, Isla immediately screamed and warned him that if he moved one step, she would scream. She also threatened to bite her tongue. She said that she was very serious and not lying. Ed could only be dumbfounded to see that. He then said that he had no bad intentions towards her, if he intended to hurt her. There was no way he would miss this good opportunity, right? That seemed to calm Isla a little. Seeing that, Ed also thought, if he had to feel from Taylor's point of view, of course he would think well of Isla, maybe, but Isla then said that he must be lying, because he was Ed. Hearing her disbelief, Ed then just told her to stop her nonsense, and sit down. He also said, if they waited, Taylor would definitely come. But Isla looked offended to hear Ed say Taylor. She said that he had no right to call him names like that. Hearing that, Ed just asked, why not? He also apologized for what happened during the entrance exam, but he had his own reasons, and he also helped during the Glaskin incident. Even though she didn't trust him, she could believe in Taylor. He would definitely come to save her. Isla really didn't expect to hear the word sorry come out of Ed's mouth. Ed could only sigh at that, but he was then surprised when he saw Mug heading towards him. Mug worriedly asked if he was okay. Was he hurt? Was there a scratch on his arm? Did he feel weak because of the magic reaction? Was his vision clear? Was there a problem with his sense of smell and hearing? Whether the tips of his arms and legs felt normal? Whether there was a sense of fatigue or tiredness? Whether he felt dizzy or his heartbeat was erratic? He followed his magic reaction here, but because his spirit level of consciousness was still medium, it took a little time to track him. Mug then apologized for not arriving sooner. Seeing Mug, who was so chatty, Ed then stroked his head and asked, where have you been? He also said that he found him well here. Isla was shocked when she saw Mug in Ed's hand. She asked if he could control spirits too. He was surprised because in the previous semester, his basic magic ability was poor. Hearing her question, Ed just said that it was none of her business. He was also thinking, finally there was someone sane to talk to. Not caring about Ed's bitchy tone, Isla then said, if it was a spirit, he could send an emergency signal to the outside. They can send a request for help to a student or professor who can sense spirits. Hearing that, Ed just thought that he didn't need to add variables like that. Mug also told him that he didn't need to worry. Even though he couldn't guarantee his safety, he was trained in emergency obstacle reports more than anyone else. Ed was then confused to hear that. Mug explained, it took about half a day for him to get here, then avoiding being caught by the many researchers, golem guards, and monsters. It had been about 2 days since that day, but still clear in his mind. Miss Janika's furious expression at that time was really beautiful. Her goosebump-inducing anger was sincere. Not only that, the merchant box girl and the little witch girl wearing the witch hat who always visited the cabin said they wanted to cooperate. With all that, they were almost like a big army, so he told him not to worry. One way or another, the rescue rope would eventually come down here. He asked him to just calm down and wait here, but Mug couldn't help being amused when Ed suddenly stroked his ear. but instead of the happy expression he saw, Mug then trembled in fear when he saw Ed's bad expression. Isla was also confused. Why his expression was like that. Ed let out a short breath, then threw Mug far away. Ed then called the researcher who was watching his cell, and said that he changed his mind. He couldn't stay here, he had to get out. With a tone of urgency, he then told him to get him out of there right now. Hearing his request, the researcher only said, if he continued to make noise, the demon from the other side would wake up. Hearing that, Ed hurriedly said that this was a serious matter. If he didn't come out, they would all be in big trouble. The researcher certainly didn't believe that. He laughed at him, and thought, after peeling off the layers, he was just an ordinary student. And he then just left there. He also told Ed to shut his mouth. Isla was surprised at his sudden change of attitude. She then asked why he suddenly panicked. He said if they waited quietly, Taylor would come to save them. Ed did not answer and just sighed helplessly. With the key to the prison cell in his mouth, Muggs then returned to him. Muggs admitted that this was what he had ordered. Muggs did not know how he knew where the key was, but with his accurate instructions and actions, he managed to get it. He then handed the key to him and said, with this he can get out now. Ed could only be dumbfounded to see that this shithead even did something unnecessary without being told. Muggs seemed to mistake Ed's throwing annoyance earlier as his instructions, but with this, he managed to get out of the cell. But Isla was then shocked and confused, because when Ed came out, he then locked the cell again when only she was inside, and when Isla was about to ask him, Ed told her to shut up and only answer yes or no from now on. She was then confused to hear that. Ed then explained regarding his actions. Outside there were various kinds of research subject monsters and magic artifacts that had spirits, anyway dangerous. For now he told her to just follow his orders, and if they realized that he was missing, he told her to tell them that he ran away. That way, they wouldn't hurt her. After all, she couldn't even run around with her weakened legs. Isla was then surprised to hear Ed knowing that, but when she was about to ask, Ed asked her not to argue. With a sharp look in his eyes, Ed then asked whether she would obey him or not. Isla seemed to be a little scared when she saw that. She then nervously answered yes. Hearing that, Ed said that was good. He told her to stay calm and don't move. He would handle this, and he then stepped forward. Even though he had read the strategy guide, unexpected new things certainly could not be prevented. If it's a small variable, he can still handle it a little, because his stat has increased significantly. So most of the obstacles can be overcome by using the information he already knows, but of course, there are variables that he can't handle by himself. Even if Janica and Lortel join this riot, he seems to be able to handle it. But, when he heard Muggs say that Lucy also came, Ed thought, even with hundreds of hours of effort, even the most intentional players couldn't find a way to deal with that invincible enemy. Bad ending 27, Slothful Lucy. It's an event that won't happen unless we accidentally, so he didn't pay much attention to it. A bad ending that is sure to happen if the conditions are met. In the strategy guide it is written, if the conditions are met, Slothful Lucy will appear in an aggressive state. This guarantees a bad ending, so be sure to avoid it. The initial conditions of the event are: after the incident, Professor Glast crossed paths with Lucy Merrill. After remembering that, Ed then determined that he had to stop Lucy from coming here at all costs. In Ophelis Hall, Taylor visited Zix in his dormitory. Seeing him, Zix then asked, "What's wrong?" Taylor asked him to help him. He didn't seem to be in a good condition at the moment. With eyes full of determination, Taylor said that they had to save Isla. The last chapter of Act 2 of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, Phase 1, The Pursuit of Glast. After exiting the Trix Hall and losing the whereabouts of Professor Glast, Taylor then asked Zix for help. In the strategy guide, in one of the additional completion conditions in Phase 1, Taylor had to cooperate with Zix. And for the achievement goal in Phase 2, he had to pursue Professor Glast, who was hiding in the underground waterway. Soon, Taylor and his friends who followed him will enter the underground waterway to pursue Professor Glast. The route of the last chapter of Act 2 is familiar: Trix Hall, underground waterway, Soul Library, Monster Research Side, and finally the deepest part of the laboratory. Twisting this route feels quite interesting. Usually, the Monster Research Side was a troublesome area because Kun released all the monsters, but because his route was now reversed, all the monsters were still locked, so he could just pass by. He felt grateful for that. The meeting between Lucy and Professor Glast was destined to end badly, so he had to hurry. But the problem is, the Soul Library is guarded by Reina. the librarian of the Soul Library, a banshee. Ed is hiding to avoid being detected by her. Reina's patrol pattern is quite familiar, even if the battle happens later. He has memorized some strategies against her, so he can handle it, but Reina the librarian is a valuable EXP for Taylor in the next round. Enemies that can only be defeated by Taylor's swordsmanship will appear. If the protagonist Taylor is not well trained, it will interfere with the progress of the scenario. The last chapter of Act 2 is the segment where Taylor must develop the most. This is an episode that is an important basis for the next scenario, so a player should play it to the end without missing it, especially the revived demon of the underground waterway, and Reina, who provided the most EXP, had to be defeated by Taylor. So, as it went on, he had to take only the essential magic engineering tools and then sneak out, such as the thunderclap generator placed in column C. While Reina was patrolling casually while humming a song, Ed was now reading the library manual to find out the layout of the items. Next, the undirectional light dimming device. Ed then thought that he really had to come back here after all this was done. While glancing in a direction towards the magic engineering that he had not taken, he felt very sorry about it. Mug said, "Now, the exit should be open." Ed said that was good. He then invited him to go out. But, just as he was about to walk out of there, the room suddenly shook violently. Seeing that, Ed wondered, was this an earthquake? He didn't remember this kind of event, and the table that had been hiding his existence suddenly collapsed. Ed was stunned while breaking out in a cold sweat seeing that, without any obstacles that were now hiding him, Reina then finally saw his existence. She then shouted very loudly. Ed could only curse seeing that, 30 minutes before the earthquake, in the Tricks Hall, the main conference room, there was a well-dressed man who was scared. When he saw a very large golem about to attack him, but fortunately, before the golem's attack could land, it was first frozen by someone. That person was Lortel. She said, if this deal did not happen silently, the reputation of the Sylvania Academy would have been messed up. How could the scroll be stolen when all the main academy staff were gathered here? Hearing her disappointed tone, Principal Abel said, it might take a little time, but he will take responsibility and retrieve the scroll. He asked her to wait for a while, whatever Professor Glast is planning. It still won't end well for him. Lortel could only be confused to hear that. Principal Abel explained, looking at the situation, they should at least tell her merchant company the minimum facts. He then asked, does she know the 3 great taboos, distorting the principles of the world, disrupting the current flow of time, and rejecting the framework of human destiny? Those are the 3 great taboos, such as aiming for immortality, rising from the dead, and turning back time. Lortel was then shocked to hear that. She then asked, could Professor Glast use celestial magic to resurrect someone? She was confused. He should have known. But why? Even though Lortel didn't finish her sentence, but Principal Abel knew. Did he want to ask him if he was crazy for leaving Professor Glast alone? Principal Abel said that he was curious. He always said that those talented individuals drove the progress of the world. The great sage of this era, Sylvania, whom he revered and admired, and Mori, his daughter, who died a horrible death because he went too far in pushing her, believing in her talent which was still ambiguous. If he had really perfected the celestial magic to resurrect the dead, he then asked her, who did she think Professor Glast would resurrect? Lortel could only fall silent hearing that. She knew who he was referring to. Shortly after that, someone then came in and reported to Principal Abel, they have a problem. A few minutes ago, Taylor started chasing Professor Glast, who ran into the underground waterway, according to eyewitnesses. Not only were the scrolls stolen but students were also kidnapped. The students seen were first-year student, Isla Triss of the Faculty of Magic, and second-year student of the Faculty of Magic, Ed Roth Taylor. Lortel was then shocked to hear that. A very loud noise was suddenly heard. She was really surprised to hear that Ed was kidnapped, and this loud noise and vibration. Principal Abel is the greatest magician of this era. He said he would take the sage's scroll himself. If he intervened, he could save Ed easily, so, waiting here was the most rational course of action. But Lortel certainly wouldn't do that. After guessing, she then knew, these familiar sounds and vibrations were coming from the direction of the underground waterway. After looking with her binoculars, she then saw the fire spirit, Tarkan. She also saw Janica who was riding him. Lortel then said that she will go. Her subordinates were then surprised to hear that. Lortel said, since the principal continued to address this so indifferently, she would take the skull herself. she then told her subordinates who were there to follow her, but she told the negotiation members to stay here. Lortel Ketchum, entering the scenario, was recognized even by the alchemy faculty for her combat ability. Dorothy, the top-ranked third-year student of the alchemy faculty, Dorothy's combat ability was respected even by the students of the combat faculty, and even the first-year best alchemy student Elvira and the second-year best student Norton often asked for her guidance. However, Dorothy did not stand out when she was in the first grade. Therefore, Professor Glast, who knew her talent, really became the driving force. Dorothy believed that Professor Glast, no matter how radical his actions were, had certain good intentions. Although she did not know his true intentions, she really wanted to fulfill Professor Glast's request to guard the underground waterway entrance well. But, looking at the scene that was now in front of her, she felt that this was too much. Despair could be seen clearly on her face. In front of her at this time, there was the fire spirit, Tarkan, who looked at her with an intimidating gaze, and Janica, who was now on top of Tarkan, then told her to answer her. With a terrible look in her eyes, she asked, "Where is Ed?" Dorothy was so scared that foam came out of her mouth, and she then just fainted. Tarkan or whoever it was said this way. Janica was not sure who she heard it from earlier. She then remembered again, right at the second fork, then left, right, but she was dizzy when she remembered, and when she looked back at the person she had been afraid of earlier, she was then surprised because it turned out to be Dorothy, a top third-year student from the alchemy faculty. Seeing her who had collapsed on the ground, Janica wondered, is this her fault? She then thought she should at least cover her with something, but she was then surprised when she suddenly heard someone calling her from behind. It was Lortel. She had apparently arrived there with her entourage. When she saw the scene, Lortel thought, speaking of Janica Fay Lover, besides Lucy, among all the top students in all grades, she has the most impressive combat power, the Sylvania Academy's ace card. She will destroy the entire underground waterway, and no matter what, she will save Ed. So, Lortel then imagined a future that she absolutely did not want to happen, while holding Ed. Janica said that she had come to save him. She then asked, was he hurt? Was he suffering? She was very worried. She then invited Ed to come back together. She had made the dishes in the cabin. While blushing, Ed then told Janica that she was the best. Suddenly being kidnapped was very bad. She was the only one. Ed then asked Janica to get married. He even asked, did she want to have a girl or a boy? Lortel really didn't want that to happen. Lortel could usually make cold and rational decisions, but when it came to Ed, her rationality decreased. Lortel then approached Janica and whispered that Ed had been rescued. It was upsetting, but it seemed that he was seriously injured when he was kidnapped. He was lying in bed wondering when she would come, right now in the cabin. Janica was then shocked to hear that. Seeing that, Lortel then slyly thought, she would save Ed. First, she had to get rid of Janica first. But, Janica certainly did not believe her words so easily. With a sharp gaze directed at her, Janica asked, why did she tell her that? She also added, right after Ed's location was found, she immediately rushed here. She was almost at the entrance, so how could Ed have been saved? She was the one who came here first, so who saved him without her knowing? Janica is usually slow, but her brain works fast when it comes to Ed. Hearing her question, Lortel just casually told her to forget what she just said. Seeing her attitude, Janica then told her that this is not the time for this. She also asked, she brought the employees of her company not to look for Ed, right? After all, those employees are not fighters. Janica said it would be dangerous if she brought them. Lortel was upset to hear that. Suddenly, everything she said made sense. It was true that this was also dangerous for her. Janica continued, she originally asked Lucy for help, but Lucy yawned and instead walked somewhere. She didn't like listening to others and acted at her own pace, so that meant she was alone. The competition between the two girls was really very hot. Lortel then realized and suggested they should not bother each other now. Hearing Janica's words made Lortel realize that there was no other competitor other than her. She then told all the subordinates she brought to stay here and wait. The two girls seemed to have agreed. Janica said she would search on the east side of the underground waterway, while Lortel said she would search on the opposite side. Needless to say, the important thing now was to save Ed, who was in danger. Therefore, at full speed, they were determined to save Ed first. Ed was now facing danger because he had been discovered by Reina. The question then arose, who would save Ed, who was in danger first? But, the roof above them suddenly cracked, and a very powerful magic then emerged from that position which then hit Reina. Ed was really surprised to see such a powerful magic. He even thought that it was still better than an earthquake. Reina could only lie on the ground while being hit by the rubble, whether she was alive or dead, while yawning. Lucy, as the cause of all this, then said to him, she was bored, so she came to save him, while the two girls were racing to find Ed. It turned out that there was a third girl who had found him first. It was already late afternoon when the sun was about to set. Principal Abel and his friend were seen staring at the distant horizon in front of them. His friend then asked, "Is he really sure? Is it okay if this is allowed to happen?" Hearing that, Principal Abel said, "This is dangerous, but this is a good opportunity for the students to grow. The flower blooms where the leaves have fallen," although he said so. But his friend still doubted, is it really necessary to push them so far, at this time? They are in the golden age of Sylvania Academy throughout history. The students of this generation are different from everything they have seen before, from the entire history of Sylvania. In 1 year, they have so many promising students that each of them can be the center of attention, like stars in the sky. Principal Abel felt that the phrase was suitable to describe this generation of Sylvania Academy students. He then said that he felt that someone was giving him a warning, that the future obstacles would be very difficult, so that only the greatest talents would have a chance to pass it. In Ed's cabin, there was a billowing smoke that seemed to be caused by someone driving very fast. The smoke is like a signpost that tells you the direction the perpetrator is heading, and on the hill nearby, there was a huge gaping hole that looked like someone had just broken through, and in the gaping hole, there was a road that looked like it had been drilled. It was certainly Lucy's doing. She really drilled a hill to get to Ed's location. Seeing that scene, Ed could only sigh helplessly. With her eyes sparkling hopefully, Lucy then asked if he had any more jerky. Hearing that, Ed did not answer and asked her back, did she think he had? Lucy was then disappointed to hear that. She then invited him to find the nearest place where they could take a nap, but Ed rejected her invitation. It was impossible. Lucy was then confused to hear that. Ed's reasoning was simple. First, the situation was chaotic. Based on the time, Janica and Lortel should have entered the underground waterway. They had to go there now and stop Janica and Lortel. If Taylor could defeat the bosses in the final phase, missing one boss should not be too disruptive to the scenario. So far, everything was going smoothly, at least that was what Ed felt. The problem was this one: if Lucy met with Professor Glast, the bad ending event would begin. Therefore, Ed then said to Lucy that she should always be close to him. Lucy was then confused to hear that. She then asked why. Ed was confused about what reason he should give her. He then suddenly remembered what Janica said when they were alone in the cabin. Janica said, the thing that helped her the most during difficult times was just having someone by her side, supporting her in silence. Ed then reasoned, she was strong, so being with her made him feel safe. Even though they didn't do or talk about things, Ed said that he felt comfortable, even if it was just with her. But Lucy didn't care about that, and asked again if he really didn't have jerky anymore. Ed then got annoyed to see her keep talking about jerky. He then asked her not to stay away from him at least until he got out of this underground waterway. Hearing that, Lucy said, if he wanted to get out of this underground waterway, she would get him out. But Ed certainly refused that. He said there were some things he had to take care of before he left. Lucy frowned at that, but she didn't argue further. Instead, Ed then said that he also wanted to ask her something. Ed then carried Lucy on his back and continued on his way. Now they came out with the phase reversed. Ed decided to take what he needed in the library, and found Janica and Lortel in this underground waterway, then got out of here. Lucy then called him and once again asked, did he seriously not bring any jerky? Ed could only sigh helplessly at that. He then replied no, but many pairs of eyes suddenly appeared on the ceiling above them. The pairs of eyes turned out to be from the horde, who then stormed towards them. Seeing that, Ed then cast ignition. It successfully burned down the bats that were charging towards them. Right after that, a notification then appeared. Elemental magic proficiency has increased. Resonance magic proficiency has increased. Seeing the scene in front of him, Ed thought, this is the real flavor of the big hunt. The EXP points from the monsters were pouring in. He silently apologized to Taylor, and asked him to wait a little longer, and Ed then continued his journey while carrying Lucy on his back. While Lortel herself was now fully concentrating, she sensed a hiding spell casting nearby. Professor Glast recognized Lortel's unique sensitivity and insight. Unlike Janica, who specialized in spirit magic sensitivity, Lortel found her way quickly. Lortel thought that now was not the time to talk much, but suddenly, Lortel realized, right now, she was really trying to save someone purely out of good intentions. Lortel looked at the wall nearby. It seemed that she was glimpsing the beginning of a new relationship that money could not pay for. Her heart was filled with feelings once again, Lortel thought, the same feelings as before. This sound that came so close, she realized that this was the sound of her heart beating. But suddenly, the wall in front of her suddenly collapsed. Lortel was of course surprised to see that, but what made her more surprised was the person who came out of there. The person sighed for a moment. He then said to her, "I was kidnapped." That person was of course Ed. Ed felt that their meeting was very fitting. He then asked Lortel to help carry the crafting formulas that he had found. It was too much for him to carry alone. Lortel was really shocked when she saw it all turned out to be high-level crafting formulas. She then flowerily calculated the price of all the formulas. She was really an accomplished merchant. But she quickly dispelled that thought. She then told Ed that that was not the main problem. She asked, wasn't he in a very dangerous situation? Ed confirmed that. But that was it, but somehow it was resolved. Lortel was then shocked after seeing Lucy on his back. Lortel horrifiedly thought that this was dangerous, and so unfair. Janica Faylover was probably a shy person who couldn't even tease him. She was the one who had been the most proactive. On that day alone, when she was on her way home, she was so out of breath that she almost dropped her torch and set the forest on fire. She really couldn't accept it. Could Ed be that calm, acting like that with another girl right in front of her, oblivious to Lortel's mood? Ed then asked her to help him carry this formula alone. He also said, if she could, he asked to prepare the ingredients from her company. He would get it. If there was anything she wanted to sell, he asked her to let him know. Since she had helped him so much, he would buy it at a good price. Lortel realized that she could not go on like this. She had to push harder and take control to manage this situation. But when she called out to him and was about to say something, Ed suddenly looked at her very closely, and said that he was counting on her. He also said, who else could he trust if not her? Lortel certainly couldn't help it. Whatever it was, she felt that this had crossed the line. Now he was even asking her for this too. Ed's words then rang again in her ears, and Lortel seemed to have forgotten what she had planned earlier. She asked, did he need the receipt too? She herself even felt that she was very stupid. But they were then confused and surprised when they heard someone suddenly call Lortel. With a breathless breath, the person was grateful for finally finding her. He then said that they had a big problem. Somewhere in the underground waterway, Taylor and his entourage were seen in full preparation as if they were about to face a formidable enemy. Taylor asked them to stay alert. There was also Clebius, and as usual, he was still a coward. He asked, do they really have to go deeper into this? What if they just leave? Elvira then got annoyed at his words. She then asked him back, did he not want to save Isla? Clebius said, after all, he was not very familiar with Isla. Why do they have to say that? Ed Roth Taylor too, hearing his complaint. Taylor then apologized. But he really wanted to save Isla, so he begged him. Hearing that, Clebius could only sigh helplessly. Seeing his sluggish look, Zix then approached him and said, as he knew, Isla was a good person, so he asked him not to back down. In the midst of their uproar, the fortune teller, the romantic Adele, suddenly pointed in a direction. She said that she felt something in front of there. Adele's predictions were often accurate. As if she was seeing future events, Adele also said that she felt that the opponents they would face would not be easy. In the direction she pointed, two pitch-black hallways were seen without them being able to see what was in them. Suddenly, the hallway that Adele pointed to suddenly appeared a large explosion. It turned out to be caused by Tarkan, who was currently carrying people in his mouth. The person then frantically said that she didn't know. She really didn't know. It wasn't part of the plan. It just happened. She then begged to forgive her just this once. The person turned out to be the assistant professor, Claire. Claire's mouth was foaming from the incredible fear she was currently facing, and she then just fainted. Seeing that, Janica was confused. Wasn't it right right again? Did she turn too right from the start? She then finally realized the presence of Taylor's group, and Janica then greeted them all as if nothing had happened. Taylor and Elvira immediately became alert when they saw her, while Zix just greeted her as usual. Taylor thought, this feeling could not be forgotten. The fear that had ever existed appeared in his body. rationality was paralyzed by fear that caused misunderstanding. He felt there was no guarantee they would win, but he would give it his all. Zix could only be silent at their exaggerated attitude. Janica was also confused at that. She was confused at why they looked like that. Did she do something wrong? Did she go too far with the assistant Professor Claire? But she fainted herself. Janica was really confused, while holding Taylor, who was about to come forward. Zix asked why he was acting like that. He then told him to stay calm, but Taylor didn't seem to know what he meant. He then told him to move aside. Even though the chances were small, he would save Isla, but suddenly a voice told them that it was enough. The voice turned out to be from Ed, who came out from the next hallway. They were then surprised to see it. Janica then immediately went to him. She was very worried when she saw his dull appearance. She then worriedly asked if he was okay. Is he hurt? With a very high alert attitude, Elvira then called Taylor. Taylor knew what she meant. He felt very desperate at the moment. Elvira and he already knew what kind of fighting style Ed had. They loudly realized it. Only with basic magic and a little archery skill, he managed to prevent 3 opponents alone with a huge difference, and the strength of his companions. They really look very terrible in his eyes at this time. Taylor knows Ed has improved a lot since the Awfulous Hall incident. If it was just Janica, they might be able to try to break through, but now that Ed Roth Taylor had joined, Taylor felt that the chances of winning were 0. Ed really didn't know what Taylor was thinking at the moment, and in the midst of his despair, Ed suddenly approached him and told him to go. Isla was waiting for him. He also silently asked him to catch Professor Glast, and he then just left while carrying Lucy on his back. It was time for them to do their respective obligations. Taylor would handle the scenario. As for the variables that appeared, let him take care of it. From now on, he would catch Elt. The issue reported by the company staff was bound to explode one day. At that time, Lortel's subordinate reported that the mercenaries hired by the Golden King Elt had entered the Archon Mountains. The mid-boss of Act 2, the Golden King Elt, he fell from power at a different time and in a different way, which allowed him to escape. Unlike in the original story, Lortel knew that Elt was planning a counterattack. Even so, but she had already made preparations by leaving a few of her staff at the negotiation table. The experienced merchant seemed to have taken advantage of an opening. Most of the company's staff were here. Her subordinates reported that that side was currently not guarded at all. He asked them to leave immediately. Ed had already taken all the magic engineering production formulas and many magic tools, which could all be more useful than he thought. If asked what was the best tool he had to survive in this world, he would answer, having privileged information regarding the future. The current scenario is, the last chapter of Act 2, the Glass Showdown. Act 2 is coming to an end. The plan to act according to the original scenario remains unchanged. If Elt is the mid-boss of Act 2, he must exit in Act 2 just like in the original story. Therefore, he would catch Elt. Ed then called Zix. Zix answered him. Ed said, that way should be safe if he went straight from here. He told him to ask for an explanation later after they managed to save Isla and Taylor. Taylor immediately became alert when Ed suddenly mentioned his name. Ed thought, in the end, this scenario should be overcome by him, only by Taylor, who had learned all the unique skills and completed the development well, in order to be able to face him in the final scenario. So that he would be able to handle that person. There are still many things to overcome in this underground waterway. After that, the tower summoned by Professor Glast will cover the sky and cast terrible spells. It will be really painful, and in the future, there will be many grueling obstacles that are beyond human endurance. Ed paused for a moment, and amidst Taylor's confusion, he then asked him to be careful. He knew those long words of encouragement were not necessary for Taylor, and he left there. While running, Lortel suspected that, in order to get his company back, Elt might want to secure evidence of the loss of the goods that led to him fall from power, so that she would be blamed. Hearing that, Ed understood. He then invited them to go to the academy first and tell them about the mercenary attack. Hearing that, Janica then wanted to stop him, but Ed apologized to her, and said that they should hurry. She could only feel annoyed to hear Ed acting like this again. She then suddenly stopped her steps and told him that he would get hurt. Ed was then surprised to hear that. Janica anxiously asked, are they going to face Golden King Elt? She didn't know the details, but Ed had just been kidnapped and had just come out with difficulty. He also just collapsed from overexertion a few days ago. This is Elt's problem. Technically, it has nothing to do with Ed at all. She just wants Ed not to get hurt again. Janica felt very sad when she said that. Hearing that, Ed thought, she was right, this was indeed someone else's problem. But solving big variables like ELT gave him peace of mind, but he couldn't possibly explain that. But fortunately, Lortel needed him and Janica to catch ELT. So he guessed she would still drag them in for various reasons, right? But he was then surprised when he heard Lortel, who did not deny Janica's words. She also said that dragging Ed into this matter was just her selfishness. Ed deserved to rest in a safe place, although seeing the two of them getting along in this atmosphere was nice, unlike their usual dog and cat attitude. In fact, he could not rest. Ed then said that he appreciated their concern, but unfortunately, Lortel's problem was not someone else's. Two very different reactions arose from that two girls when he said that. But they were both surprised. Janica then asked what he meant by that, while Lortel's heart now seemed to be filled with honey when she heard that, but Ed didn't answer, and told them to run quickly. They were running out of time. Ed said it wasn't anyone else's problem but he was very confused what reason he should give them, and in the midst of his confusion, Janica suddenly said, it must be because he had a contract with Lortel, right? She felt that it made sense. If Lortel lost control of the company, the distribution of his magic engineering items would be disrupted. So this was not someone else's problem. Ed was silent for a moment hearing her guess. He then confirmed her guess. He also thought that Janica was very smart. She was indeed a top-ranked student. Janica sighed with relief at his confirmation, while Lortel herself was still beaming at the moment, regardless. Seeing the chaotic scene in front of him at the moment, Ed said this was a total mess. He also saw Dorothy, who was either alive or dead there. Janica then immediately made a defense. Taylor was out of control. He didn't care about seniority or anything else. At a situation like this, she couldn't give mercy. Hearing that, they then both looked at her with a dumbfounded look. They knew she was the real culprit. Janica felt very guilty. She then anxiously said that she didn't mean for it to be like this. It was accidental that the situation ended up like this. She was not a heartless person. She asked them not to misunderstand. She was really honest. Hearing that, Lortel then mocked her, not caring about it anymore. Ed then continued his journey. They were almost at the exit. He said they could talk about this outside. First, they had to ask for help from the academy. Hearing that, Lortel said that the carriage she had traveled here with her subordinates was at the entrance. But when they got out of there, a very messy scene was then presented before their eyes, with human bodies lying helplessly in the water. Seeing that, Lortel helplessly said that it was faster than she thought, and Elt, as the cause of all this mess, was now standing blocking the road in front of them. Elt then said to Lortel, he had taught her how to manage documents. Even if he searched the entire company records, he knew he wouldn't find any evidence, but her personnel management was flawed. He immediately confessed that she went to this underground waterway just because he was slightly threatened. The subordinate who had been with her all along then apologized to her. Even Lortel didn't seem to expect the betrayal, but she just smiled in the face of it. Seeing that, Elt said it was good. He told her to keep smiling at times like this. Perfecting that expression took a long time. Too bad the only evidence left was her confession. Messing with her by torturing her was a waste, because she was too precious. As Elt snapped her fingers, the eyes of Lortel's fallen subordinates suddenly lit up, with quick movements. They then immediately charged towards Ed, but fortunately, Lortel immediately came to block the attack for him. Lortel then said to Elt that she had guessed he must not be alone. Just like the time at the academy, he put mercenaries into the academy. Elt said, he heard a professor ran away with the sage's scroll. He told her not to compare him to that time. This time is different. These are all the top mercenaries on this continent. They are now completely surrounded by Elt's troops. Elt said that only Lortel's life was important, and immediately ordered his hired mercenaries to finish them off as soon as possible. Hearing that, they then immediately showered Ed and his entourage with arrows, but they didn't seem to be afraid of it at all. They calmly dispelled the arrows that rained down on them, and when the arrows were aiming at Ed, Janica then put defense magic in front of him to block all the arrows. Janica then summoned her bird spirit to block all the arrows flying towards them. She also told Ed to be careful. Their movements were systematic. Ed thanked her, but he was then surprised when he looked towards Elt. Elt had expected that the spirit summoner would be troublesome, but he had said that this time it would be different. She then took out a sheet with a strange pattern drawn on it. It was a legendary grade magic engineering item, Prejudice of Belarus. The item had the effect of suppressing the surrounding magic for 10 minutes. Ed knew that item, although it was one-time use, it cost tens of gold coins per sheet. Prejudice of Belarus. That item was a high version of the nightshade potion that Elvira used. It had a big drawback, that is, it took time to activate and was easily discovered during the preparation for activation, but it was still a very dangerous item. They were outnumbered, with the strength of the veteran mercenary troops blocking the activation period, making it difficult for them to disrupt the activation, and on top of that, they were all magicians. Lortel realized the gravity of the situation they were facing now. Her father could not have come without a plan. After knowing the details of their troops. Once the item was activated, then they were all gone. Hearing that, Ed then tried to warn Elt. He said, the academy would make him responsible. What plan did he have to overcome this? Elt just chuckled at that. He said, at least it's better than losing his life, right? Just because of the butterfly effect caused by a lowly villain who should have fallen and got out of the first act of the story, the world shook violently. Ed knew very well all this was because of him, especially this person who was a mid-boss. If he survived, he would be such a big variable in this world. The mid-boss of Act 2, Golden King Elt. In the end, he was the villain that Lortel stabbed in the back and exited the act. He killed Lortel's biological parents and used everything for his own glory and prosperity. A true villain, although Ed didn't hold a personal grudge against him either. The main reason Elt insisted on blocking them was to survive. That was exactly his goal. However, he had no intention of giving up. He wouldn't even lie, saying this happened because he was determined to get rid of all the variables he caused. Let's call him selfish. This was his story. Ed then put Lucy down, and told her to get up. Lucy still looked sleepy. She found this very noisy, and as she opened her eyes, a very strong pressure then appeared to envelope the surroundings. The mercenaries were completely overwhelmed in resisting the pressure Lucy had caused, and now, the slothful Lucy had woken up. The fact that Glock's travelogue, written by Archmage Glock at the end of his life, which were made when he was living in a remote place in a small hut, and contrary to his fame, are almost unknown to anyone. Glock at that time said to his granddaughter Lucy, who was lying comfortably in the air, she has a great innate talent from birth and is blessed by the stars, but that doesn't mean she can stop learning. So he asked his granddaughter to continue to be humble, continue to study, and use her power to help many people, and be careful of the loneliness that will slowly befall her one day. The power that overwhelms everyone will inevitably bring bitter loneliness. Glock then ended his lecture. Regardless, he asked Lucy to promise him 3 things. First, don't kill, avoid the blood on his little hands, even if by accident, and at least as long as she was in Sylvania, live as a disciple. But when facing the siege in front of her right now, whether Lucy can really keep the promise given by her grandfather. The fact that the mercenaries employed by Elt are the best in the continent can be seen from the evidence that most of them are veterans. Simply surviving many life and death situations already signaled their prowess, their instincts honed to a predatory level, senses to understand and react to dangerous situations, but those senses were screaming right now, saying, we have to stop here. They could only stand petrified as Lucy just casually walked past them. Their bodies shook violently with fear. Seeing that, Elt then scolded them. Are they stupid? He told them to move quickly. A mercenary who looked quite young said that he didn't know what kind of magic this was. Younger mercenaries generally lack survival instincts. And he then stupidly moved to attack Lucy. Lucy, as usual, was a magician who didn't use magic either. She then concentrated the mana in her 2 fingers, then threw it towards the mercenary. It was just a raw power caused by the overwhelming pressure of magic, pure violence, but the effect caused was impressive and made the mercenary thrown far back. The other mercenaries were really shocked and they saw that the activation was still not finished. Elt told them to buy more time, but Lucy's eyes suddenly fell on him and said, this man is the leader. Everything will be fine if they defeat him. But when Lucy was about to attack him, Ed suddenly patted her on the shoulder from behind. It managed to defuse Lucy's explosion. Elt was really very scared at this time. Ed said that it was enough, but the place where they were standing suddenly shook violently. Facing that, Ed wondered if this was an earthquake. But he immediately denied his guess when he saw the thunderous lightning that lit up the sky above the academy. At this time, the 7 stars were aligned straight and their appearance was clearly visible in the night sky. Defying the laws of nature, it was Professor Glast's high-level celestial magic, Descent of the Seven Stars. The towering magic towers then appeared when Professor Glast cast the magic. The magic towers that covered the sky were the stage for the last chapter of Act 2, the final battle. Ed felt that the timing was perfect. Now, he was sure that Taylor must have wiped out the monsters in the underground waterway and had obtained crucial skills. All the allies needed to complete the act had gathered, so it might take a little time, but Taylor should be able to stop Professor Glast. The activation time of the Descent of the Seven Stars is the same as in the original story. This means that the scenario is running without any problems, of course, because it's a magic that's different from normal magic. Everyone except him will be confused when they see it. Even the top students of the magic department, Janica and Lortel, won't understand the situation clearly, so there was no possibility. But his guess was soon broken, when he heard Lucy explain the phenomenon. 10 magic towers, each absorbing the power of celestial magic. She then flew up. While looking at the magic towers, she felt that maybe it was not impossible, rising again from the dead. The epilogue that can be seen after completing Act 2, after the incident is over. Lucy, who woke up limp from her sleep, said, "So that's what happened." In the original scenario, Lucy should be taking a nap on the roof of the Trix Hall, but if Lucy was awakened earlier in Phase 1 and added to our party. When Professor Glast was cornered, he would make a proposal to Lucy. He offers to resurrect someone using celestial magic, but not someone from Sylvania, but her mentor and grandfather. The Archmage glocked, and after that, Lucy becomes against us. At that moment, the player's party is slaughtered. That's how bad ending 27, the slothful Lucy, happened. The only thing left is Lucy's self, who is seen walking calmly out of the underground waterway. Lucy Merrill in Act 2 is not an enemy designed to be defeated. Even though all veterans and hardcore players have spent hundreds of hours trying, they still don't find a way to defeat Lucy at this point in Act 2. Sudden deviations in the main scenario due to unexpected variables can be fixed by the way he runs here and there to fix things, and sometimes these variables make him think you can change the bad ending that is already fixed. Ed really utilizes the variables that appear very well. He uses Elt's prejudice of Belarus to suppress the magic around. For 10 minutes, it stops Lucy's movement for a while. After succeeding in the activation of his magic engineering item, Elt then orders the mercenaries to move now. That childs can no longer use magic. Hearing that, they then rush to move towards them. But when a mercenary was about to slash Ed using his sword, a very unexpected thing happened. Ed was still able to use his magic. He used a wind blade to strike back at the mercenary. It was because he was also a variable in the scenario, but even he was unable to stop certain individuals. L was really shocked to see that. A look of disbelief could be clearly seen on his face at this time. But what made him break out in a cold sweat was, when he saw Lucy with such a passionate aura walking towards him. The extraordinary suppression power of the legendary grade engineering magic item had a limit. Just as we can draw water from the sea, but cannot drain it to the end. Lucy then told him to open the way. She had to go somewhere. The experience Elt had was on par with veteran mercenaries. His instincts, honed by surviving various life and death situations, now predicted a death for the Golden King. His figure seemed very small in front of that monster-like figure. And as Lucy was about to snap her fingers at him, Ed then asked. She knew that he could die right. Lucy knew that fact, but, strangely, this boy cared about Elt's life. Ed told her, if he was not someone she could kill, then stop right now. Lucy was silent for a moment hearing that. She then remembered her grandfather's words, don't kill, avoid the blood on her little hands, even if it was by accident. What she thought about was not who would die. Ed continued to stare at her. It succeeded in stopping Lucy's explosion. Lucy then resignedly turned around. She seemed unable to kill him. Seeing that, Ed asked, where was she going? Lucy replied that this was over. She needed to go somewhere. Her conversations with Ed Roth Taylor always led to this, so, Ed then asked, was she sure she wouldn't regret it? He didn't think she would give a reply. Lucy suddenly stopped after hearing his question. Seeing that, Ed then looked at her worriedly. Lucy looked sad. She then remembered her last time with her grandfather. In Glock's Travelogue, the last chapter, there was a sentence, what was lost, is no longer. Unfortunately, the bereaved must strengthen themselves, so, be strong, to you. Which marks the end of my life. I dedicate the last sentence of this book, Lucy. Glock smiled as he faced his death. His grandfather's smile was still clearly remembered in Lucy's memory. She then answered no. After saying that, Lucy then disappeared from his sight. After they managed to deal with Elt, Janica then watched the mercenaries who fled by sea using a boat. Mug then reported that to him. All 57 confirmed people had boarded the boat. It seemed that everyone had gone home. Since the confirmation process had been completed, Miss Janica would soon be back. Ed's breath was coming in short gasps as he was running non-stop towards somewhere. They temporarily postponed the handling of the defeated Elt. For now, they first handed him over to the Elt store. Lortel would probably handle the related work. Ending the grudge against him was also something that Lortel had to do herself, perhaps because he was pushing himself too hard in his tired state. Running all the way to the tallest building in Sylvania made his body feel heavy. Somewhere in Sylvania, there was a towering building. It was Trix Hall, the starting point of this episode. The place where Professor Glast stole the sage's scroll, and where Taylor started his fight to stop him. The injured victims were well taken care of by the Academy, so he didn't think he would come here again. In the end, he had come this far. His stage, which started in a secret laboratory, had itself become perfect as he got here. This is where Taylor started, and this is where my struggle will end. As Ed opened the door, he then saw Lucy, who was sitting while looking at the towering magic tower. One of the student union buildings that Janica destroyed was Glock Hall. The institution that supports high scholarship this semester is also Glock's Scholarship Foundation. Glock himself lived frugally during his lifetime, and donated all his wealth to Sylvania Academy. His footprints are clearly imprinted throughout this academy, so finding Lucy was not difficult. Ed already guessed she must be here. To look at the entire academy easily, they just looked at the scenery without saying a word. For Lucy, the academy is the legacy of Glock's legacy. In that moment of silence, Lucy suddenly asked him, did he still have jerky? Ed could only sigh helplessly at that. He then said that he had told her it was over. Lucy then sighed disappointedly at that. Ed's conversations with Lucy were always like this. Ed then asked her, what is she doing here? Lucy replied, she was just reminiscing about the past. Lucy then knocked on the seat next to her as a signal to ask him to sit there, but Ed did not dare to sit there. He was worried because if he fell from here, he would die immediately. Lucy did not mind that. She then told a story. A long time ago, there was a very sad incident that made her cry a lot when she remembered it, but after some time, it didn't feel so sad anymore. Hearing that, Ed then asked, why? Lucy said, she had thought hard about it, but it turned out that the reason was simple. It was just because time had passed. Those sad memories were eroded little by little from her mind as time went by. Digging up old wounds after so long was stupid, although she wanted to resurrect her grandfather with celestial magic, but she knew, in the end, he still chose to leave again. It was because he was already preparing to pass away. If she got carried away, maybe it would only kill him again. Resurrecting a great archmage who dedicated his life to studying magic with forbidden magic would only insult him. Ed listened to her story in silence. He also now ventured to sit next to her. Lucy said that she had realized it from the beginning, resurrecting him or whatever. It was all just because of her own greed. After listening to her story, Ed then asked her, was she sure this was okay? Ed realized that he shouldn't ask her that, but he couldn't bear to ask. Lucy changing her mind to resurrect Glock again must be just a momentary desire. If she suddenly changed her desire back, something very terrible could happen. Ed already realized that. Lucy then called him, although Lucy had not said anything, but Ed was annoyed, because he thought Lucy wanted to ask for jerky again, because usually she always starts like that, but this time it seems not. Lucy asked him to lend his shoulder for a while. Ed then realized, the reason Lucy made them sit on the edge of the fence like this, apparently just for this. They watched the amazing magic phenomenon in silence. In the future, finding someone who is that serious about celestial magic like Professor Glast will be difficult. The existence of magic to revive the dead will end here. The dead are dead, the lost are no more. Forms of loss happen to each person for various reasons, but eventually everyone will be hit by it. Therefore, one must learn to accept the loss and cover the wound with the things given now. Lucy understood that fact very well. She was now crying bitterly. Tears flooded her face. Ed was aware of that. Therefore, he sat beside Lucy, looking at the magic tower in the sky for some time. The sky full of stars seemed higher than usual, and it was quite beautiful. To protect the sacrifice from Taylor's party, Professor Glast then raised the giant. It was an ancient weapon that Professor Glast created by using celestial magic. They were shocked and they saw the size of it. They could also finally see Isla, who was now unconscious. Taylor then called her out loudly. The final battle of Act 2, Magical Golem. Isla was now being placed inside the golem core. It would be difficult for them to get her out of there, because Professor Glast certainly would not remain silent. He then controlled the golem to attack towards them. Taylor was then surprised, when he saw the golem's big hand attacking towards them, that one attack really had a very powerful effect. After a while, the dust that was flying due to the golem's attack finally disappeared. They apparently survived the golem's attack because Zix blocked the attack using his magic, but he seemed to be quite overwhelmed. He then told Taylor to move quickly. Hearing that, Taylor immediately moved towards the golem. He stepped without hesitation towards the golem. He was determined to get Isla back. Professor Glast suffered from nearsightedness. Since a while ago, he could not see anything without his glasses, so he was completely unaware of the approaching Taylor, and ended up being cut down by her sword. His life as a teacher was very static. Sitting in front of the large desk in the private research room, reading and delving into the sage's scroll, analyzing celestial magic, organizing the academic curriculum and reviewing the materials used to teach the students, he continued to do so throughout the day, until the scenery outside the window changed. During the snowy season, a first-year student from the elementology faculty always came to his personal research room. She said she wanted to observe middle-level magic. During the rainy season, he had another guest. She was the youngest professor. She always came to apologize awkwardly for causing an accident. In the spring, when the breeze was blowing, the dean, who was on his way to a meeting, always stopped by for tea. It remained unchanged even after he became the principal, sitting in the same position, lost in a pile of work. He always thought that the painful memories would fade away over time, but he seemed to be wrong. With the help of the sage's scroll, Professor Glast then cast celestial magic, turning back time. The memory of his daughter's death was still painfully etched in his head. That's why he did this crazy act. A very powerful magic overflowed around when he cast the forbidden magic. It made it even more difficult for Zix to block it. They were shocked and confused when they saw it. The world around them suddenly turned gray, and the environment around them seemed to be distorted. Seeing that, Zix knew how serious the situation was, so he then pushed Taylor away from the range of the forbidden magic, although he was then affected by the magic like everyone else, but fortunately, he had managed to keep Taylor away from it. Not wasting Zix's efforts, Taylor also moved as much as possible away from the magic range. Professor Glast was silent for a moment. He seemed to be thinking about something. Sometimes, his vision became blurred, and the thing that was drawn in the darkness behind the eyelids was the thing he regretted the most, something that had been lost from him. Professor Glast then calmed himself down. He was almost there, but he knew there was still one obstacle in his way at the moment. Looking at Taylor, who was now standing opposite him, he then told them to just give up. It was useless to stop him. With all his strength, he would turn back time, as Professor Glast controlled the magical golem behind him. The golem's mouth then glowed as if it was about to shoot out a laser, but, before the golem could even launch its attack, Taylor then quickly slashed at the golem. It managed to make the giant golem's body cut into several pieces. Professor Glast was then shocked to see that, and when he could clearly see Taylor's current appearance, he then realized that he was using the swordsman ritual. Even though Taylor had attacked the golem with all his might, but it seemed useless, because Professor Glast could use celestial magic to turn back time, to restore the golem's condition. Not only the golem, even Zix and others were also affected. Professor Glast then told Taylor that it was useless. He also thought, even if the rest of his life had to be cut off, but the professor suddenly coughed up blood. The cost of casting that magic did not seem low. And what's worse is, he was suddenly hit by mid-level ice magic, Ice Spear. The magic turned out to come from Zix, who was now free from the effects of his magic. Zix then asked them to move now. Hearing that, they then attacked Professor Glast together with their respective attacks. Professor Glast was desperate to see that. He didn't even have the intention to block their attacks, and what made him even more desperate was, when he saw Taylor move to attack the magical golem behind him. His attack managed to blow up the golem. It also made him finally save Isla. After a while, after the impact of the explosion from the golem subsided, Professor Glast was seen walking with a limp. He had completely given up at this time and recognized their victory. Without saying another word, Professor Glass then dropped himself from that towering magic tower. What a tragic scene. Professor Glass then said to his daughter that he wanted to meet her, but, when Professor Glass seemed to have no enthusiasm for life and wanted to end his own life by jumping from the magic tower, a magic circle suddenly appeared at this time. Professor Glass's figure suddenly disappeared when his body was enveloped by the magic circle. The magic circle apparently teleported Professor Glass somewhere before he died, falling from a height. Celestial magic, space leap, it was the last remaining escape route of Professor Glass, but for some reason, his escape was very late. Even magic hemostasis seemed to be in vain. In the original scenario there was also no action whatsoever. Anyone would know by looking at this scene, Professor Glass would definitely die here, but, in his critical situation, he suddenly had someone coming. Professor Glass then asked, how did he get here? Wasn't it past curfew for the dormitory? That person was of course Ed. Professor Glass would die here. Even though he didn't do anything else, but, there was still something he had to make sure. An hour ago, Lortel was running somewhere after finishing her work. The mercenaries had been chased off the island by Janica, and her father had been detained at the company, so all the threats had been resolved. They promised to meet again in front of the underground waterway after all the work was done, so, as long as she made sure Ed, who was rushing to Trix Hall, was safe. But, Lortel was then surprised when she saw Ed, who called her in front. She also saw Lucy, who was now with him. The danger alarm rang in her head when she saw that. Shortly after that, the third-year top student Dorothy and assistant Professor Claire also came out from there. It seemed that the situation in the underground waterway was over, but Ed was confused when he saw them crying. Dorothy and Claire then screamed in fear when they saw Ed. Ed could only feel confused seeing that. Right after that, Janica then appeared from behind them with Tarkan. Janica asked him. The magic tower was said to use celestial magic, right? If so, she said there was something she wanted to check. Lately, that activity became a conversation about Ed, but in the beginning, the meeting of Janica and the spirits was actually aimed at protecting the northern forest where the spirits lived. But, a few days ago, from the northern forest, Tarkan felt the same magic power as the magic tower. There was no doubt who was behind it if celestial magic was involved. But, no magic tower appeared in the northern forest, so, the question is, what exactly did Professor Glass do in the north forest? Dorothy immediately fainted when she saw Janica. She seemed to be very afraid of her. Seeing that there was no major incident afterwards, Ed felt he didn't need to interfere anymore. Even Elt, who became a fake boss, had this much impact. If someone like Professor Glass doesn't get out of this round, how affected the future scenario will be can't be imagined anymore. At that moment, the towering magic tower slowly disappeared. Ed tried to confirm once again, but, seeing them coming, with tragic conditions and covered in blood, Professor Glass then asked, isn't it curfew in the dormitory now? Janica looked shocked when she saw his current tragic condition. She asked, what is he doing here? Professor Glass said that he wanted to see the moon. That's funny, right? But Janica replied, no, that's not funny. Professor Glass smiled at that. He found it strange, even though he thought his current situation was ridiculous. Ed then asked him, he already knew that he would fail, right? Professor Glass chuckled at that. He confirmed that, he knew, in the end, he was destined to fail somehow. It was careless. He never thought he would be defeated by the students, even if he won against them though. Professor Glass knew, Principal Abel would definitely defeat him. He also wondered, was it because of the sentiment from the past? That's why he didn't prevent him from the beginning. Anyway, he felt that he was not worthy of being a teacher. He then told Ed that he was a great student, beyond his expectations. He discovered his talent late. Hearing that, Ed then asked, then, why did he still kidnap him? Professor Glass explained, his ability is impressive. Originally, he intended to incorporate him into his plan and utilize him, but he fainted from exhaustion, so that plan failed as well. When he caught him quickly and went back there, he had already escaped. Ed was just silent while listening to that. If dying alone like this was the price he had to pay for his sins. Professor Glass said that this was not such a bad punishment compared to how severe the sins he committed were. Even so, he did not feel lonely with the 17 years he spent with his daughter. Hearing that, Ed asked, was she 17 years old? Professor Glass replied, yes. 17 years, that's a time that can be said to be long. It can also be said to be short. Ed then asked again, Didn't he also have a long relationship with Assistant Professor Claire? Professor Glast was a little confused to hear that. Ed explained, for years during the undergraduate course, 5 years after she became a teacher. If he had lasted until the end of his professorship, he would have known her for 17 years, Ed also recounted. Assistant Professor Claire, who ran into him along the way, she was crying. Professor Glast was surprised to hear that. Claire, with a sad feeling at that time, said that Professor Glast was someone who anyone would dislike, the most stubborn and fierce person she had ever met. He always passed work to others. He was selfish and fussy, always nagging for small mistakes. In essence, he was someone who was hard to like. Even so, he was the most intellectual scholar. Claire was unable to hold back her tears. He had a keen intuition for even trivial things, and Professor Glast probably already guessed his own destiny. Dorothy also said with a trembling voice. She said she didn't know what plan Professor Glast had devised, but he was a precious mentor who found herself. But still, he forced to take a student's life hostage. No one can deny that he finally deviated. Now there was no one around him as he slowly contemplated his life. Because of that, he scoffed at his own situation, thinking he was dying of loneliness, but that was just his own misconception. Come to think of it, Claire, who became an assistant professor at a young age, and Dorothy, the top student of the alchemy faculty, were both quite untalented. Professor Glast used to say that such people were worthless, but he continued to explore and nurture their hidden talents tirelessly, as if he was saying that his own daughter was also a person of value. He spent years just to die alone. To someone, he was a mentor. To someone else, he was a partner. He had left a mark in their hearts. Professor Glast had severe nearsightedness, and from a time, he could no longer see anything without his glasses, not even to see himself. Professor Glast was silent for a moment. He then said to him, before using Advent of the Demon Realm, he had visited the Soul Library. Everything had been cleared out. Legendary grade magic engineering formulas had all been taken, but it was useless. Ed was a little confused to hear that. He then asked, what exactly did he want to say? Professor Glast then took a key and told him that it was appropriate for him. He had to clean up everything with his own hands, the impact of what he had done, because now, the library was his. Professor Glast gave the key to him, with a feeling of surprise. Ed then asked, why did he give this to him? Hearing that, Professor Glast then unhappily asked, is he not satisfied when he gave it to him? He explained, at the desk that Reina was guarding, there was a secret safe underneath. He also told him to make sure he was done there when the Academy investigation team came, and lastly, Lucy, he asked her to sometimes pay attention to her surroundings. Professor Glast seemed to feel very satisfied after delivering all these messages. Those were really wise words. It also made Ed wonder, when hearing that, what kind of expression did Lucy put on? But unfortunately, it was out of his sight. Lucy was clutching his shirt tightly. Through Professor Glast, who closed his eyes as if asleep, Ed could only speculate. His body, which was lying comfortably under the Zelkova tree accompanied by moonlight radiating down. At a glance, he looked like he was fast asleep. They stood there, watching it for some time. After the incident, Ed was then taken to the dean's office. He was questioned there. The dean said, first the Glaskin incident, then the Ophelis Hall occupation incident, and now the theft of the sage's scroll. He was always there in every incident. The dean really regretted his poor fate. Ed just listened in silence. The dean continued, for some reason, he was kidnapped by Professor Glast, and he tried to escape to ask for help, and in the middle of that, he happened to cross paths with Taylor's group. After reading the report he wrote, the dean then asked, is that all? Hearing that, Ed felt disappointed in the dean. He had heard the question over and over again throughout the night. Just now he acted as the dean. Ed then answered, according to the writing of his statement that he read. Janica and Lortel were only there to help him. The dean asked again, did he leave Isla, who was also kidnapped, then ran away alone? Ed explained that Isla was unable to move at the time, and she didn't trust him at all, so he went out alone to seek help. But the dean suddenly told him to stop talking. To be honest, he was suspicious of him. The chronology that Ed made was actually logically consistent, but the coincidence that kept repeating itself, from the dean's point of view, it was natural to be suspicious. With an intimidating look, the dean then said, he pretended to be just an uninvolved and innocent person, but he felt he knew a lot of things. Ed thanked him for his assumption, but, not giving Ed a chance to speak, the dean said, his sneaky attitude is also one of them. But, the dean then showed the report paper he wrote and said, just like the Office Hall occupation incident, and this incident too, he is a student who has been harmed because of the academy's negligence. When he saw the report paper, Ed was then surprised. That was not the statement he wrote. He then realized, the dean actually read the report card. In an appreciative tone, the dean then said that he had worked very hard. That's what he wanted to admit. The academy wanted to reward him for his efforts. Ed was then surprised when he got this unexpected fortune. After he came out of the dean's office, he was then greeted by Janica. Seeing her, Ed apologized to her. He felt like he always made her anxious. He also asked, is she hurt? It seems that she had fought a little before. He was worried. Hearing his worries, Janica immediately said that she was fine, so she asked him not to worry. But Janica was then surprised when she heard the whisper of the bird spirit perched on her shoulder. She then immediately said to Ed that actually she was not completely fine. Maybe it could be said that she was sore. It seems that she was a little injured when helping him. Hearing that she was injured, Ed then worriedly asked, which part hurts? Lortel said, her back seems to be sprained. Hearing that, Ed then said to her, from this incident, he realized something. Janica could only feel confused hearing that. Ed said that she always worked very hard and suffered when something happened, but he always ignored it, and now, she was even injured. Didn't seeing the end of Professor Glass make her think of something? Regretting after losing something was too late. He kind of hated himself. He felt he was just a burden to her. She always helped him, but in the end, she was the one who got hurt. Ed seemed to be feeling very guilty at the moment. Janica was then shocked when she heard that. She didn't expect Ed to say something like that. Feeling guilty, Ed then apologized to her. Because of him, he suggested that she should not deal with someone like him, not giving him the opportunity to talk further. Janica then immediately apologized to him and confessed that she had lied. She was actually not hurt at all. She once again apologized for lying to him. Ed did not mind that. He then asked her, her dormitory is in Dex Hall, right? Ed then told her, starting next semester. Although Ed did not finish his words, but Janica knew what he wanted to say. She was happy because Ed finally moved to Dex Hall. Seeing her happy face, Ed didn't expect her to be that happy. A lot of things happened, but it was resolved quickly. Act 2 also ended quite smoothly. It can be said that it was completed very well. When in the dean's office, the dean said to him, end his miserable life, and return to the life of an ordinary student. He deserves that. He will allow him to enter the academy dormitory. Ed is now looking at the cabin that he has painstakingly built with a feeling of melancholy. According to his plan, he wants to put up a fence, plant some perennial consumption plants, and strengthen this cabin a bit, because he feels that it is a bit empty. With mixed feelings, Ed murmured, so, this camping life, is it over? But just as Ed was about to enter his cabin, he was then surprised when he saw Lucy, who had fallen down from behind him. Her appearance was now not like usual. Her face was pale and the look in her eyes became chaotic. Looking at the suddenly cloudy sky, she wondered if it was going to rain. Lucy realized that where she was now was not the Arkan Mountains, but the Ramerlin Mountains in the north. She wondered if she was dreaming of her childhood, knowing that, Lucy thought, while she was dreaming of her past, maybe she might as well see that old man's face, and Lucy then walked towards the small house there. It was the house where her grandfather lived during his lifetime, but when Lucy saw her grandfather, she was then surprised. The atmosphere that she initially thought would be happy because she met the person she missed, suddenly turned tense, and her grandfather, who was sitting in the chair, then turned towards her, with a horrible appearance like an evil spirit. Her grandfather then asked her, why didn't she save him, when she had the opportunity? Why did she ignore him? Seeing that, Lucy realized that she had had a nightmare. Right after that, Lucy then woke up from sleep lethargically. Seeing that, a maid then asked her if she was awake. If so, she then asked her to get ready for school. But Lucy did not respond at all to hearing that. The maid was then confused to see that. Without saying a word, Lucy then used high-level space magic. For some reason, she suddenly wanted to go to the northern forest. She landed on the roof of Ed's cabin. She also saw Ed, who had also just arrived there. Lucy smiled slightly at that. For some reason she felt relieved for no apparent reason. While looking at the sky, she wondered, will it rain? But her mood changed dramatically when she heard Ed suddenly say, so, this camping life might be over. Lucy was so shocked to hear that it made her fall off the roof of the cabin. With a feeling of surprise, Ed then turned to her. A professor at the academy then explained, Cats are very unpredictable creatures, they never obey what we want, when we think they are comfortable with our touch, and we try to pet them, they act annoying, but, when we don't want to play with them or are busy, they just stick and spoil us. That's the nature of cats. If we want to tame them, the best way is to stop giving them attention. Ed was silent for a moment, he then just walked into the cabin without paying attention to her. The professor continued, for those who want to have a cat familiar or the like, he advised them to try to ignore them and act as if they don't care, and strangely enough, they will start to bother us first. Anyway, it is more challenging than romance. In the monster ecology class, these feline creatures are very surprising. The students seem to enjoy listening to his explanation, taught by the experienced Professor Plubane. This class is very popular and favored by the students, so the students have high grades in this subject. At first, his grades were at the bottom, but afterwards, he was ahead of the lesson itself, and in fact, no one beats the completeness of his notes in any lesson. After a while, Professor Plubane then ended his class today, and while Ed was cleaning up, he was then surprised when Professor Plubane suddenly called him and asked him to come to his office for a while. When he got there, Professor Plubane asked him, he knows the academic scholarship program, right? Hearing that, Ed asked, isn't that a system where students receive a certain reduction in tuition fees by contributing to academic tasks? Professor Plubane confirmed that. He said it was a good opportunity for him. Ed asked again, what would those tasks require him to do? Professor Plubane replied, a variety of academic tasks, but mostly he would probably be helping Assistant Professor Claire. Professor Glast has a lot of work to do, so even though Anise is reliable, Assistant Professor Claire who replaces Professor Glast's position will have a hard time. Basically, for now, his job is the end-of-term evaluation, and during the vacation period, he will handle conference affairs, and at the end of the vacation period, he will also take care of the new students' classwork. He also asked him not to be too hard on the new students when he meets them later. Hearing that, Ed pondered for a moment. New students, so, that person will be attending school here as well. Looking at the sage's scroll that was now in her hand, Lortel was amazed at the extraordinary resonance of the mana, but she was looking doubtful at the moment. She doubted whether she really wanted to sell this to Crefin, seeing Ed making such an excessive request. He doesn't seem to want Crefin to have this scroll. It makes Lortel's head spin. She bought this because it is for sale. She will lose money if she doesn't resell it. Lortel then confirms herself. She can't be lenient. Lortel has a motto to never waste what she can do today. With this sage's scroll purchase letter, she can ask anything from him, anything. Lortel paused for a moment while blushing at the thought. Her mood instantly changed to happy at this moment. She then decided to work on something else first. The announcement about the winter vacation was out. Without Professor Glast, she wondered, who would teach the class. She now also didn't have to worry about the cabin. It was the end of the semester, so it wasn't just her who was busy. Janica and Ed would also be very busy. As for Lucy, there probably wouldn't be any significant changes soon, so she didn't need to worry about it too much. But while Lortel was writing, she was confused. Why did she feel something was off? While Ed was doing his usual activities in his cabin, Lucy then said to him that they were running out of firewood. Ed was then confused to hear her suddenly say that. Lucy said that they would run out of firewood when winter came. Ed knew that, but he was confused why Lucy was so concerned about it all. Lucy then asked why he hadn't been hunting animals lately. Hearing that, Ed also realized he had been neglecting the cabin lately. It was because he was thinking of moving to the Dex Hall. If that happened, his interactions with Lucy will decrease. Ed wondered, could it be that the scenario would run more stable? As Ed pondered that, someone then came and called him. That person was Janica. Seeing her, Ed asked, had her class finished for today? Janica confirmed that Professor Mari's afternoon class was cancelled, so she came here to rest a little. They won't be able to stay in the cabin during the winter break, so she should stop by here as often as possible. Spending time here is very pleasant. Thinking that this lifestyle will end makes her a little sad. She really likes this cabin. Hearing that makes Lucy frown. Janica continued, it's a pity that they won't be able to visit the cabin again, but a comfortable living environment is very important to him, so if he is sure to move to the Dex Hall, she asked him to contact her. If he needs help, she will help him. Janica knows that she has a lot of work. Most of their classmates live in the Dex Hall, so they will see each other more often. If they meet in the cafeteria, she invites him to eat together. She usually eats early. But if Clara's schedule doesn't match her, Ahei usually eats alone. On the first day he moved in, let her show him all the facilities. She invited him to meet her in the morning. In addition, the study room is only available for 2 or more people. If he needs a friend, she asked him to contact him. Hearing that, Ed then remembered, it's time to open the secret safe in the library that Professor Glass said that time. As Ed pondered that, Janica then gave him a kind of letter. It was a registration form for the Dex Hall. Janica said, late registrants usually like to miss. So it's better to fill out the form as soon as possible and then think about it. Hearing that, Ed then thanked her for taking care of this. Janica said that she had already filled it out, so she invited him to fill it out together, at least starting from. But, they were then surprised and confused when Lucy suddenly stood between the two of them and made a gesture as if separating the two of them. Her face looked anxious at this time. Sweat was pouring out of her body. Lucy asked them to stop. Ed could only feel confused at her strange behavior, with a feeling of anxiety. Lucy asked him not to touch it. Ed really didn't understand her behavior. While they were practicing spirit magic, Mug said, gaining experience is definitely fun. Janica also praised his extraordinary development. His elemental resonance had already surpassed ordinary beginner elementalists, and his basic mana resonance was quite good. Seeing Lucy, who was watching them with an unhappy face, Janica then asked her, had she done something wrong? Normally, the maids in Ophelis Hall try hard to keep the students' appearance neat. But today there seems to be someone who escaped from the dormitory since dawn wearing only pajamas, with his mana already increased. Ed felt it was time for him to learn intermediate magic, but, while Ed was busy learning magic, Lucy suddenly clung to him, and not just at that time. Lucy also did that even when they were at the academy. Ed then confusedly wondered, why is she acting like this? Janica also noticed her strange behavior. She then said to her, if she had a mistake, she apologized. Okay. Ed felt that Lucy seemed aggressive, especially towards Janica. Rather, her expression was more like fear than anger. By the way, intermediate level magic turned out to be more difficult than he thought. Even after a day, he still didn't fully understand the basics. But when Ed was dizzy, Lucy suddenly called him. Lucy asked, what would he do in her absence? Ed said that he needed to go somewhere, had to check the bonfire and fireplace. The nights were getting colder to the point of shivering, that one could freeze to death. But if he moved to the Dex Hall, he wouldn't have to worry about this anymore. Still, before he left he had to finish his work first. Hearing that, Lucy called him back. She looked at him silently for a moment, and suddenly said, let's be together from now on. Ed was then surprised and confused hearing that. After that, Ed and Lucy then headed to Professor Glass's secret laboratory. He tied himself with a rope and headed to the secret laboratory through the hole that Lucy made. Ed then asked her, why did she bother to come here? Lucy did not answer his question, and asked him back, why did he bother to use a rope like that? They can directly descend along with her magic. After a while, they finally got to the bottom. Ed said that he had to see if he could go up or down by himself. Looking at the artifacts scattered on the floor, Ed said there was no way he could take it all at once. It seemed that he had to come back here several times, but the purpose of Ed's visit this time was not to collect the artifacts scattered on the floor. He then headed to the secret safe that Professor Glass said. After finding it, he did not expect Professor Glass to hide a secret safe in a place like this, but what confused him was, even until the end, he continued to hide the key, but when he finally opened the safe, he then realized he didn't expect him to be hiding something like this. It was already night time. Ed and Lucy then went back upstairs, and again, he didn't ask Lucy for help to get upstairs. Ed felt that maybe it was time to ask Lortel to send the magic engineering materials he requested, but before that, he had to ask her for a ladder first. It would be too much if he always used ropes on his next visit. After climbing for a while, Ed decided to take a short break. If he didn't exercise his stamina, he would have given up by now. While looking at the item that Hajin got from the safe, Lucy then asked, what is it? It is a legendary grade magic engineering. Glass's golden phoenix ring. It can turn the flow of time. Can bring the magic power of the future into the present. The difficulty in crafting the item is almost full, which explains how valuable this item is. With this item, he can borrow the magic power of his future self to use now. This means, in theory, he can use high-level magic right now, but using it will make him unable to fight for a long time, proportional to the amount of magic borrowed. If he uses it carelessly, the loss will be great. In the end, if he wants to use it in battle, There is only one way, that is when he is cornered, as an urgent last action. But what if it is not for battle? For example, spirit contract. Janica can command many spirits not only because of her sensitivity but also because she has an abundant amount of magic. For a beginner spirit sorcerer like him, their limit could only have one or two, even then it took a lot of practice to just talk to a low-level spirit, because they lacked maximum magic power. If he could temporarily increase his maximum magic power, then in theory he could make a contract with a high-level spirit. Of course, it was a fraudulent calculation, and there were risks. After knowing how powerful that item was, Lucy was confused. If he had the time to make something like that, he should have been, but Ed immediately said that it was enough, it was all in the past, but, even if they searched the entire library, they won't find anything more precious than this. From the very beginning, the stern professor's actions were driven by clear intentions. That Professor Glast, although often said that supporting talent that is still not convincing is a sin, but behind the scenes, he made items like this. This item can break through the limitations of maximum magic power. That's why Professor Glast researched magic engineering items. He hid them from everyone, kept them to himself until the end. They were all gifts for his daughter. Lucy then called him and said, once, the button on her sleeve came off. This button at the end, she didn't realize that there was a button, but after it was gone, her sleeves became too loose and uncomfortable. She was uncomfortable for a long time. Hearing that, Ed asked, is that right? Lucy continued, after something is gone, they often only realize how important it is. Something that seems trivial is actually very important. She followed him because she wanted to ask something. Does he want to move to Dex Hall? Does he have to go? Ed knew it was a difficult sentence for Lucy to say, but his heart remained neutral, whether he went to the Dex Hall or continued to live in the cabin. While breathing heavily from fatigue, Ed said that going to the Dex Hall would definitely be more comfortable. Living in the wild this winter was crazy. Lucy also realized that, as she closed her eyes for a moment, she wondered, will it rain? Lucy has an unusual ability to be able to feel the time of rain, by looking at the dark clouds in the sky and the moisture in her nose, but, Ed replied no. There is no rule that says that she is always right. Ed said that it's not time yet. Hearing that, they then both looked up at the sky. We can't always be sure that what comes down from the sky is just heavy rain, but, after going through a prolonged rainy season, we start to think it's going to rain, even though the season has already passed. Ed then called Lucy and said, he's been so busy lately that he hasn't collected enough firewood for this winter. He can't take care of everything himself. So he asked her to help him if she has time. She said it herself. They ran out of firewood, but before Ed finished his words, Lucy suddenly hugged him. The pleasure covering her heart could not be described in words at this moment. Accompanied by the snow falling from the sky, Lucy repeatedly asked if he was serious. Ed sighed for a moment. He said that he had fully adapted to the camping life, so if they increased the atmosphere of the environment a little, it's actually better to settle down and stay here. But Ed then fell silent. Lucy hugged him tighter. Act 2 ended like this. Now Act 3 began, where the difficulty scale of the obstacles increased rapidly, as he closed his eyes. Many thoughts flooded his head. The dispute between Princess Phinia and Lortel, competing for the position of student council president, important characters and new enemies entering the academy as new batch students, and the figure standing at the end of this act, the final boss of Act 3, Lucy Merrill. Ed paused for a moment thinking about it. It would not be an easy task, but he put aside his anxiety for now. Even after the next episode ended, surely, the two of them would still be alive and well. Seeing Lucy's expression, which he had never seen in any scene or route, he felt that certainty. Winter came. Ed then cleaned up the snow that had accumulated around his cabin. It felt good when it snowed, but the accumulation of snow meant more work. After clearing everything, the sun was already high in the sky. It had been a long time since he set a ban on overworking just because there was a lot to take care of, but since he would be called tomorrow for his scholarship assignment, he decided to finish the work that had accumulated today. He needed to organize firewood and food. Thanks to the cold weather, the food didn't spoil easily, so he was able to finish his food preparation quickly. He exchanged the dormitory allowance in exchange for the learning allowance, so the academic problem was more or less resolved. Unlike in the beginning, he now no longer needs to divide his day into hours by hours, but that doesn't mean he can sleep like this either. But he also doesn't want to drive Lucy out, even though she, who is wrapped in protection magic, still won't be cold. but it's a matter of keeping feelings. When Ed exhales, cold steam immediately comes out of his mouth, a calmness that could come at any time. If he had to take a risk, this was the time. With Glast's golden phoenix ring in his hand, he then began his test. He asked, "Are you here, Marilda?"